Mic checkity check. Ah, there we go. That sounds like P-Town. How we doing, everybody? How you doing, Alfard? How you doing, Tarts? Great to see everybody for a good hump day of our inaugural Link to the Past learning with Abby. With Abby looking so seductive. Oh, look at that. She's like, oh, I'm on cam. I better say hi. How you doing, Snow? Good to see you. What's going on, JJ? How you doing, Canna, Maester, Yarn, Super? Had a workout, now you gotta cook, din. Nice. Well, we're gonna have a very chill day today. By the way, our Opera GX downloads have taken off all the way up to 68. Let's go. But I hope you guys are having a super chill Wednesday. We're gonna have an equally chill one here. First, we need to kind of do our due diligence, guys. So here's what we need to do. First, we need to collect the resources that are going to be needed to do our speedrun learning today. So first of all, let's get this actually full screen. And what do we need? So if you guys are brand new to speedrunning, I can kind of give you some a quick little tutorial, if you will, on you know, how you get started speedrunning. And then we're going to get right into watching the current world record, a good tutorial, and finding a good set of notes. So here is where we're going to start. First thing you want to do if you're brand new to speedrunning is you go to speedrun.com typically, and you look for the game that you want to run. So a link to the past, right? So we're going to look for a link to the past. It's right here. And so we're going to click on it. Now we're not really here for anything other than the Discord. This is actually the only thing that you care about at the moment. Resources are good, however, in my experience, you should never use speedrun.com resources. Almost never as a rule. Don't use them. They're always outdated, and what you're looking for is the Discord. So you accept the invite. I'm already part of the Discord, so this is not needed, but and then oh, it opened up my actually app Discord. Great. And so we'll go to the a link to the past Discord here, right? And so it has, you know, a good community Discord will have resources and tutorials right here. And so the first thing that we see is a beginner tutorial by Fruit Bats. So that is something we're going to want to watch today then. So let's get that one going, and we'll pause it. And then we also want to watch the current world record, and see how that looks too, and discuss it. And so that is this by Tonks here. Okay. And so now the final thing that we kind of need is a good set of notes, actually. So I'm going to pause all this stuff so they're ready to go for us. Cool. Now we need to find a good set of notes to use. Okay. So we have the tutorial by Fruit Bats. We have the current world record right here. We're just getting the things we might want to see today. And then we're going to be doing any % no major glitches. Oh, if that's what you want to do, Snow, sure. That can be your speedrun tutorial on how to get started. So any %, no major glitches. We want some notes. Where are we gonna find some notes here? That's gonna be the next thing up. We have an advanced tutorial if we want to check this out. Okay. So what is this? This has, oh, a tutorial for every single chapter. And probably how to do it perfect. Gotcha, okay. So this will be interesting. Probably not enough time to get to that today. Now, here's my... So here, route guide. Any percent route guide. You know, something that I was kind of wondering actually during the day is, do you even run this with notes? As in my experience, a run this short, only 90 minutes, you probably don't run with notes actually. Like, what do the low percent legacy notes look like? And what is this? Oh, it's a wiki for it, but not an actual note set. Okay. Got it. So, I think my assumption is probably going to be true. That you don't run this with notes. It's just too short of a run. Yeah, dab it, exactly. Like, for example, when I kill Chaos, I mean, I don't use notes. I just run, right? And that's a 2-hour run. So I think we actually have what we need. We have the tutorial. And we have the current world record. Now, the question becomes, what do we want to watch first? Do we want to watch the world record, or do we want to watch the tutorial? And I think the answer is we want to watch the world record. Because the world record will probably do things that the tutorial will not do. Hey, Zella, you don't really need notes. It's muscle memory for each room. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, for example, in Final Fantasy 1 PR speedruns, it's an hour 46 world record. Very similar time. If you're using notes, you saw Twinkies? What is a Twinkie? If you're using notes, you're losing time because like the fights are so short, your interactions are so brief. Like if you have to take time to look at your notes, you've just lost 5 seconds. You know, so the requirement is you just have to know the run from start to finish. So I think we've just kind of proved that here. So let's go. This is the current world record by Tonks. Is the sound on? It is. Okay. Oh, a hostess ad. Gotcha. Okay, so they're playing on a Super Famicom edition. Now, is it just me or is the sound really low? Like, I can barely hear it, actually. Yeah, you hear nothing. Let me see here. Volume mixer, it's very low. It's funny, it said max volume on the I don't know. Well, no major glitches or glitchless. I don't actually know the difference. So I couldn't tell you, why is this volume so low? So no major glitches. How does that differ from glitchless? Let's check that out. See, glitchless isn't even a category. So what do you mean by glitchless? Because I don't see that here. No major glitches, restricted major glitches, and miscellaneous. And nothing is under miscellaneous here. So the category that you're describing doesn't seem to exist. So tell me some information about that, Zella. Because I don't see that here. Yeah, it's not a thing in A Link to the Past. Okay, so we're already doing glitchless. Gotcha. So this is the right way to go. Okay. Now, the question I suppose is, do we want to find another run? Because that one's too quiet. Let's look at Aranor's run. This one at least have sound.
True.
The thing about the other run is it didn't have commentary, which
that's a bit of a low slash.
It's probably preferred, but you know, commentary's not bad actually. So they're gonna reset here. I've already watched the beginning of this run. The quality is really bad. You have to adjust it. Okay. Now I'll have to adjust the size of it, looks like. Here, we'll go like this. Okay.
We'll give it one more shot.
Yo, how you doing, JC? Thanks for the tier 2 for 3 months, man.
Happy speedrun learning. P-Town hyped.
I appreciate that. Hey, Joker, how you doing, man? Ooh, appreciate the 9 months. Enjoy your Bebe Yoda. Dana, 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 dana.
P-Town stream, let's go town, jam town, jam town, jam.
Just took a big old nap. Nice, dude. Well, enjoy the beach. We're gonna be learning Zelda all day long here with the number 2 run, Aranor. Okay. And this is actually nice. They're a very good runner. I actually know this person somewhat. And the volume at least is somewhat higher. I can bump it up too.
I was very ready to just send it to Dark World, no matter what, but...
And so, are we beginning? Okay, we are here.
If I get hit, and then need to do backup tree rupees, and then I have to do backup in
So, I need to be watching this. Here we go. So, this begins our speedrun learning adventure. So we're going to watch the whole world record. We'll rewind and rewatch anything we need to. We'll then watch the Fruit Bat's tutorial to have him describe what the fuck we just saw. And start to learn. And then we'll decide kind of what we want to do for the rest of the night from there. I'm not sure how long that'll take. Probably 4 or 5 hours, so. Let's start. Sorry to hear that, Joker. I hope it's better than you think.
But brain doesn't seem to be very into reacting right now.
We're changing a lot of stuff too. Why is that? Now notice obviously this is in Japanese. I think this is probably the one speedrun I'd be willing to run Japanese in, as it shouldn't matter, like there's no menuing. The language should be irrelevant to your speedrun. You know, the battle HUD is just images of things.
That kind of sucked. Not gonna lie.
Okay, now the first split is escape.
I was very ready to just send it to Dark World, no matter what. But
so do we not have a sword yet, so we have to pick that up? Or maybe it's even faster.
If I get hit, and then need to do backup tree rupees, and then I have to do backup in Agate Tower because I don't have beams.
And that's right, we can't sprint yet. This is a real baby's first speedrun view here.
I'm just gonna pump some more.
So first start is pretty easy, you just run. Okay. Hey crew, yeah, I'm excited, man. Hope you're ready for a nice kind of steady sesh today. I'm going to be doing very little, but just kind of watching here. Yeah, no lamp. Which, you know, that would lose time to equip it, right? So we have a sword now, so the uncle gave us the sword. So we've run here, and then now we have the ability to swing. Okay, cool. By the way, if you're coming in and you're like brand new here, because I'm learning A Link to the Past, I have never played a Zelda until last week. First playthrough ever, we did a casual playthrough of A Link to the Past. I speedrun every Final Fantasy, and this is my first Zelda game, so gonna see what it's all about today. Nice, so he poked him with the sword.
Could have deboosted off the bottom card that I poked away.
I like how I actually like how we have commentary here to listen to this. This person seems to be a pretty good commentator too. Like they'll mention the things that they need to mention.
I can't believe that didn't hit me.
Okay. Hey, Healor, how you doing? Going great, going great. Game audio needs to be higher, huh? Is that bad? That is literally maxed out. I don't know why it's so low. Input display will be huge too. What do you mean by that? Showing your inputs? Is that required? So you have to win this room? Okay. Does a sword swing. For learning some things, gotcha. So seeing the runner's input display will be big. Is that what you mean? Is that what you mean? Yeah. I've been kind of talking. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not going to rewind it too much more, but here, I want to start it from here.
Could have deboosted off the bottom guard that I poked away.
Look at his posture with his hand, by the way. It's very interesting. So he's running with OG hardware, it looks like. And he's got a really interesting grip. It's kind of like a claw grip in a way. I used to use a grip like that for, I forget what speedrun it was. Oh, it was Crash Bandicoot, I think. Yeah, controller grips. This is a very unique grip he's got. And something to notice, very unorthodox. I noticed world record reset going around this corner multiple times. Must be a tight corner. Wall pumping requires lots of D-pad mashing, so that's why he's doing that. So that's interesting. So you say wall pumping. I was noticing he's running along the wall here, and I actually wanted to ask if that's on purpose. You'll notice, sorry, I ran too much, but like, starting in this room here, like, he really hugs walls, right? Now, I'm assuming that's just because that's the best movement. But you'll notice right here, he actually is too far away from the wall, right here, and then he goes back to the wall, like right here, you'll see. He's too wide, and he goes back to the wall here. So, is he doing that intentionally? Is that what's called wall pumping? You get a boost grinding the wall.
I can't believe that didn't hit me.
I guess the first question I should ask is, do you even run this game, Zella? Or are you just using like layman's terms? Or do you speedrun it and these are like speedrun terms? I should just know that to begin with. Okay, good. Okay, so that's like actually what it's going to be called. Okay. Just making sure we're on the same page here. So north and west directions. Link's walking pattern is 2-1 pixel pattern. So wall pumping resets the pattern to 2 pixel movement per frame. Interesting. So we gotta commit that to memory, the wall pump. And again, I've been talking and I've been missing. Sorry, guys. It's gonna probably be a thing today.
I can't believe that didn't hit me.
Okay. Nice, the backwards movement. We started to learn that in the casual, actually. Okay, really just good movement so far, and a couple sword kills. Charged sword kills are all we really see here. Nice, so the poke, he must take 2 to kill, so... Oh, whoa, hold on. So the boomerang grab, nice little trick here. Nice. Where does the key end up? It ends up in the dead character's body, right? Yeah, okay. You mostly use piano grip for your Crystallis run. Piano grip, okay. I haven't heard of that one. So that was West. He was wall pumping there, I guess. Is that if you're calling it that?
I got a 113.17.
Here, first boss. We want to look at this a little more intently here.
It'll work. I got a 113.17.
So it must be he can only hit you the way he's facing. Here he's facing left, so you're not able to take damage. And then he kills him before he's able to do damage?
It wasn't great.
Is what that looks like to me. And of course, there'll be more in-depth tutorials in all these parts. However, I didn't see anything really too crazy in that segment there.
I failed hammer hover 3 times.
You can get inside the ball and it won't hurt you. There you go. Okay.
Then just...
You're going to be a really valuable asset
6-cycle ammo.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
You need to make sure you're subbed up.
The rest was, like, fine to good, but...
Let's do that, shall we?
Like, that just gives up pretty much a whole minute. So it wasn't... wasn't great.
Alright, well I was getting that set up where that You are very welcome. Thanks for helping.
Still hammer hover 3 times.
Okay, so that guy can either or always get in your way.
A bit rough. Then just... like, I mean, 6-cycle ammo was, yeah, exactly. Paul and Desert were really rough. The rest was, like, fine to good, but...
Top 100 has
that just gives
less
up
than
pretty
5
much a
minute
whole
spread.
minute.
There's a lot of tech in the game. Beginner routes will be a good place to start.
So
well, I'm not going to world record overnight. I think we know that. In fact, guys, after today, I'm going to run Final Fantasy 700% prep. Thursday and Friday, and then I'm going to run a hundo over the weekend. Like, we're going to do all the... We're going to look at everything today.
I failed laser skip.
And then I'm going to, like, kind of work offline for a couple days.
A bit of lag.
And then we're going to do some runs. I think is the plan.
The rail. On
because,
the dash.
It's a lot of work we got to do.
And I bonked, and then I, like, bonked into the beetle.
Hard to say. Maybe I will do... Maybe we'll do more in the next couple days. We'll see.
So it wasn't...
well, look at him grinding the wall by looking up. This is the wall pump strat that
So it wasn't...
Zella was mentioning. Nothing complicated about it, just know to do it, right? To save 1 pixel per, I guess, frame. Or 1 frame per movement. I failed
laser skip because
like that.
I expected a bit of lag when nudging the rail on the dash.
So you gotta get through there. While they're blinking, you can run through them, it looks like.
Into the beetle when nudging the rail on the dash.
So blinking ran through him. See, I didn't really know you could do that.
And then I, like, bonked into the beetle. So then I fell. That was another time loss.
Hey, Aliwak, how you doing? See, I love this guy calling out his time losses. This is pretty nice. We picked a nice run to review here.
But I did gold quite a bit.
I think he's talking about a different run though, but you know. It's good that we picked this one. The other one had 0 commentary.
I had fun for the most part.
Okay. So no, obviously, I mean, we're speedrunning. They're never going to turn a light on.
Did my best to catch up.
Through the middle? So the middle must be,
I missed the cape spin on Gavin.
Can I ask you this? Anyone who knows, like, Zella, you know, is one person here who knows a lot, but if you guys know the answer, feel free just to shout it out today. How does the RNG work in this game? Can you expect to enter that room and have identical snake RNG from run to run? Is it on a global timer, so if you reach it at a different time in the speed run, it will be different? Or the first time you enter, can you always predict that this will be identical? And that you can always run right through the middle? That's something that we definitely need to find out.
I missed the cape spin on Gavin.
About this game.
That was like the 2 seconds he needed. Yeah, exactly. Sitting with a couple of gamers in
You're
voice.
sure it's the same every time, but not 100%. I mean, you say you're sure, but like the pixel remasters aren't necessarily
okay,
like
well,
that.
that was fine boost.
You
Yeah,
don't know if
exactly.
the
That's gonna
RNG
be a good
is
one.
seeded like that or
For
not,
sure.
but they will move differently every run. Yeah.
How come you go left?
Hold on, he didn't like that. So this is
Yeah, exactly.
this
That's
indicates
gonna be
random RNG here. He was like, "Why did you go left?" So here, he just answered the question for us.
a good one, for sure. How?
There, he was not expecting that.
Really? Okay, well, that was fine boost. Yeah, exactly. That's gonna be a good one, for sure. How come you go left? Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to sleep, but
Man, I'm really enjoying the speedrun already.
yeah, it's the final.
This is the end of the first
League.
escape. Is the first chapter, the first split. This is it.
That's a pretty good escape.
And so there is his escape. Nice.
Like if it isn't, then I'll restream it.
Oh shoot. Anytime I turn on and off the Abby cam today, it's gonna. I can do it manually. We can do that. But we do have Abby chilling out today. Looking very, very cozy. Okay, cool escape, Mr. Arinor. Is that their name here? Their name is Eriror, E-R-I-R-O-R. So that was our first escape, and let's verify it is option 1, like Zella said. You just mash. Nice. Okay, and we're out of here to the Eastern Palace. I know you guys can't see it, but they're on my splits, by the way. Like you can see we're on. I know I'm covering up theirs, but Eastern Palace is next up. Now I wonder, for example, why he went down here a little ways. You notice how he's not optimally leaving that screen? Oh, because here, he's got to get around this, and he knows that.
Yeah, they are the evil masterminds. First thing they do.
Ooh, okay.
Control F boots.
Yeah, he's a very, very good mover. You say he moves quick. I don't think, you know, I bet you of the top 200 runners, I bet they all move identically, honestly. You know, I think movement will be one of the easier things. It's gonna be the tricks that'll be the things that separate the best runners from the beginners. The movement shouldn't be that tough, actually. I don't think.
How dare
I kind of wanted to see how he navigated through here again. So nice. Look, he used his shield there. That was sick. I don't know if that's a thing every run, but, you know. That was very nice. Dodge the top of the statue.
Okay, that's rough. How dare you?
There are guides specifically about movement throughout the game. We're gonna probably want to watch those. That's one thing that's gonna come into, like, you know, come to 2R8 a lot, is this game has some really good tutorials. So we're certainly not gonna lack in game knowledge. Hey Kaiser, how you doing, dude?
I was fully prepared to send it.
What was he fully prepared to send here?
How dare you?
Probably here, probably in the ball screen. You just held true. Yep, and I think that must be RNG. Okay. So he gets the heart, but you have to get the heart.
Send it.
Okay. Note he had to do a sword swing. I think in this room you're required to win too. And oh, you're not. It's just the key. Okay. This room's a fun one. This one here. You probably mean the next one. Oh, that. Oh wow. Nope. Check it out. That killed the two. That killed him, didn't it?
I kind of wanted to just get.
So we can't see what's going on here, but clearly what is happening is he's killing the two statues before they spawn. So here, that one killed it because he got the drop. And then there. So that timing must be the timing must be the important thing. My assumption is he probably uses a visual cue on the floor. Gets the chest, comes down to his visual cue, and throws it. Is my assumption.
I kind of wanted to just get the squeeze.
That is a fun room. Yeah, Skull Dude's quick kill. Yeah. Now, hold on. He got arrows there. He has none. So, I'm assuming that's an intentional thing. He needs the arrows. Probably to kill the boss, right? Aren't arrows faster?
And then I wanted it to PD.
Okay, nice room. Now, what was the toss? Just to get rid of it? Yeah, okay. This game has a practice ROM hack. And what does that mean? Like, does that allow you to easily, like, practice room for room? Like, save states and all that, just specifically for this game? So you can just do, like, rooms on repeat? And the boss fights? Gotcha. Yeah, we'll check that out. I'm gonna want that. I want to see this room again. Because look, he gets hurt on purpose, I believe, here. And while he's hurt, he's able to grab the chest, hit the button. This is an interesting room, too. Yeah, because while he's blinking, he's using that time to do everything he needs to do. Is that what they call it? iframe? He took 2 hits. Gotcha. Let's listen. Yeah, he took 2, you're right. And he came in with how many hearts? So each hit took away a half and then a full. A half, and those guys are a full, so they differ, okay. Cool.
Yo, good night. Hope you can get some sleep.
Got it. Iframes are invincibility.
Let me know how everything's going.
Okay, so he gets the bow. Okay. Hey, Airborne, how you doing? Good to see you, my friend.
No move.
Now, intriguing. Is that one guy have the key? Is that it? Just him? Yeah, okay, it is.
Oh yeah.
Neat little room strat there. Gets more arrows. He's to 24 now. Ooh, I like that room. That's pretty spicy. Okay.
You got this.
Nice. You must kill everyone in this room? Okay. Oh, dude, that's sick. Now we're getting into some fun strats.
It's fine, I don't need...
Wait, look, he's holding sideways coming into the room. Notice
Gotcha.
he's setting up for the room in this room, by the way. Holding right, charging, as he's coming through to kill. Very neat.
It's fine, I don't need rupees. I already got some. Yeah,
Hey,
seems
Croc,
good.
how you doing? Yeah, seems easy, but the one heart thing, I feel ya, would be really tough. So he's kind of going in a square here. Wow.
I hope so.
Can we just all laugh at how amazing that was compared to, like, my fight in the casual? That was insane. Okay, let's see that again. From the top, that fight took 10 seconds, chat. One back rewind, literally, we're here. Five to the right, one down, and then
I
two
hope
to the
so
right
too.
and then down.
That's so important.
Wow.
It's fine, I don't need rupees. I already got some. Yeah, seems good. I hope so too. That's so important.
Yeah, one of the cooler parts of the run is seeing all the bosses get demolished. Yes. So he skips phase 2. He skips the phase where it turns into a one red one,
good
right?
start.
Is that what you're saying? And he must do that by killing them in tandem at the end. Let's see here. So that's important to notice. He actually intentionally leaves the last one, you know, and doesn't hurt it. He puts 3 into the second to last, and then 1, because he shot that one with 1 arrow earlier. Yes, at the start, exactly. So if you didn't notice that, this one, the last one to die, he'll shoot to the right, then he'll shoot 1 down. It hits that guy that he kills last. So here, watch. He'll shoot 5, and then 1 down to that guy. Boom. Who he'll kill finally. That's really nice. Yeah.
I hope so too. That's so important.
So, it looks like 3 arrows to kill? Is that right?
It's fine, I don't need rupees.
We
I
need to
already
start
got
just
some.
kind of, you know, memorizing
Yeah, seems
this.
good.
Let's see if I can identify if it's 2 or 3. It's 3, yeah.
I hope so too.
But I would
That's
swear
so
that last
important.
guy dies in 2. It's my only thing I'm confused about. Maybe once you hit the final phase, he dies then in 1. I don't know.
Alright, good start.
Okay. So there was the Eastern Palace. I like it. So now, guys, we're going to the desert. Desert Palace. Is that right? He shoots him twice at the beginning? I want to see that again, actually.
It's fine, I don't need rupees. I already got some. Yeah, seems good. It's fine, I don't need rupees.
First, I just want to
already got
identify
some.
it's the middle
Yeah,
one that he
seems
kills
good.
last, I believe. The bottom middle. I just wanted to figure that out first. Or no, it's not, actually. It's not the bottom middle.
It's fine, I don't need rupees.
Which one
I
is
already
it,
got
Zelda?
some. Yeah, seems good.
Is it bottom right? I don't think so. I think it might be bottom left, actually. It's bottom left. Yeah, it's bottom left. Oh, interesting.
I hope so too. That's so
The
important.
one that he shoots with the arrow isn't the one he kills last, actually. The bottom right one? Okay.
already got some. Yeah, seems good.
Ah, there's the 2. I see. I see. Yep. And then he leaves the 3rd for
I
last.
hope so
The
too.
one that he
That's so
shoots
important.
down there is not hitting that guy who kills last. Okay, I just was wrong about that. But he certainly has a plan for everything in that fight. That's a really interesting strategy. Love that. You also got your schedule for July Airborne? You get from the 22nd of June to July 6th off,
Nice rupee
after
arrow
which
count.
you were 12 days in July. That's a lot of off time.
Yo,
dog.
thank you. Bye bye.
Good for you. What's up with Dragon Ball Z? Did we
Got some big Z's.
did we lose our DBZ? What's up?
Got some big Z's. Yo.
So, oh yeah, we're going in here to get the shoes. That's right. What's going
Nice
on here?
rupee arrow count.
It's like DBZ
Yo, thank
paused
you.
on me
Bye
or
bye.
something.
Got some big Z's.
There's a couple strats to some of the fights. You're probably gonna see all the optional, but not necessarily safe strats in a run like this. Yeah. Okay, DBZ. This is rather irritating. What's going on here? I can't even like access the episodes right now. What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
I guess we'll just go super today.
What's up, Retro?
Gotta go back, miss some new tech. We'll do, yes. Here we go. Okay. Dog, I think it's literally fucking Crunchyroll's broken today. What the fuck? Let me just pause this for a sec. Well, this is just fixed. This is rather irritating. Give me a good old fireplace. Yes. Just something comfy that can't pause. There we go. Much better. Okay. Show me the new tech. So we got the dash ability now. So this should be exciting for... Oh, the spin. Oh, he's faster after a spin. I didn't know that. Well, shit, I went through the entire casual playthrough and never figured that out. Is that what I saw there? Faster with the spin? Yeah. So it appears it's only useful, though, if you have long distances to make, because you have to wind it up, right? So notice he doesn't wind it up on the next couple screens, because the wind up probably loses time. This is a minor glitch, Famicom. Gotcha. How you doing? Good to see you. Because here you can see how long his screen is, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But he does not there, and he does not here. You enter
What's up,
sprint
Retro?
state until the next state change. Now, state change, that probably means a screen change or a hit something or any of those things.
Right.
Notice he enabled it using stairs. Do you mean at the beginning? Climbing the stairs out of a little house?
What's up, Retro?
Charges it here for probably a big screen.
It's
Nice.
why GT is so interesting. Like, there is still, like, a lot of dash tech, but there's just so many, like, little movements, little adjustments, depending on RNGs. Hard not to be satisfied.
So I used it
We'll get
again
you
on the
there.
way out there. It's much easier to do with the hook shot, but can also be done with precise inputs on the sword spin. Okay. Now we're going to the desert, so
It took me a bit to get sub 11, I think.
switch to the book of whatever. M something.
I don't know when my first sub 11 was. Might have been a 128. What's up, Coin?
He's talking about getting a sub 11 Eastern Palace, which he got at 1042.
Yeah, that's the important part. Like, once you start seeing, wait, I can I can see all the subsplits. I've done this way, I've done this way. If I put those together,
So you're not theoretically supposed to be supposed
escape.
to have that super speed.
can get a 56, maybe a 5
That's
for
interesting.
Eastern.
It's a glitch in a way.
Or
When you
work
spin
early.
and you
That's
get
kind of
the-
nice. Hope everything's all right at work, though.
I was wondering if you could get through that ant lion there. So you
Hopefully
can.
nothing permanent.
It's definitely a glitch. Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, I definitely hope so.
Hey, Tachi, how you doing? Man, I'm seeing so much cool tech today.
I mean, yes, heck work, but it's also nice to actually have work.
Okay, has to clear that room. A very nice hesitation step. GG. Is that right? They allow that in Rando? So this category is no major glitches, so it's
No need
considered
stuff. Fuck
it
it.
a minor enough glitch that it's allowed. Are there a lot of things like that? Little things that are considered glitches that are allowed? Now notice in this room he does things he doesn't have to. He's restocking on his arrows, I believe. He gets 10 arrows and money. Why does he need the money?
Alright.
Because that's an intentional pickup. The monkey. Good point. I don't think it's the flippers, is it?
Alright.
Because I'm pretty sure the flippers are glitched or something.
Not great RNG so far, but reasonable.
It's got to be for Kiki the monkey. I think you guys are correct.
It was okay. It wasn't a
Charging
great
the
run. Like, I
sword.
didn't PB despite fast run. I got a 6-cycle
Oh, wow, I'm
demo,
surprised
and I
that's
failed the
faster
hammer
there.
hover 3 times.
It must have to do with the
it was
fact that
okay.
stairs are so slow.
It wasn't a great run. Like, I didn't
something.
PB despite fast run. I got a 6-cycle Lamo, and I failed the hammer hover 3 times. So that
Okay.
cost me a lot of buffer.
Really appreciating you guys' help, by the way.
Yeah, that
Backseating,
sounds about right.
very
Like,
encouraged.
128 is probably,
you guys
like,
can
the
talk
time
about
where
all you
it's
want to talk
reasonable.
about. Yeah, we need the flippers, but I
I
thought
had
they were
fun.
glitched.
That's the most
I don't
important
know.
part.
I'm gonna learn today. I just somehow thought that they were glitched out, and so you got them for free. Yo, J-Bub. Goes great. Having a lot of fun seeing all this cool tech. Ah, what an interesting strat right there. Look at the way he jukes out the... Now, why does he do this? Oh, it's just he's just lighting the torches. Okay. That's all he's doing. Forget me. Well, I don't know, Droth. Like, I have no idea. I'm going to find out. Keep in mind, I've never seen a speedrun. All I know is
A
what
lot
you
of people are
guys
doing
were
it,
saying during the casual playthrough,
But-
and for some reason I thought that someone like was mentioning that the flippers are a glitch.
Like, everybody has their own reasons for playing the game. I'm not one to judge.
Yeah, I've heard about wall pumping from Zella today. Now I want to see
Like,
this from
everybody
the top.
has their own reasons for playing.
So Zella was talking about wall pumping, where by grinding north and west walls, which I definitely can see, you can grind it in a method that saves like a frame per movement. So I have learned a little bit about that.
The game. I'm not one to judge.
Okay, arrow strat again here. He doesn't seem to like how it's going.
That really should not have been a 2, but we take it.
Okay,
It was pretty illegal.
pretty illegal.
A lot of people are doing it wrong. But like, everybody has their own reasons for playing the game. I'm not one to judge.
So we got 3 in there, 1 in there, 2 in there, for 3 to kill it.
That really should not have been a 2, but we take it.
Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna really want a tutorial for this fight. I have no idea how much, you know, RNG there is on the Lamolay movement. Like, you know, I don't know if I'm assuming their starting position is random. I'm assuming their movement as they exit is random. That's my assumption, so can't really tell from this fight. This is one we're gonna have to really watch, I think, an in-depth tutorial. They have random movement, so he got very lucky there. It is random, okay.
That really should not have been a 2, but we take it. It was pretty illegal.
So I think he's acknowledging the fact he got a little lucky.
Oh no, that's not gonna happen, Telefar. Until they remove the 4 frames, like if they add the 4 frame lag to chests and item pickups, then I will just play more actively.
No,
just casually.
after the desert is the Tower of Hera.
But
okay.
I won't ever do it competitively anymore.
Which should be on the far right.
Like if they're not willing to like find a solution for the item compression, then there's 0 chance. It's so annoying.
Nicely avoids the pickle. Oh, and takes the teleportation to the tower.
I don't think lag is a detriment.
Are we
to
in the
game.
upper right now? That was fake flippers. I was gonna say we haven't unlocked that yet, have we? How did that work? So tell me a little bit more about that, if you have the knowledge. Like, so that was a glitch. Okay. By getting on the screen transition as you fall, you can swim without flippers. Let's see that again. So that's right here. Oh, so he's falling while crossing over the screen, which doesn't kick him out of the water. So in 2 times, doing 2 things at once, it like overflows the game, and the game goes, ugh, is that right? And kind of like just doesn't know what to do. Is that kind of a way to interpret that in layman's terms? And so it just allows you to go on, basically. Okay.
Yes.
So you can see he like prepares for it here a little bit. He like kind of, I think he even slices that on purpose actually to give him the room for the setup. That's got to be a setup. Haven't you asked me that like 3 times recently, Trabe? There have been someone else who asked me that last week. I'm going to check your comments. Okay, it appears it wasn't you. You're lucky. Good, it was someone else. Hope you're having a nice day.
I don't think lag is a detriment to the game.
Fake flipper is one of the easiest glitches to learn. Okay, I want to see it again. Here we go.
It's so annoying. Chance.
This will be a fun little setup to do. It doesn't look hard in any way. Doesn't look difficult, just learn the setup. Okay, cool. You still haven't gotten that bush set up. You've just been edging
I don't think lag
up
is
to the end of the screen and doing it. Gotcha.
Detriment to the game.
So you're finding it might be a little harder than I think.
Doesn't mean I love it.
Yeah, pretty cool, pretty cool.
But it's a part of the game.
Okay. Oh man, navigating in here is gonna be fun. The movements are just so short and brief. Yeah, Ouija, I mean, that's kind of how I saw it too. I mean, the way you're describing it. He lines up with the bush, uses, you know,
It's so
uses
annoying.
the placement of killing it to then run upright into up, and then while he jumps, upright. I mean, yeah, like if I had to describe that in just input terms, like what he's trying to do, I think that's correct. He lines up with a bush. In swinging, he then holds upright, hits the jump, and then as the jump motion takes an effect, probably then transitions to right or upright, right? You know, you don't know though. And although you can actually look at his inputs. Let's watch his inputs here and see.
Then there's zero chance.
So as he swings, what is he going to do?
It's so annoying.
Swing, upright, right, yeah, and then jump and then hold right, yeah. So it's actually just as I described there. But of course, he's doing it very quickly.
I don't think lag is
in a very precise manner, right? That, you know, if you're new to this game, will probably take a day of working with it to figure out, you know, realistically. Maybe a couple hours at least.
meant to the game.
You know, I have enough familiarity with speedruns and skips. I could tell you that will probably take a couple hours
Doesn't mean I love it.
to get it consistent.
But it's a part of the game.
But once you do, you probably never miss it again. You know, one of those things. Couple of minutes, you think? Well, yeah, but you say you can't get it. So, Famicom, what's up with that?
Exactly.
Gotcha. You hit the backup because you're lazy. That's okay. You're allowed to be lazy. It's all right. I'm going to try to be not lazy. I'm going to try to learn all the good stuff. All the best of the best, you know. One thing to note is you don't want to get hit by Zora, or it will soft lock. Can you tell me who Zora is? Is that guy?
I mean, so do I.
Wait, Zora's the flipper guy. The
I gotta
fireball. Oh, is that because you have the... So does that mean any time in the run if you get hit, it soft locks? In the entire duration of the run then? After you've done the flipper glitch? Yeah. The water fireball throwers. That's interesting.
Misplaying.
Only if you screen in okay, gotcha. So if you do fake flipper percent, you have to then dodge every Zora. Okay.
Rando.
Oh look, he's going so fast. I missed a...
I mean, so did I.
He's going fast through all of this. Hold on. Just while you're in the water. Got it. Oh, there. Charge on the stairs there. And now this whole screen, he's getting turbo movement through.
So do I.
That.
Like, I definitely miss playing random.
And he's continuing it here. It hasn't stopped. I swear it's faster. And then switches to the bow. Okay. God, we already have the mirror and everything.
I mostly miss hanging with everybody while playing stupid modes. Like, I don't care as much about the racing and all that.
You and your lovely
tournaments.
dog are having an
I miss
awesome
the
day,
chilling.
Nico. You and Maya. How you doing? Thanks for the prime.
Yeah, for sure.
Yo, thanks for the raid Doom tap.
No, because you have iframes after the warp.
Appreciate you bringing the
So you don't get
fam
hit.
around here, man. How you
That's
doing?
why it works.
A little Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Well, we are learning A Link to the Past, so... We're watching the current #2 run on the leaderboard of no major glitches, and I have never done a Zelda run. If you never heard of my channel, I'm a very experienced Final Fantasy streamer. I speedrun 1 through 10, Chrono Trigger, and I'm gonna learn my first Zelda game. We're starting today, so get comfy if you want to hang out for the study sesh today. That's what we're doing.
Last run I got You can with iframes.
Living the dream. Glad to hear it, bro.
Like after the warp on Spec Rock,
Thanks
you can
again for the
walk through the dead row.
I want to watch this from the start. Sorry, I wanted to welcome the raid, but I want to see all this. From the top. Here we go. So we start from the left.
I mostly miss hanging with everybody while playing stupid modes.
You've been playing
Like,
Strangers
I don't
of
care as
Paradise?
much about
Having a lot of fun with it? Nice. So notice he got the key and went back to the start.
I don't miss tournaments. I miss the chilling.
And how did you get through that room so fast?
The racing. And all that. I don't miss tournaments.
Just dash.
I miss the chilling.
Gotcha.
Yeah, for sure.
Check out this room, guys. I don't understand how he did that. Very interesting room here.
Yeah, for sure.
That's item dashing. Another JP glitch. Okay. So he's getting the chest at the bottom left here.
Yeah, for sure.
Throws it at that. Oh, I see. In the time that it takes to throw the boomerang, he dashes faster than the boomerang travels and gets in there before the boomerang can hit it. That's a really intriguing glitch there. I like that a lot, actually. Hey, Green Cola, how you doing? Yeah, that looks really tight. Like, look how quick he has to get all this in here. The moment isn't until right here when he throws this boomerang, right? In the time he throws the boomerang, he has to dash twice the distance almost before the boomerang gets there, right? That's the glitch here. Nice, that's great. He's facing right, but he throws down. How does that work out?
Yeah, for sure.
You have to press down, Y, and A all at the same time.
After the warp, so you don't get hit.
So the blocks give you iframes here. This is what you were looking for in your casual. Okay. Gotcha. And so he's invincible, huh? That's all good, Sir Nike. Well, I think we're doing just fine here. I mean, I can get the basics of it. I need you guys to tell me the actual why. Like, I'm a smart enough speedrunner. I can kind of figure out the basics of everything. It's really helpful to have you guys give me the expert opinion on it, though. So he's just... So you can just take damage.
So you don't get hit. That's why it works.
Technically, you can do this with bombs, but you won't have bombs in the speedrun. Okay, gotcha. Hey, Golden, how you doing? Now, this is a room where you're required to let them run out. And so that's why he's on the right side of the tile, to exit as soon as he can. Oh, and kills the final two to exit faster. That's nice.
Last run I got...
So it sounds like the bomb might be an easier strat, and it might be like a good beginner strat. You have bombs in the speed run you can grab under a few pots. So like if you're a newer runner and you want a backup, you could just use the bomb. And we're going to probably learn a lot of beginner backup strats.
You can.
So notice he teleported out after doing this.
Last.
Oh wow! Wait a minute. So you have time during the teleport to move?
Run I got.
That's great. Look at that. Oh no, he hasn't used it yet. Nice. He just switched. He switched, now he's using it. Okay, my bad.
You can with iframes. Like after the warp on Spec Rock, you can definitely walk through the dead row.
Yeah, I remember you have to do that room. Oh wow, he just walks through that one. Nice. Many of their strats exist to save under 10 frames here and there.
News to me.
Look, I ain't afraid of that, Famicom. I mean, I'm a speedrunner, bro. I will be learning those strats. That's the plan.
Don't you do.
I mean, that's like crack to me. I love to hear that. Oh! Bombs his way over. What a neat little glitch there. Check that out. But he switches to arrow in doing so, as it detonates.
There's two.
Well, there's definitely a glitch going on there. Because he ran out of bombs? Is that why? It's a bomb jump? Yeah, I don't think it's because he ran out. It looks to me like that was a glitch with a bomb. Where he used the bomb to get over the gap, is what it looked like to me.
News to me.
Now, he might have run out too, but I don't think the running out had anything to do with that.
There's two.
Oh, so you mean like if he hadn't run out, he wouldn't have switched? Is that your point? And maybe he would not have gotten that bomb there. I don't know. Not sure. This guy doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who makes a mistake, is my point. Like, I would highly doubt he's misused a bomb in this round.
Please dash, thank you.
Oh, troll dorm time. Let's go. I mean, blah. You know more than I do, so we're a village. We're trying to help each other out here all together. So it's all good, you know. Any idea is a good idea, because trust me, it's more than I got. However, I'm very interested in this Moldorm fight. As I watch the world record, and the world record is like twice as good as this. Holy cow. You know what's hilarious? This is probably considered a great Moldorm. This fight is embarrassing compared to the world record. And I mean that in the nicest fucking way. When I did my casual, we all went after we 25th tried Troll Dorm, and we watched Tonks, T-O-N-X now. We watched his current world record. The guy literally walks in, immediately hits, goes boom boom, immediately hits, boom boom, immediately hits, boom boom, dead. That's the entire fight. It's like literally mind-blowing.
Please dash, thank you.
And so this is actually noticeably quite a bit worse than that. And yet it's the second fastest run of all time.
Good luck run. Thank you for the good luck run. Okay. First hit was super weird, but
still a really nice fight, obviously. It's just very intriguing to see the difference between like a perfect fight, though, and a not perfect.
Good luck run.
Because the two runs differ by 25 seconds. A lot of it is just this fight.
First hit was super weird.
They might be 10 to 15 seconds different here. And you'll also notice he always memorizes where the pendant falls, so he can be there right when it falls on him. You know what's funny? When I went to look on YouTube, I was going to actually put a run on the TV Ouija. I searched for a link to the past world record. Andy's runs were like the first like 50 runs that came up. So yeah, Andy appears to be the guy who definitely is the most popular YouTube A Link to the Past speedrunner. I don't know anything about him, but he's got a lot of runs on there. Do you think it's RNG related? Troll Dorm was heading towards him when he jumped down. Gotcha.
Thanks so much.
And so he moves in random patterns every 3 or 4 seconds. He'll dash it like...
Because on the last hits, it's very unlikely that you get frame ruled.
Oh, I like his jumps off of here. Look how intentional they are. And he's going at the turbo speed,
because on the last hits, it's very unlikely that you get frame ruled. Also, if you start your dash while he's pretty close, then... Like, if you have your sword out and you start a dash, then you won't get hit by Moldorm. It's only once the dash starts that you're vulnerable. So I felt that was pretty safe.
So now we're going to Aghanim's Tower. Oh, after getting the money from the tree. Only 3 of the 4, though.
Also, Will, thank you so much for the sub. Good luck in 50 minutes. You both got this. Can't wait. The last Wayne sub
Watch
ever.
his GDQ run for A Link to the Past with
And then in
crowd
a month,
control.
the last full lane
It's your
sub
favorite
ever.
video on YouTube. Hysterical. All right.
Yeah,
I mean, it sounds
definitely
pretty
luck
good. I'll check
set
it
your
out.
way to victory. But yeah, overall, I definitely recommend not dashing vertically, but there are just a couple of situations where it's feasible. And sometimes you just have to take the 90-10, because otherwise you just
Got it.
lose 2 or 3 seconds anyway by having to reposition
And 4 red
wait for him
rupees,
to
is
charge
that
at you
80? Is that 80 total?
Because
they're 20
for me,
each,
the
if I
last
remember
hit
right.
really is mostly
forgetting.
about like seeing the opportunity when he's going to charge towards you, and then just like getting the dash through his head. So whether
Okay,
that's
then
like
we
a
don't need the
diagonal charge
mushroom in
or
this
a horizontal
category?
or a
Okay.
vertical one, like
Boy, this is a
90%
lot
of
of
the time
routing
you're going
here,
to be
man.
safe,
Okay,
as
honestly,
long
I
as you
kind of
get
need to look at
slowing.
all the routing here. One
Can't wait.
more time.
Luck in.
So we're coming out of the cave, and we're instantly going up left. He shot that. Did he do that on purpose? Did I see that? Oh, he did shoot it. It must be
Also,
guaranteed
Will, thank you so
to
much
hit
for
him
the sub.
then.
Good luck in 50 minutes.
Is the only reason he would do that.
You both got this. Can't wait. The last Wayne sub ever. And then in a month, the last full lane sub ever.
Oh, the rupee drop is affected by
Yeah,
kill
definitely
count?
luck
That's a
set
really
your way
interesting reason.
to
Love
victory.
that. Gotcha.
But yeah, overall, I definitely recommend not dashing vertically, but there are just a couple of situations where it's feasible.
You just grab
And
100
sometimes
rupees
you just
when
have
you
to
get
take the
boots.
90-10.
Is there a lot of
otherwise
rupees in
you
that
just
room?
lose
with,
2 or 3 seconds
Is
anyway
that
by having to
Sahasrara?
reposition and wait for him to charge at you again. Because for me, the last hit really is mostly about like seeing the opportunity when he's going to charge towards you, and then just like getting the dash through his head.
Got it, okay.
So whether that's like a diagonal charge or a horizontal or a vertical one, like 90% of the time you're going to be safe.
Gets
as
all
long
of
as you
them here.
don't
Kills
charge
the
too early and
bird.
actually dash through his head. Or a horizontal or a vertical one, like 90% of the time you're going to be safe. As long as you don't charge too early and actually dash through his head. Yeah. What Yarok says.
Got it. If you mess this up, you'll be short on rupees. The red rupees won't spawn if you get hit. Okay. So not only is he using a pretty tight gill route, it also relies on him being perfect, is what you're saying. Which is quite the tall order, for sure. That's why this guy is number 2 in the world, though. Okay, so the Aghanim's Tower, we go back to the castle, that's right, yeah.
Oh, I didn't
That's
even
right, we break the
consider
barrier, yeah.
spinning out of the dash charge. Yeah, the dashing through slashing back is really good.
Yo-yo
Just a bit too
founding
early on
member,
the dash.
Heady Surgery,
But I didn't consider
lover of the
spinning.
Aerith
That's
Slap
actually-
Skip. How you doing, brother? Thanks for laughing. 34 freaking months, man. What do you gotta say?
Zelda?
No, Zelda, but yeah. Thanks, man. Welcome in.
I don't think so, no.
You must be brand new to this game. It's called Zelda. How you doing, Teddy? Usually the difference between the top 10 runners comes down to execution. I would imagine so. That's how most speedruns work,
Just has to be-
execution. Yeah.
Okay, that's lucky.
Did I know the main character of this series isn't actually called
I
Zelda?
don't think there was a really reasonable
But actually
way
named
to do
Zelda's
something else
monster.
except for just tank it.
I did not know that. I was under the impression it was this guy
Yeah,
called
that's
Link.
ingenious though. Except I just have to be okay. That's lucky.
I'm doing great, man.
Don't think
Learning
that
my
was a
first
really
ever
reasonable
Zelda
way to do
speedrun.
something else except for just tank it.
And I did my first ever casual playthrough of any Zelda game ever last
Yeah,
week.
that's ingenious though.
So I'm stoked. I'm seeing such a bunch of fun tech in this run, just right away. That
I'm gonna have to
got my
to look at you doing that,
speedrun,
Hero.
you know, spider senses
Okay.
tingling to
Nice.
you. I love it. I had a great time with it. That's why I'm speedrunning it. If I hated it, I wouldn't learn it. I only learn runs that I really enjoy, the casual of. Fun little room here. I think you have to kill everyone, right? Oh no, you don't. Where's the key? Oh, in the middle. He kills the guy and boomerangs the key out. Got it. Nice little strat there.
Good night. Are you tired or are you going to bed? Or both? How did the brownies turn out?
I like the
Nice.
debate of the soldier. Nice. And now we have the Aghanim fight. Let's see how many blue balls he gets,
Nice light
guys.
roll.
I believe that if I remember right, he's 3 blue balls here. And if I've learned anything about blue balls, they're bad. Is that right, guys?
Alright.
I think you lose 6 seconds if you're a world record runner per blue ball. Is that correct? I think so. Yeah. World record gets 2.
Well, not casual.
Aranor gets 3 of them, according
That's
to the
very good.
leaderboard. So let's see if he gets 3. Notice he's standing slightly low,
Oh,
the
cinnamon rolls
even
anyway?
point.
Okay,
I
cool.
noticed this when I was fighting him, that your sword tip, to reflect back straight, doesn't want to be actually in line. You want it to be a little lower, so... He's also charging here a lot. I want to see this again.
Well, not casual. But it's very good.
He's holding the door. I wonder why he's doing that. Could this be for fun? Sword swing.
Oh, cinnamon rolls anyway? Okay, cool.
Charges it. He's always using the swing. Okay. He must have a visual cue for when to initiate it. Based on the ball look out of Aghanim's hand here, you can tell. Oh,
If there's
it's
anything I need to do.
okay. It's when the 2 balls combine to 1. Is when he's doing it. Right after they combine into 1.
After the run, then just let me know.
Notice he's holding the wall again.
Yo.
And he knew it was
Thanks,
lightning
Thanks for
too.
hanging today. Have fun.
So they
with your wife.
combined. He did it there before it combined, like 1 frame before actually. There, right when it combined, second blue ball. He also doesn't care which way he's facing, it looks like.
50-50.
Yeah, he doesn't care which way he's facing. Third
Darn.
blue ball. He's very unhappy about that. More wall grabbing. Okay. Fun fight. Interesting fight. Doesn't look very complicated, honestly. And he's already into the dark world,
Okay.
just like that. 30 minutes in. So he's at the 20 basically a 30-minute mark here. Of an hour 23 run. So he's over a third. And we're now into the dark world. And that makes sense. 3 pendants, 7 maidens, probably twice as long in the dark world. Yeah. I want to see that fight one more time.
No, that's
So holding walls can reduce lag or something, so they say. So the reason why he's doing that is maybe lag reduction. Okay. I'm also trying to see like how close he's getting to
cinnamon rolls
Aghanim
anyway?
here.
Okay, cool.
Like, what is his setup for... You can tell he's like a specific distance away every time. But when his sword isn't facing him, he will need to know a different visual cue for it. Like, he'll need to know, like, multiple setups here. Okay, the setup here is easy. You can see what his visual cue is. Link is always exactly one square tile of distance away if he's facing away from him, right? You can use the tiles on the floor to help you out here. But when he's facing him, the sword tip is like 2 pixels away from the circles. So he's got 2 different visual cues.
The run, then just let me know. Yo, thank you, Concession. Thanks for hanging today. Have fun.
Okay, look, he's doing it again. He's now facing down, but then he's moving 1 full tile away with Link.
With your wife.
Yeah. Actually, I would say this is a fairly easy fight. I think the easiest one we've seen so far. That one, he was a little closer than he was in the past. And I wonder if it was why he missed.
50.
But he's saying 50-50 here, indicating it must be luck. The direction doesn't matter as long as you don't hit Aga with your sword. Okay. Oh yeah, because it has to be the ball to hit him, not the sword. So if you're 1 pixel too close, it will negate the damage because the sword hits.
Okay,
yeah.
No, that's fair. I was just offering.
Well, that was a really interesting half an hour, guys. You'll get zapped if you're close. Okay, got it.
Thanks, Evan2. Yeah, sadly it's free blue baller, but I'm gonna try our best.
So, how long was that break? 30 seconds? From 24 to what?
Okay, no, that's fair. I was just offering. Thanks, Evan2. Yeah, sadly it's free blue baller, but I'm gonna try our best.
24 to... $29 flat. So the longest break you get in this run is 35 seconds, probably. The FMG video said, his lightning, you want to stand at the top of the screen to reduce lag. Grabbing doesn't matter. That's what Zella was saying too. Okay. So that makes sense then. All right, well, you can see the way the learning's going to go. First, we're going to learn the light world, right? And we're going to get proficient at the first half an hour. You treat a run like this that's short enough in just like separate speed runs, and then you combine them once you've done them. So you learn the light world, then you're just finished with it. And then you go and move on and you learn the dark world. And the dark world is going to be the much more challenging world from what I can see. Probably twice as long and probably a lot more tricks and tech, because we'll have more stuff. So this will be exciting. Let's see. Next up is the Palace of Darkness.
Don't we have a 6 run?
Notice the sword charge.
So many RNGs. Yeah. Oh, please dash, Link. At that point, I should have just continued to walk. Pretty sure.
Okay. Oh yeah, this is the maze with Kiki here. Let's see how this all goes. He has 112 gills, so he's got enough.
Good luck with the cozy run, though. Have you gotten a finished run yet? In the meantime?
Hey, Raynor, how you doing?
Not yet? Yeah. I mean, I can imagine. Like, from what you said, late game still has a couple bullshit
So
parts,
he'll have
right?
2 extra, because he needs 100 to open. Okay. Probably just random ones he got from just sprinting through bushes, I'm assuming. Oh yeah, we're going to be learning all day today. This is an all-day steady sesh.
Yeah.
Far. So, you know, get your Adderall. We're really rolling the sleeves up here. It'd be like college time back in P-Town's day. You forgot your pen? It's alright. I got 2 downstairs, Tebby. I'll get one for you. It's all
Might
good.
keep you awake. Well, this run is not nearly as exciting as...
Okay, just gets the key. Gets on out of there.
Well, this run is not nearly as exciting as the other one.
Pod bomb jump is 2 pixel specific. Has he already done that? Is that something I've already seen here, Zella? Or is that coming up?
Arrows? Yeah.
Pod bomb jump. It's coming up. Okay, cool. Oh, here. Wow, what? Okay, well, we got some interesting tech here.
I mean, as long as it's fun. That's the important part. Arrows? Yeah.
I'm assuming that the boundary is bigger than you think it is, and he's actually walking on something. Like, the hitboxes must just be that big. Allowing you to do that? I don't know.
Well,
that's a tough one for me to explain.
So I'm quite a bit behind him.
Yeah, he's hovering over nothing, but like...
In that sense. Not like the good run that's...
He's resetting his fall animation with dashing.
So
it's a very advanced trick. I see. Oh, look at his inputs. Like, look at his inputs on the upper left here. Look how fast he's firing. At very specific times, it looks like.
Oh, I got bad RNG.
It must be the cadence of that. Yeah, you can see his hand on the controller, too. Yeah, it's like the cadence is the important thing, it looks like. It's not super fast, it's just super specific. Like, I bet, like, frame RNG, perfect, or you fail it.
I'm quite a bit behind him. In that sense.
That's intriguing.
Not like the good run.
See, that's the thing, it's not RPM, it's just perfection. He's not firing as fast as he can there. He's firing as perfectly as he can.
That's kept you awake the other evening.
Nice. Far enough away the bomb didn't hit him.
Oh, Kev got scripted. Interesting. I didn't realize that.
Okay, got the big key. And jumps off. Gotcha. I don't think I thought about that in the casual.
Join us.
Is that right? Hovering's actually quite controversial. In A Link to the Past, there's a few runners who are bad at it and consider it a minor glitch, and some who want it banned from randos. It's a subject that pops up every once in a while.
You need to get this hovered first. Then you can get attached.
It's one of those things people only want banned because not everyone can do it. So you're literally saying it's Final Fantasy. Oh, he's doing it again! He's literally, so it's literally elevator skip in FF7.
Okay,
like, people don't want it because they just can't do it. So you're telling me it's that? Got it, okay. Yeah, that's not a good reason to not do something. That just means you need to get better.
Yeah, that adjustment cost me a couple seconds though.
We need to see this again.
First.
This one is really interesting. Ooh, the switch of the movement there, so spicy.
Okay, that was very awkward, but we managed. It's fine.
Us humans will have to line up a bomb jump here. And so you bomb jump from the barrier before it, the walkway before it breaks over. Hey CG. Good to see everybody. Hey Battler, how you doing?
Yeah, that adjustment cost me a couple seconds though.
Yo CG, thanks for the tier 2 subby, my friend.
It was.
Appreciate that tier 2, dude. Thanks,
Luckily,
man.
I'm good at it.
How you doing?
So.
Okay. He's got that
with that adjustment.
Perfect health to hit it faster.
Solid.
Nice. Okay. There's a pixel setup for the bomb jump. You can pause buffer like 30 times before.
Hovering is hard.
It's slower than the intended route or something. Okay.
Yeah, because it needs to be pixel perfect.
Oh, it's not at max volume!
Dude.
God damn it, this entire time I thought it was.
I'm so tired of stupid turtles.
Yeah, me too, man. Thanks. I'm glad. Apparently,
my
I'm
thoughts.
born to be a Link to the Past runner. I hate turtles. Fuck turtles.
Okay, nice key dash.
Okay, maybe that's too loud. Let me know, guys. And I want to see what I missed here.
40.
Okay.
Hovering is hard.
That is
True.
too loud. Yes. Just kind of want to have a little Zelda music you can hear. Man, that full health is so huge
Yeah,
here.
because
Jeez.
it needs to be pixel perfect.
This is my least favorite room in here. How does he do it? You have to kill
Dude.
everyone, right?
I'm so tired of stupid turtles.
Jesus, that was good. And he hated how it went.
Ruining my
I thought it
plans.
went great.
I'm pixel perfect. Dude,
It was that one that didn't flip over that he wasn't happy about.
I'm so tired of stupid turtles. Ruining my paths. Okay, nice key
Very
dash.
interesting.
Ruining my paths. Okay, nice key dash.
Yeah, that was great. And now, Helmasaur, right? So he's just using the magic hammer here. Easy. It's funny, I couldn't figure out if that was working or not.
Oh, that's still sub 6?
Wow. What an easy fight. That looked pretty darn free.
That's an amazing helmet.
Yeah, that was great. Just came in, I don't think he got more than a turn off.
Okay, nice key dash.
You wonder why he pushes the block on the right instead of the one on the left in that room with the teleport?
I'm still perfect.
That would be...
Adjustments.
Which room is that?
Luckily, I'm good at it.
One a while ago. Must have been back behind me. Oh, this one.
Ruining
Oh,
my
that's the
plans.
only block that works. That's why. I at
nice
least
key
remember
dash.
that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, that's still sub 6?
17 and 4. Maybe it's 16 or 18 then. 17 seems like a weird number.
That's an amazing
16
helmet.
and 4 so it feels about right.
Okay, it might not be sub 6, but it's like so close.
It is 17? Oh, okay. Gotcha.
That's kind of the pod we needed, though. That's amazing.
What a good fight. Sure looked nice. He seems pretty thrilled with it. And so now on to Thieves Town.
Oh, let's go. Path of domination continues.
Now, Thieves Town. That would be Kakariko Village. Yeah. Oh, you can just do that? That's great. Just hold up the magic hammer and dash through. That's so sexy to see that. Didn't try that in my casual. Only works in JP 1.0. Gotcha. And he's here for the ocarina? So the ocarina you have to have for fast travel. So that makes sense. Big time save, right?
Alright.
Boy, he got that so easily. Okay. It's gonna be so fun memorizing every screen here, guys. I can't wait. This is gonna be challenging, though. This is a tough one. So many screens have tech in it.
Oh, nice.
It's just everywhere you go, every screen's got a little thing you gotta learn.
49 flutes?
Think about how many screens you go through in this game. How many is there? Anyone? Someone probably knows. How many screens are there in A Link to the Past run? Yeah, it's very fun to optimize every rune and screen. Yeah, I mean, for someone like me, that's what I really enjoy. Run optimization. And this speedrun has infinite amounts of it. Okay, another sailing through the magic hammer post. Nice.
Nice 55.
Okay.
Slightly sloppy. Lost 2 screens, but the rest was so good.
Big key is so easy. Is this the big key right here? To the left. Yo, beef blade.
Just popping in to use my Prime sub-tongue.
Thanks a lot, dude. Hope you're having a good hump day. Welcome into the learning. We are. The world record by Tonks was really quiet. Couldn't even hear the music. And frankly, Error Wars has been great to watch. They don't commentate a ton, and when they do, it's usually to say something about the run, which is good. I remember hating this room too. This room here. So the middle, one over, and then through. Okay.
Well, it was a good recovery, considering the RNG.
Is
How
that
much else I could
Tonks?
have done
His
there, I
name's
think.
Eddie. Gotcha.
I was fast enough on the dash. That helped a lot.
Getting the exact middle of that conveyor is called the God Pixel. Gotcha. So very hard to get. You're so like it's the easiest thing to get in the world then. I see. In that room, if you hit the right pixel from the dash, you could run straight through and not even have to move. Gotcha. The God Pixel.
Okay, I can get the bomb here from this guy. Not always lucky.
I mean, there must be a tutorial on how to do every screen in this run perfectly, right? In a humanly possible way that's not a task way. There has to be a tutorial like that. There is, and it's long. Yeah.
Not all splits can be winners.
The FMG tutorial I sent you, it's very detailed. Is it considered like the expert tutorial? Where like, if you want to try to like run like a task, you watch it? Holy shit, I looked away and it's over? Okay, charges. This boss has no RNG, it's scripted. Gotcha, okay. So he waits for him to recover, just dodging the head. And he's simply waiting for the recovery every time, huh? Yeah, that looks pretty straightforward. Like one of the easier ones we've seen.
Could be a good little time save.
So this fight with Blind, the boss, has a script you follow to get no damage. Gotcha. Very interesting. I need some Booba, A Link to the Past live split backgrounds, guys. I've got the Master Sword, but you know me. All my live splits are Booba splits. This is a problem. We gotta fix that. I need you guys to help me out with some sexy Zelda Booba. Okay, that was a very easy dungeon. Fastest one by far. And then we're getting the cave here for the money. Okay. Is that for the flippers? I'm assuming. Okay. And we take the frog back because I'm trying to remember here. The smith, yeah, to upgrade our sword, so it must be worth it to temper our sword. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, it's not worth it. Oh, well, they tell us to come back. Yes, okay. So it's worth it. Okay. I actually wasn't sure if this was going to be something that was a part of it. Leaves again to get it tempered, right? Yeah. Okay. This run does not get the gold sword or silver arrows, yeah. And so now we're going to Skull Woods. Okay. More money. This will be a fun one to see the routing. Oh, that was supposed to be mute, sorry. Silverless Ganon fight is fun, not too difficult either. Okay. I was under the impression in the casual it was required to win, so.
Okay.
Because she says like you have to hit it with your final shot,
Turned out
right?
to be really good.
Oh, that's an interesting room here. I remember the hand was a nuisance. I don't even think he sees the hand here.
Okay. Was a bit awkward, but
Wow,
turned out to
nicely
be really
done.
good.
Very nice. Very nice. This is one of the most difficult, like, routing part. Oh, the bomb across there.
No reason not to.
Notice
just play
that bomb blow up a jump. Very interesting strat. Drops it on the way in to blow up when he gets there.
No
To
reason
get the
not to
fire
just play
rod
safe.
to move on. Nice.
Getting it there would just cost me much more time. Not worth. Yo, Sawyer, thank you.
Nice fire entry.
How's it
Okay.
going? Boo.
You need that key to skip the BS here. Oh, wow. Hold on. He gets through there in no time.
Boo.
I remember I went all the way around the room.
Alright.
Yep, don't need to do that. Nice. This one you have to light the torches? That's about how I would have expected that
Yo,
to go.
nice.
Okay. This one you... Okay, gotcha.
Enjoy your post-work evening.
Have to kill everyone here? Looks... No, you don't. Okay. Skeleton has the key.
Enjoy your post-work evening.
And he switched to
Yo,
mirror,
nice.
right?
Enjoy your post-work evening.
Yeah. Okay. Boss already. What a fast dungeon compared to like how this went in my casual. It was a mess. And Mothra. This is a very interesting fight with all the moving pieces here.
Alright, decent bowling tonight. Nice.
Wait a minute.
That
That's
sounds great.
how easy Mothra is? Jesus
Enjoy.
Christ. I actually thought this fight
Alright.
might be one of the worst in the run. Look how magic didn't matter. That double hit was insane.
Enjoy.
He made it look so easy. Like, it's like he just didn't even try. I'm sure there's a lot of trying here, but God, it looks like he's doing nothing but just run into him. So he's charged his sword. He has done that.
Alright, decent bowling tonight. Nice.
Oh, you're talking about the 2 at the very start, huh?
Decent.
He instantly gets a 2 hit. That's your double hit? That was insane. Yeah.
Alright, decent bowling tonight. Nice.
Very nice. So he gets a double hit,
Sounds
a
great.
single hit, and then a double hit, it looks like, to
Enjoy.
win. Maybe even a
Alright.
triple hit at the start. I think Mothra is a 6 hit, right? Not 5, so I think I missed one in there.
So, descent into Avernus.
And we're now through 40, almost 50 minutes.
Decent
So that's
into
about
average.
2/3 of the run at this point. Well, not quite, but we're
Probably.
closing in on like half an hour to
I'm
go.
not looking at my time anymore. I'm just kind of guesstimating what I'm at. Should probably be like. So it was a 3501 pod. Then probably 4204. So this is probably
Sorry, I've been depriving you guys of Abby all day.
47.
My apologies, guys.
Something.
Say hi to Abby. She's all floofed right now.
Maybe 25. Like Bad Fire Snake, slightly slow mob.
Pet Abby. Oh, you got it. Here you go. Here you go. Little Abby for you. I'll pause it real quick. Here you go. Little Abby pets for you. Hi. 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 Everyone wants to come say hi to you. You're so beautiful. You're so beautiful. Yeah. Those are for Battler. Those are for Battler. She's like, go away. You're interrupting my queenly beauty sleep. Hey, Power Slop. Yes, we are. Welcome on in.
Little surprised it wouldn't be good enough for a sub 47. Then with 0 Bs, but I mean, sub 47 is really tricky.
You got 3 cats in your life now?
This is... Yo, can someone tell me why that was not a quick warp? What did I do? I reset a run, did vanilla presets, because it was the speed gaming daily. Then I reset once more. So, technically it's attempt number 4, I think?
You say bowl here? Looks like a fish to me. I did miss quite a bit of this, though. So he teleported out of the...
Oh, 4?
Out of the dungeon.
Is probably...
He goes home. I think he's automatically teleported home, if I remember right.
24 or something?
Or no, okay, so he fast travels here. Got it. And he has to get the guy out of the way. I see. And then he goes to the castle to go to the Dark World, and now we're off. Okay. Got it. To the Ice Palace chat. She's very cute. Her name's Abby, Teddy. Have you not seen her yet? She's an adopted cat. She came from the Oregon Humane Society.
Little surprised.
And she's a senior cat. She's 13 years old.
Sub 47.
She's wonderful.
Then with 0 Bs, but I mean, sub 47 is really
she is very precious. She's a ragdoll. I got very lucky to get her. She's actually a very expensive cat. Like ragdolls you pay for. Threw the stone, bumped into that. I don't know what the bump was. The stone throw is to produce him coming out. Maybe to get closer to the medallion. Maybe it's faster to pick up the medallion doing that.
This is... Yo, can someone tell me why that was not a quick warp?
Yeah. Her eyes are so pretty. The bumps for a quick warp, but he didn't get it. Gotcha. She has those, you know, classic, like, clear blue eyes, Teddy, that,
because it was the speed,
you know, all ragdolls have.
Then I reset.
Look at that. Look at those eyes. Yeah, here's another picture. This one's better.
So,
she just has the most gorgeous eyes, dude. I think. Some ragdolls have, like, seriously, like, fire blue eyes. Like blue. I mean, like, think of, like, ocean blue. Like, oof, man.
It was fast.
If you look up, like, the ragdoll Wikipedia, there's a photo of an all-white one with blue eyes. Yeah. So sexy.
While complaining. It wasn't too bad.
She's a very big cat. Yeah, she's 11 pounds, and she's very long. She's not heavy. She's just a big cat. She's a queen. Also very good and well for 13. She's in great shape. Here, I'll show you some more photos. Here.
Oh, that was weird.
Good day for it. We're chilling. You haven't seen Abby yet. I'll show her out for you. Here you go. These are all the good Abby pics.
Okay, not sure about the quick warp. Slightly sloppy overall.
We got a cat tree for her. She loves it. She uses it all the time. She has her room to herself. She's a very spoiled cat. This was her in the shelter, actually. She was the first cat I found, actually. The very first cat. And I did not even look for another. Even though there was probably 100 cats there.
It wasn't too bad all in all. Like, I would... It's really just the chest openings. Like, the lack of lag I can live with. For the most part.
I know,
course,
she's
Argus
so
and
pretty.
Trinex
She would win a
it's
beauty
really the chest
contest, you know?
openings and item pickups.
She's just a gorgeous cat. And she's shedding so much because of the weather right now. I'm brushing out like so much fur every single night. This was the day after I got her. She commandeered my bed, and I had to sleep on the couch for 2 days. And she slept in my bed under my comforter for like the first at least 2 or 3. And I was on the couch. Alright, back to Zelda. Here we go. Sorry, guys. That was our obligatory, you know, ooh and ah over Abby time there.
Yo, can someone tell me why that was not a quick work? What did I do?
So he definitely calls out what Zella said. He missed the quick
I reset
warp.
a run, did vanilla presets. Because it was the speed gaming day.
Yeah, you're welcome for your Abby
Then
Land.
I reset once more. So
we're going to get the
it's attempt
flippers.
number
Nothing
4,
really
I
crazy
think.
to see here.
It was fast, despite like I did it while complaining. It wasn't too bad. It was kind of bad.
You know,
But
for
it was
how
with
far
friends.
into the run
Like,
we
I
are,
was just
guys,
chilling in
50
voice with a
minutes,
couple people,
I'm
and that
actually
made it
pretty
worth it.
happy with this run's tech. A lot of it's really challenging, but like, the things that you guys have called out as
Oh, that
insane,
was weird. Back and forth.
like, I know how hard insane strats are, because I speedrun Final Fantasy VII. There's definitely insane things in there.
Okay, not sure about the quick warp.
I'm not
slightly
very
slow,
intimidated by
but
the
not
insane
too
things in this run, actually, so far. Like, I see them, I see how crazy they are, and they look about the same, as you would expect. A crazy thing to be. And in no way intimidating to me. Is there any way to get through here
bad.
faster?
It wasn't too bad all in all. Like I would.
You just
It's really
realized
just
I'm
chest
watching a
openings.
video?
Like the lack of lag, I can live
Wow,
with.
yeah.
For the most
This is an
part.
interesting room. You have to kill them all,
Of
right?
course, Argus and Trinex.
No,
are
you
weird,
don't.
but
Okay.
It's really the chest openings and item pickups.
Yeah, you like it because a lot of it isn't stressful. It can be, honestly, I could bet this run could be very therapeutic. Like, real chill. Real chill.
Okay, I was a bit high on the pegs too.
Therapeutic as in just having fun executing correct room after correct room. For someone like me is a fun thing to do. Like, that's like crack to me. It's just, there's something therapeutic about it almost, is honestly how I describe it. Now look at this, he's getting a diagonal bomb jump, wow. It's a fun game to watch too, yeah. I'm excited.
Got beams.
I have no
It's remember.
expectations for how the viewership's gonna be once I actually, like, obviously I'm not
Yeah,
speedrunning
oh, for
here,
sure.
the viewership's not gonna be great, but I'm very
That was the
interested to
important
see
part.
how the viewership will be once I actually can do a good run.
Oh, it's kind of a last minute decision. So
So
not
he just goes through the
getting
trap,
time
huh?
to overthink it. It'll help.
So here's the bomb jump, very cool. Another bomb jump. And then he doesn't care about the
beams,
trap.
Need to remember. Yeah, no, for sure. That was the important part.
Nice. He
Oh, it's kind of a
swings
last minute
at it.
decision. So
Okay.
not getting time to overthink it. It helps.
You can enter from not the bottom
It's
of the
kind of a
stairs.
last minute decision. So not
Check that
getting
out.
time to overthink it. It helps.
Okay.
It's So this is like, we get to commiserate together. Sweet. Let's do it.
Very simple room there.
Oh, that was a bit high of the pool, but okay.
I bet this fight is like free, huh?
That was very
Yeah.
weird, but I was super weird on my spin, so I had to do a super weird poke.
Well, he didn't think it was free.
So I had to do.
He thought that was super spicy, actually. The breaking of the ice must be a free phase, though. And then this must be the scary phase. So he switches to the mirror because he's not using the fire rod anymore. And he's doing
That
charged
was very weird,
sword swings.
but I was super weird on my spin, so I had to do.
Oh, really? If you miss a single fire rod, it's a reset for phase 1? Because then you can't kill it and get out of phase 1, right? And if those eyes get loose, it can
super
be
weird
rough.
poke. So I had to do a super weird double spin. But it worked out. We're chilling.
We're chilling, guys. It worked. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly.
I like
That's
this
kind
guy.
of how it goes. I need to, like, be better at that. Either, like, find ways to not, like, talk myself out of something.
Well, we're now under half an
or
hour
just
to the
not
end.
overthink things in the first place. Like, be fine with doing some impulsive things here and there. And not be like, oh, I need to be properly prepared.
And so next up is the Swamp Palace. Okay. You'll notice that every time he uses the duck, he does this strat. Where he dashes away and then dashes back to the duck. That's foul play. Ooh, good one. Nice dad joke. We need to find a link to the past dad joke segment, like the live stream.
Okay. Seems reasonable, sorry.
What?
Can you post
Okay,
it on
hold
my
on.
Discord as
What
well?
on earth happened to
Check
that
some
block?
mature, huh?
That
Oh.
that's not supposed to happen. That appears to be a glitch.
Can you post it on my Discord as well? Checks, I'm not sure how. Oh, nice mistake. How easy it is for you to post right now, but
A
I'm
mirror
pretty
glitch.
curious. I want my Discord as
So he does have the mirror activated. So he's still blinking from the mirror,
okay.
having teleported,
Seems reasonable, sorry.
allowing him to run through it. Is that the deal? What buttons is he pushing there?
Okay.
If you use the mirror while it's
Seems
being
reasonable,
pushed, it
sorry.
erases it. Is that a glitch or is that how that works? Is that a mechanic that I never found out in my casual?
Can you
It's a
post it on my
glitch,
Discord
okay.
as well?
Got it.
Checks, I'm not sure how. Oh, nice mistake. How easy it is for you to post right now, but I'm pretty curious. I want to look at it too. It's not too bad of a mistake. Yo, thank you.
All right, swamp time.
What? Well, at least I didn't have beams, so it's not too bad. Yeah.
Yep, keys there.
Just losing
I'm
16
remembering a
frames because of
surprisingly
magic
large
refill.
amount of this, like
But
where the keys are in
I
every
might
room.
be
The
on the
rooms that you
magic
do need to kill
drop.
everyone.
Not sure what happened in Eyes.
I'm
No, I
not
got the
surprised by
magic
that, but like that's
drop.
good to see.
Either the rupee or the hearts. Yeah.
Which dungeon was the most fun to go through? The most fun. Not the swamp. I mean, not the Lost Woods.
Oh, that could have been a frame roll, but yeah, I got magic in room 2 and 5 exactly.
Honestly, this one was pretty fun.
So I'm not gonna get magic anytime soon.
I think I found they became more fun the
Don't
farther
go
in the game they
up,
went,
down.
just because it forced me to use more of the tricks I'd learned. Like, every dungeon became more fun to me.
Nice.
Because I just had more tools in my arsenal to have fun with. This is how I
Sometimes
remember it.
Holy moly.
Okay. So the hammer can go through a skull like that. Really interesting. Just like a pole you mash down. You like the Light World Castle? Yeah. What do you call the grip he's using a lot of the time? He's often over it. Is that a piano grip? He's using a claw with his left hand as a claw grip. Sometimes, but not always. But then his right hand is usually pianoing, it looks like. I think is what Silly Dabbit described that as. Like, it's just playing the keys on top of like that right there, right? He's just hovering over
Yeah, it's
it.
the worst lotto.
It's a very unique grip.
it
I've
happens so
never
much more
seen
than the
used
ice
in a
one.
speedrun I do.
So I hate it more. Because it always feels like you should be able to react to it too. But then, if you're going to react to it, you're just going to stop your dash on RNGs where you wouldn't get hit.
It's a really awkward looking grip.
And it just
but
feels like a loss.
you can tell he's totally comfortable with it. All the top runners use that grip. Gotcha. But do they all play on SNES and controller? None of them play on an emulator? With like a keyboard? I'm surprised the speedrun isn't keyboard ran. Because I feel like you could do it just as well, but maybe not. Maybe not. Because keyboards are very good for pianoing too. Like, that's why I do some of the PRs on keyboard. You ran on keyboard for the first few years, and then did you see the light that the controller was better? Was that what you found?
That was surprisingly clutch. Throwing the pot to the left so I could hook to the right, instead of throwing the pot at the jelly in spin speed state. Yo, good luck, Bolden. Hope
You
have
wanted
fun.
to run on an actual
See you around.
console. Got it. See, I have a console and a keyboard and a controller, and I am willing to buy the game too. I can do that. I have a RetroTink 2X. I have an Elgato capture card. I have everything I need to do that, but nice job getting around that insect.
That means I can skip
The
all
highest ranked emulator
GT
run is
arrows.
33rd. Really? Oh, he's killing 2 at a time. Interesting.
I'm just not a fan of...
That was so
Or
fast. dude.
I am a fan of just getting everything before GT, even if it's...
What a ridiculous fucking fight. Like, so good.
that
So
means I
insane.
can skip all the...
So, you know, I was
GT
trying to kill
arrows.
these one at a time casually. Obviously, he's going 3... Like, he's just always killing. Yeah. It's not
I'm just
2 at a
not a
time.
fan
It's all of them.
Or I am a fan of just
It's
getting...
grab one between sword swings. And he kind of
that
does a
means I can
circle
skip
strat
all
with the D-pad, too. Look at what he does with the
arrows.
D-pad. Kind of moves in a circle with it all. No, just side to side. Okay. Stays low for the most part.
I'm just not a fan of
That's the
I am a fan
fastest
of just
Argus
getting
kill
everything
you've
before
ever
GT,
seen.
even
This
if
is
it's
very
not
good.
mathematically optimal.
Including a charge for the final hit.
I'm just not a fan of, or I am a fan of just
2
getting
fire,
everything before GT,
1
even if it's
sword
not mathematically
charge.
optimal.
Got it.
Just like a preference thing. Like in the end, it's like the second difference max. Because
Now, why do you think the highest
Meyer
ranked
on
emulator
19,
run is
I get
33rd?
to grab
People
5
just
into a rock and
prefer
on 29
OG
before ice
hardware,
rhinos.
or it's actually faster to run on the console? That would very much surprise me. But I guess it could be. I've never encountered a game where it's faster on the OG console than like an emulator. In Final Fantasies, the emulators are always faster. And so they separate the leaderboards, actually. That's what I was gonna assume. That it's just more casual players play on a
Yeah, it's
emulator.
slightly slower than grabbing
So they're just
Ops
not as
chest,
good.
But I'm
That
not
would've been my
100%
guess,
consistent of Ops chest, so I'd rather just avoid the risk. Yeah, it's definitely optimal to do that.
So Zelda,
that
how do
sense,
you
just
do your
keep doing
runs?
what you're
Like, if
doing.
you were gonna submit a run, which I think you do. So you have a SNES, you have a... Do you have a retro tink? Like, how do you do it?
Okay.
So another fast climb up the mountain. We've seen this before. And do you find there's any input delay that's an issue? When I've done speedruns on a capture card with a SNES before, I ran into input lag. Was my issue.
Oh, if that was just a little bit higher.
You've never had any?
Jeez.
Okay. Got it. I tried to do some Breath of Fire 3 runs, and I ran into input lag issues, so I gave up on it. It was why I didn't decide to follow through. So hopefully with Zelda I have no issue. Maybe I'll ask you for some help when I get a setup, because I have everything I need. So
Nice.
getting the ice rod here, right? In fact, I probably ought to kind of see this. I've been okay, yeah, he comes up here, got it, and then does
if
the
that was
ether.
just a little bit higher.
Ether is
Jeez.
required. What higher?
Oh, if that was just a little bit higher. Oh, if that was just a little bit higher.
I don't know.
Oh, jeez.
So the game runs at 60.1 hertz. Yeah, I don't know why he's mad. Why he was like afraid about that. I can't figure that one out. And so you get tearing on an emulator with an LCD screen. That's basically it as far as you know. Got it.
Nice.
Yeah, I think so, Teddy, because it didn't seem like hitting the guy higher would have mattered. I don't know why that would matter. So it must be, yeah, must be that. And so he gets the ice rod. Okay. He's now 20 minutes to the win. He's close. Very unpanicked for a second best run of all time, too. This
I didn't hear a sound and I was very worried.
has clearly done, you know, thousands of these runs. Okay, gotcha. What do you think I should do my initial runs on? A SNES emulator for ease, and then learn, and then decide if I really want to get super serious on a console? Because it's probably going to be easier to learn on an emulator. Specifically like a ROM hack one that I can run on. So you have to kill everything in this room.
Yeah, okay.
Wow, very good.
At least we didn't dash, but that was awkward.
Emulator, because getting a 1.0
But we saved
JB
it. That's
copy
the
is going to be
important part.
RNG unless you find someone selling
Just
one.
lost a second
Okay.
or two.
So all that SNES shit is just like useless for me for this. Okay. At least I have it. At least I can say I have a SNES. All right. And the training ROM hack is A+. And I can do speedruns on that, and like they're like, that's fine. That's allowed.
Yeah, true.
No, you can't do speedruns on it. I don't mean the ROM hack. I mean the emulator. You can, okay.
I don't like walking there, but I didn't get the
Well, then
badge
that'll
for
be
it
the way
before.
we start,
I was a
because that'll
little
be
bit
the
too
easier way
early
to
to
learn.
find, but-
And then we'll decide if we want to do console runs. I mean, if it runs at 60.1 and emulator 60.0, it just is
Alright.
faster, right? Like, literally is faster.
Good runs. So
Not
far.
just also can tear.
Little mistakes here and there, but considering 3 blue balls, I don't think I get to complain.
Are there older games that don't allow emulators for official speedruns? I don't know. I'm not part of super old communities that might need one. You know, where the console is so old that it's unreasonable to require someone to own one. I don't really run speedruns that are that old. Where like, you know,
Yeah,
what would be an example of, you know, a
Lost Free
console
Splits
game that
are
like
really rough. Just
would be unreasonable to
GT.
force someone to run it on the OG hardware. There's got to be a lot of speedruns like that.
Meyer. I guess Meyer,
Well, I don't know, but I don't run any like that.
that variable, but
You know, the ones that I run are all on consoles you can reasonably find for $100. An Atari Pitfall. Like, I don't know what kind of
can be
games would be on an
really
Atari
rough.
Pitfall, but like, if it's really expensive, then yeah, like, you know, it'd be ridiculous to require someone to like. That's the only thing is like, if the console hardware is just that hard to get a hold of, I think they'd have to make amends for it.
yeah, Swamp's definitely more variable than Meyer. Like for me,
Hey
it's
Yuri,
sometimes a bit of a
NOS
toss-up because I
Virtual
do
Boy
Overworld.
speedruns. I mean, maybe I don't know these. Like, yeah.
Like I do my errands.
I
in
mean, that's the
Meyer.
reason why Final Fantasy VII even has a digital
But
category,
Swamp
which is
overall
emulator.
still a lot
Most
worse.
runners think it's dumb. Most of the better 7 runners thinks digital is like shouldn't even be a category. The reason we have it is because you need to have a 90K PS2, which, in my opinion, is not that hard to find. I can find one any day of the week in Portland, but
so
to
worried
some
because I was
people,
a
that
bit-
actually, if
because
you're
I
in
was a
certain
bit
parts of the
lower than
world,
usual.
a 90K PS2
I
is
randomly
hard to
missed
find.
Spooky.
So, for that reason, there is a digital category for fire. Oh, you can get above the fire there. You know, there is a category for it to like allow for
Yeah,
that.
that's fair.
So here we go, another boss fight. Okay. And we're sword swinging. 3 times and they're all dead. Easy. Nice. And 8 arrows
Alright,
and
we're
what a
losing a
nice
bit
fight.
here.
Jeez. Just like butter, baby.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, it also has to be an American 90K. Yeah. I mean, the other thing is the expense of it. I'm someone who can handle $100 no problem.
Alright,
You
we're
know,
losing a bit here.
you could make the argument
I
that,
hope
you
it's
know,
sub-7.
requiring someone to pay $100 to do
We'll
a
see.
speedrun, and that's just the console, not the game, not anything else, is an unreasonable request. I don't think that is, but there's another argument to be made on that part too.
Yeah, I'm not looking at my timer right now. I assume I'm like close to green, but I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, for example, I went out and I spent about $200 on all the
Yeah, for
SNES
sure.
stuff that I
Like-
needed to have it for this run. Not everyone
It's
can
kinda
do that,
samey,
you know?
Like,
And I haven't even paid for
There's
A
not
Link
a
to the
lot of
Past yet,
RNG
which
in
will
it,
probably be another $100,
but it
right?
has a lot of technical rooms.
If I really want a
Like
Link to the
Mario
Past
2,
cartridge, it's
like
gonna be
learning
spendy.
How to
Like,
handle
they're not
every different RNG in
super
the
cheap.
lobby. Then Spooky. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff in there.
Oh, nice. You fixed your PS2?
Yeah, Mario 2 is super fun.
Well, we're now off to Turtle Rock. And then we're into the end. Ganon's Tower, guys. That's it. 2 chapters to go. It's been a lot of fun to watch. Getting my speedrun, you know, juices flowing here. You can see you climb you can climb this area a lot. We need to get really good at navigating this area.
I don't know. I'm starting to overthink this screen, and I need to stop doing that.
And you can see he's the same way. Like he knows he has so much. He's over analyzing it.
Well, screw me. I'm being a huge doofus.
He did the dash for the duck. Yeah, every time he has done it.
Stuff is fun.
Look, he dashes here, right? It just must save a couple frames, Teddy. Like, I've been watching the other two, and I couldn't tell you why. I just know why he's doing it. It must save something. So we do too. We do it too.
I don't know. I'm starting to overthink this screen, and I need to stop doing that. Alright. Yeah, okay.
Okay,
well,
was that
screw me.
intentional?
I need to stop doing that.
He must be able to predict that mole's there.
Alright. Yeah, okay. Well, screw me.
Or not. Maybe that was the screw me. Okay.
I'm being a huge doofus.
I don't know. He's responding to chat sometimes. It's kind of hard to tell.
That was awful. Holy moly.
I think that's what he's talking about. He didn't like that mole there.
Ooh. Yeah, I need to practice this overworld again. It's been too long.
God, I know, guys. He looks so fucking
I'm just
rusty.
starting to get worried about everything.
God, this guy's terrible.
Yikes.
If only he could just clean himself up, man.
Yo, Jesse, thank you so much for the sub.
Could you, like, can't get good, gamer?
And it's probably not said enough, but thanks for all the work you put into the Link to the Past community.
It's been a complete masterclass of A Link to the Past, and he's like, yeah, it's pretty rusty. I really need to get better. This is that room from hell in the casual.
No, he definitely
How does he do
is.
it?
There's no I suppose about it.
Oh no, this is not the
I know
room I'm
you're
thinking
saying
of.
it in
Okay.
chest, but
This is before that room.
there's no I suppose about it.
Very interesting.
Oh, you're saying it in chest, but
The hook shot
There's no
appears
I
to
suppose about
avoid
it.
the damage of the roller. Wow. I wonder why.
you're saying it in chest, but there's no I suppose about it.
Iframes during the hook shot. Got it. And he intentionally gets hit there. Okay. Okay, he has to kill. This is a room I remember hating, by the way.
Wowie. That's not the lunge I expected, but
Ooh,
let's go.
Very nice room. Using the sard as the cane of Sardna,
Wowie.
I believe is what that's called,
That's
right?
not the lunge I expected, but let's go.
You see damage boosting in games like Super Metroid 2. Do you mean like damage boosting like the bomb, like? Or do you mean like charging the sword? Is that what you mean, damage boosting? What does that refer to?
I wasn't worried about getting hit, but that was weird.
Or taking damage, got it, yeah. To get, I see it, get invincibility, gotcha.
Oh.
Got the fairy there, so that must be a guaranteed fairy?
Oh, oops. Can have your own chest explosions, let's go.
And that got him back to full health.
For $4.99 a month, you can be smugger than anyone else. Got pokies?
I
One-time
need to
dealer?
take off that support your hundo runner here thing. Ain't
Aw,
running no hundo, at least not
That's still
today.
pretty good.
I think I might this weekend though.
Yeah, that's still very good RNG.
Dude, we shot up 45
man.
more opera over our days off.
I'm
Thanks a
upset
lot,
about my
guys.
overworld. That's like the one thing.
I wasn't
this
expecting to
run
get to 100 this
that I'm
month. Looks
upset
like we're
about.
easily going to do that, no problem. So, I
Probably
appreciate it.
not gonna lose too much if the rest of the split's fine, but aside from the second I lost here.
I
like,
put
the
abs back to
life's
3
not
minutes from 8,
that
right? Yes, I
important.
did. Okay, good. For Zelda, no point in having it super high.
Nice. Not so nice. Nice. I can't believe we adjusted.
So the lasers seem to be a little bit of a menace. Just a little. Whew, nice. Alright, Teddy. Thanks for hanging out, man. You have a good badge. That Cane of Sarda is so sexy in here. Look how it just flows through this room. It is pretty, exactly. It's just just beautiful to watch. This right here, this screen. Just something about it. Okay. Clearly we're doing something on purpose there. And we're at the top of the screen. Okay. Got it. Already killed the heads. Dead.
Meh.
The whole thing's dead already. Interesting. Didn't
Feels
even
like
have to hit the
worst
middle?
split after-
Didn't even have to hit
Meh.
the middle? How does it die? Does it die when the two heads die? I thought it died. I thought it still had a third phase.
Meh.
Maybe not.
Feels like worst split of the run so far.
No, that was oh, here we go. It hesitates for it. That's right. So now he instantly kills this? What?
Split of the run so far.
So you don't have to hit the middle of it. I was under the impression the middle was the one with the hitbox.
Worst split of the run so far.
It looks like the whole thing has a hitbox here. Using this strat. And he just eviscerates it. What a nice fight. Very nice. Yeah, I could also take my live split down. I hadn't thought about that. And you could see his cam, actually. Why don't I do that? We don't need the live split. There you go. Should have done that from the start. Sorry, guys.
It's okay.
The middle doesn't activate right away, so you have a window to get one hit in. And if you get a double hit on spin, you can hit once and kill it. Got it. So he's got a strat for it. Okay. How's Abby doing? So now we're going to Ganon's Tower for the finale. This is the end of the second fastest run ever. How is Abby doing? She's still a big old ball of floof. Of course.
Alright. Good luck, GT!
He's 1 second behind his PB, by the way. 1 second, and he's 7 minutes to the end of the run.
I'm a little attached.
No need for the key, really.
You're hooked? I have to hook out, so it makes sense.
Okay, I only have to do 2. Got it. I would definitely do all 4. Huh, you can go that way. Wow.
I have to admit, after Turtle
Oh,
Rock,
the diagonal boomerang. I just love that.
I have to admit, after Turtle Rock, I looked
So
at the splits.
smooth. Love that. Love that.
There's something cathartic.
That's how you get around it? God damn it. These little tricks of the
I have
trade
to
are
admit,
mind-blowing.
After Turtle Rock, I looked at the splits. There is something cathartic about being ahead of world record with 3 blue holes. Feels kind of good.
No, the wall jump over the flame, man.
Would have been nicer to be ahead of PB after 3 blue holes, but can't have them all.
Just watching this guy flow just makes me smile.
But GT is hard. So we'll see what happens.
Nice.
We need to get past Ganon.
I think I used the
It
wall
ain't
jump
over.
dash 1 time in my
Till that stupid
playthrough,
pig blows
and oh my god, you don't even have to run over it all. You just wall dash, gotcha, across. It's not called, I don't know. I need to learn the names of these things. So we're into the boss blitzes again. Okay. I mean, that looked pretty straightforward.
Dash. The ice armor strat? Yeah.
Hey, Nitrana. Yeah,
It
it's
took me a bit to get
very
consistent
intense
at it,
speedrun.
but
And of
it's
course,
super
there's no
works.
break for an hour and a half. Which is, I think that's the thing. It's just all focus. All the time.
True.
I think the neat thing about this kind of run is you could probably
Oh,
work
that's a
on
bit
a
of a
run
low
like this,
slash.
you know, your
Might get hit
entire
here.
life, and still probably have ways to improve. Because it's just such an intense run. There's so many rooms to optimize.
I was
Oh, he missed it.
so late on the arrow because I was wondering whether I should go for the... For what strat I should go. Bit awkward.
Nice.
Too much finkies.
You can tell
Not
he is having to on the fly adjust to the
Choose.
RNG of every room here.
That's a bit
So
embarrassing.
he's prepared with multiple
What am I
strats,
doing?
enter every
Well.
room to
Huh.
execute.
We saved time, imagine.
Okay, Lamole time. Fire rod, okay.
It's fine.
Nice. So that fire rod's super effective. It's like that fight didn't occur.
Beat noises. It's not great, but it's fine.
GG.
It's better than PB so far. Oh, that sounds great.
Nice.
Can I have some? Something to distract me from the run? Oh, yes. I need that in my bloodstream right now.
The fire up at the end. Nice.
Please. Please pick up the magic. That's a bit late for food.
Boy, every trick. I mean, this
Theoretically,
dungeon is
yes.
so hard. Every room here is difficult.
Never hear
That
don't
room's
think I've ever
difficult,
heard
like-
that.
So intricate there. Like you don't understand what's. Ah
Nice.
man,
Alright,
the
let's go.
execution here is so tough. This dungeon's next level, really. Oh, and he's gonna fucking dash across it? Great. Don't even bother with the fight. Nice.
Alright,
How is that not a major glitch?
let's go.
Not doing a boss is it not a major glitch? Seriously?
Okay, GT. Not great. But
Alright, I guess not. I mean... Yeah, hey, if I could skip one, that's great. I would skip that one.
what was that? Wow, okay.
Oh, he missed
Isn't
one.
that the biggest choke ever? Maybe it is.
So he's getting all
Can you
3
believe
hits
it?
in.
That's so stupid. What was that?
Not why you lost world record, so don't worry about it. I think he fell behind by 25 seconds in the end.
Felt like an input got eaten.
And so now
That's
for
so
the
sick.
last fight, he's just gonna jump right in, right? And then he wins?
Oh well.
Yeah. Must be a drummer.
I haven't earned it anyway.
Okay. See a professional Ganon here. Gets behind him. Interesting. No, it was the second best time. World record had no commentary, and it was so quiet you couldn't even hear the Zelda music, so I went for another run. This one's the second.
Meh.
Apparently not. Boy, he's really not putting a lot. I mean, this was my experience with the Ganon fight. You can't do damage very
Please,
often.
far left. Oh my god.
Ooh. Just watching this guy is scaring me. So sword charges are the play of the day here, huh? He's missing a lot. But at least it looks to me like he's missing a lot. For all I know, he's hitting it, actually. He does know the direction of the fire bats.
Finally!
Wait a minute. He is hitting him. You can gotcha. Yeah, I'm just not noticing the red flash then. I feel like he avoided a phase. Did he avoid a final phase or something? Gets a hit in right away too before the fight even begins. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 goes into phase 2. Yep, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Wow, 14, 15. Oh, dude, 17, 18. Now I'm seeing 19, 20, 21. Yep, 22, 23. Ooh, boy.
Meh.
25. I see it now. It was here. I couldn't tell if he's getting that in. The top one, I don't think he did. The bottom, he did. There, he did. Listen to the sound.
Come on.
There.
Please, far left. Oh my god.
I don't think he got that one. Oh, you can hit him while he moves. Well, he's like teleporting. There. I didn't know you could hit him then. It's a glitch. If you light the left lamp before the right goes out, it will always stay on. Now, he hasn't split yet.
Finally!
Why hasn't he split? No, most runs win on defeating the final boss. Entering the room. Got it. It's room entry. For the final credits, essentially.
Oh my god.
That was a really impressive run. A masterclass of Zelda.
Fucking, what a run.
Of Zelda performance. GG. You can still move after beating him, that's
it's not
why.
World record. It's not world record, guys. It's not world record. But I don't care. This is the second 50 Dark World, and it's a free Blue Ball 122. I don't care. I don't care.
I got pretty invested in that guy's run. I don't know about you guys. He was a fun watch. Well, there you go. There is the basically WR pace kind of run. Featuring all of the featuring all of the tricks of the trade that you could want to fucking have in a perfect run.
Oh.
Like, I really doubt there's anything this run has that WR, you know,
let's go.
has more of, right?
I can't believe it.
So now we want to check out the
oh my god.
The
Yeah.
tutorial is what we want to check out now, and we want to see how we do all of these speedrun tricks that we just watched this man execute. So this is by hey Low-Key, how you doing? This is the main beginners tutorial here by Fruit Bats. I found it. I watched the first 10 minutes. It looks good. Looks like the guy is a good communicator of complex things simply. That's what you're looking for in a good tutorial. And then we have a more advanced one we probably might not get to today, but here we go for the no major glitches.
Hey there, I'm Fruit Bats, and I'm a Link to the Past speedrunner. This is a guide intended for people who want to run Link to the Past for the first time. I'm going to cover the basic route and some of the techniques you'll need to learn before your first
How's
run,
his volume?
as well as
Is
some
it
of the
pretty good,
safety
guys?
strategies I would recommend.
For this, I'll have to pause anytime, you know, he talks the whole time, so if we want to discuss it, we'll just pause it. Hey, Kaylee, how you doing? Thanks a lot for the follow, by the way. Hope you're having an excellent hump day. And so, here we go. This is a 2-hour and...
Recommend a first timer to.
What is it? 2-hour, 20-minute tutorial that, you know, we're going to watch the whole thing of. And learn how to be a baby speedrunner here. Let's go.
Rely on, but I'm not going to talk about the more advanced tricks, the ones you'll need to practice and learn for a few hours to shave a few seconds.
How are you
off
guys
your
doing
run.
tonight, huh?
You're not going to have to worry about those just yet. The great thing about speedrunning
5
is
o'clock.
that
We're
is that the
transitioning to the
majority of
tutorial.
time you save as
What are
a
you guys up
speedrunner
to, huh?
Comes from just playing.
What are you drinking on? What are you eating on? We got, by the way, we can do subs for Chugs tonight, guys. Gift subs are 35% off through the, if you do not know, I believe through the, 14th of the month? So I will turn on subs for Chugs if you guys would like to enjoy a nice hump day beer chug for P-Town, and more importantly, take advantage of the 35% off discount on group subs of 5 or more. Great time to do it, as you get a nice little discount. So I'll turn that on for you.
The game better, not dying to bosses, losing fewer hearts in the dungeon, that kind of thing. So once you've watched this video and gotten the route down, it's just a matter of going through the game, start to finish, and honing your skills. Once you start to feel more confident, you could start dropping safeties and learning more difficult tricks and that kind of thing. But for now, this is just going to be the basic route and the techniques that I would recommend you start with. You'll also notice that I'm playing on the US version of the game. Most of the speedrunners you see are going to be playing on the Japanese version. There are a few different reasons for that. But for now, for first-timers, I think the US version is a fine place to start. It's also pretty helpful to be able to read and understand the text until you know where everything is. So let's go ahead and get our first run started. If you are using the SRL, or Speedruns Live, timing method, it means you're going to want to start your timer at file select. So that means the moment I start up this very new file here, Fruit, the moment I hit A, is when your timer will start. So let's get going. Your very first speedrun starts right now.
Let's go, guys.
So for this first part here, as Zelda is chatting with you, this part takes a little bit more than 20 seconds. You're just going to want to be spamming buttons, as you can see I'm doing on the visualizer in the bottom left. You can see I'm spamming
You guys can't
A,
see that,
B,
but it's not
and
important
Y.
for us
This is
here.
pretty much what I'm going to do any single time dialog boxes appear.
It's under
the
where
reason
my
I
text
avoid
might-
X
you guys,
is because
are.
X opens your map, and that's a huge time loss. So you really kind of want to avoid hitting X at any point during the run.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Get Link out of bed here.
So never hit the X button. That makes a lot of sense.
Come out
Although I
here, pick
feel
up the
like
bushes,
watching
head around Link's house,
Error, he was mashing all 4
and
buttons.
go this way.
But maybe that's I
The
was
first
not watching.
segment here is pretty much just knowing the route to follow. Not a lot of very difficult strategies. Not a lot of big time saves or time losses. You just need to learn where to go. Pick up this bush.
And that was our takeaway. It's just learn the routing through the first couple dungeons. Nothing super complex yet.
We'll find our uncle dead or something. Regardless, he gives us the sword and shield. And we continue on. As you come out here, use your sword to slash through these bushes. Be careful of these guards. They move randomly, but they tend to be pretty easy to avoid with a little bit of practice.
See, these are the things that are really good to know. You know, random
Head
movement
into
from
the
the guards
castle.
here. You know, these are the little things I want to kind of start to learn.
Avoiding these guards again.
The more diagonal alternative moves, the faster you're
This
going
way.
to. Sure. Diagonal
These guards
faster
can
than
be a
cardinal.
little bit tricky in this hallway.
Now notice,
Just kind
the world record hugs the wall here. This is why I wanted to watch the world record first. Because I wanted to see the things that a expert runner does that this tutorial just doesn't even mention. So it does not even mention wall pumping here, or wall hugging. I think it's called wall pumping is the way you guys described it, right? So we are looking at a much more basic tutorial for a beginner runner.
of avoid them.
Thanks for the follow, Sylvia. Appreciate it.
That'll take a little bit of practice.
But, I
Down
mean,
here.
you know what's interesting to me is I don't know if I need to start with the beginner tutorial, but I think it'll be good for me to watch it anyways.
Now this
Yeah.
guy can be killed a number of different ways. That I just did right there is probably the easiest and fastest way to do it. But if you don't want to do that sword spin, you could also just slash him 3 times. Pick up his key.
Those are the things we're not going to do. Like, you know, we're going to do the optimal thing first, then work with the less than optimal strat. You know, when I look at this tutorial, I would immediately dismiss the 3 attack and just, you have to learn it the better way, or don't even start. That would be my mindset with this tutorial so far.
And continue on.
Yeah, swag strats, or we don't bother. Exactly. Yeah. Like, to me, that's not speedrunning. Swinging 3 times.
Avoid
That's
these
like what I
guards.
would do
Taking
casually.
any damage at this point, there is a heart under this pot. That'll help heal you up. These guards in this room are a little bit interesting. You can see I could come through right like that without them seeing me at all. But if I come in too low, he notices me and I've got to avoid him.
Okay.
So ideally what you want to do is be lined up about here. I use this spot right here as my lineup. I just kind of want to be lined up with it. And if I do that, you could squeak through
Got it.
without getting spotted at all.
Nice. Okay.
This guard again here, just 2 slashes.
Now, the
Kill
world
him
record does a sword swing strat here. We'll do the same thing.
Open the door. If you want to be a little bit more clever, you could come through here with your sword
Good.
already charged. Hold down the B button, come in, give him a spin.
I like that he always will give you the better strat, too. That's great.
He's dead that way. This next room here, you could swipe your sword before you go in. It's another blue guard. He takes 3 slashes, or you could just poke and spin him like that.
That is what the
kill him
WR
immediately.
did.
Pick up this boomerang.
And the boomerang grabs
grab
it.
that key.
Nice.
we'll head out. Key to unlock the door, and we continue. What we're going to come up against now is basically the first mini-boss of the game. You will die to him, and you will die to him multiple times. But let's talk about how to make this fight a little bit easier. First, freeze this guard. Grab a pot
I don't
here.
think the world record cares about
Throw
that
him at the
guard.
ball and chain guard. Grab another pot. throw another one at him, and he's dead. Grab that big key.
Not the world record strat. The world record kills him, I'm assuming faster, by just attacking him, by getting inside his ball and chain attack.
And you can head through here.
That's a really interesting strat there, too. That looked very efficient. And maybe not a whole lot slower. Yeah, a good beginner strat does 1 pot in 4 swipes. That looked pretty good, actually. Like, I think I might start with that, actually. That's what you're doing, Famicom. It's easier and only a couple seconds slower. For something that looks kind of complex like that, that's when I would make a decision. You know, I can already tell this one looks complex enough. I probably start with the pot strat and not do the world record strat, which here Fruit Bass doesn't even mention.
Here. Grab the lamp out of this chest and talk to Zelda. The order that you do that doesn't matter. You could talk to her first and then grab the lamp. It doesn't really matter. Tell her you understand, and let's head out.
You know, you need to, as a speedrunner, you need to understand when, like, you're biting off more than you can chew for your first run. That's probably, you know, the world record strat. Probably am biting off more than I would want to try for a first run.
The guard is in our way.
This
We
looks
might have
nice
to
and
boomerang him
comfy.
again. He isn't, so we can continue. The Ball and Chain Guard has a few different ways that you can kill him. As you get better, you might decide to only throw 1 pot at him, and then give 4 more slashes. Or you might decide, ultimately, to just do 8 slashes
There
and
you
kill him
go.
that way.
There you
but
go.
he's pretty dangerous. He will kill you. You will lose some of your early runs to that first mini-boss. Do your best. And just keep following this route.
You'll eat a
we
couple
come back
seconds
pretty
here
much
and
the same
there,
way we come in.
Famicom, but big skips like bomb jumps and fake flippers you're learning. And I can already tell you I will too.
Ignore this guard this time. One of the hardest things to pick up in this game if you're a new runner is not wanting to kill every enemy on the screen. Just waste time.
Yeah, I bet.
So the ones we don't have to kill, we ignore. Try to get through this hallway again. You do have the boomerang at this point. So if any guards get in your way, feel free to hit them with the boomerang. Slash them out of the way. It's fine. Go through our dialogue box there. And we continue on.
Oh, I have a Jamba Juice in the fridge. I am going to go get.
Again, this part of the game is mostly just knowing the route. Come up to the left here. Push open this spot. You can't do that until you have Zelda. We'll come in here, hug the right wall. If there's a rat, just go ahead and boomerang it. That rat won't always be there. Heart piece here if you need a little bit of healing. This right here is a snake room. These snakes could be in a variety of different positions. It's really all random, the way they do it. Just go ahead and slash or boomerang your way through. Just try to get to the other side, taking the least amount of damage possible, and doing it as fast as you possibly can as well. Of course! Hug left here. Grab this key, and head back out. Another text box here we go through. Because we have a little bit of a small area of the screen that we could view, there's a lot of enemies that are going to be moving around, potentially dangerous. Just do your best to try to avoid them. You'll get used to the way they move with practice. Now, there's a rat here holding a key that we have to kill. This rat could go a variety of different directions, but it'll always be roughly over here. Could be up here a little bit. Could move to the right a little bit. Just slash him, grab his key, continue on over to the right here. Hug left here. Any rats that are in your way, you could boomerang. But the cool thing about it is if you stay on this left wall, those bats will never, ever hit you. Boomerang any of the rats or slash any of the rats that happen to get in your way, and continue on. Avoid getting hit here. Now here's a pretty cool trick. If you just come down into this room,
Thanks for
Zelda
letting me
will
take
have
a
some
quick
words for
little
you.
break,
But
guys.
if instead of doing that, you hold right coming out of that door, you could just skip that dialogue box completely.
Okay.
Pull on that right lever there.
I'll review that
and
later.
out.
You guys all saw that, so. Frankly,
boom.
after watching the WR, I'm not sure there's much in the first escape I need to see out of the beginner.
You are done with your very first segment. You've completed escape.
Let's go.
Congratulations. We'll have a short chat with this guy, remembering to hammer our buttons as quickly as possible. Once this conversation is done, we tell him that yes, we understand. We grab this heart piece here that will give us an extra heart container for the rest of the run, and also heal us up to full health if we've taken any damage.
And off
Now we're going to head to our first
Desert
dungeon,
Palace.
Eastern Palace.
Oh, Eastern.
As you're leaving this screen here, make sure you're about right there. You want to be above this dirt path and below this grass here. The point of which is just when you come in, you hug this bottom wall right up against it, and that guard will never hit you. It's scary, but that guard will never hit you.
Yep, WR did that.
Continue to follow this path. The paths between every dungeon is mostly just try to do it as quickly and efficiently as you can, ideally not taking any damage. This area is sometimes a bit of a minefield. Just avoid the Octoroks if any get in your way. Slash
WR
them,
does that
boomerang
more
them.
optimally.
Same technique you use with any random
Grinding
enemy
the
that
right,
might get in your
more
way.
of the eastern side.
Get this Octorok out of your way. Come up these stairs. Avoid getting shot or hit here. This Armos, wait for it to come to life, boomerang it, and then walk.
Another thing the WR does not bother to do, they just slide right by it, using a different strat, like a hesitation strat, above the statue.
Following this path, at the top of this staircase here, boomerang that blue guard. And we enter Eastern Palace. In here, walk straight up, pick up this pot, press the button, walk through the door. Press this button, walk through the door. These
Okay.
cannonballs in this room are random.
Yeah.
Pay
WR
attention
got
and
all
avoid
of them on one
If this is your
side.
very first run, I recommend you come around here on this walkway. We'll be able to open a chest containing 100 rupees. Those 100 rupees will be useful for buying a bottle later, make the run a little bit safer.
Ah, so that is all extra.
If it is not your first time, just walk up these stairs.
We
through this
are
door.
probably not going to get that.
If you're missing any health, pick up this pot, grab the heart, press the button, go through the door. In this room, just avoid the skeletons. If any get in your way, slash at them.
Yeah, I don't think
This
we'll need
next
that.
room is the first room where you'll be using
You've
an
never
actual
gotten that one,
speedrun
Zella.
tactic.
You won't
I'll
need
show you
it.
how to
Okay.
do that.
I appreciate that kind of advice.
On
Let's
the
see if they
floor
do
are
this
some
like the world record
invisible
does.
lines. I'm showing them to you right now. We want to avoid walking over those lines, because if we walk over them, it causes skeletons to spawn. We don't want those skeletons to spawn. So the way we do this is we walk into this door, we pick up this pot, we walk left. I like to use that little skull on the ground as a marker for me. Walk down, throw the pot to the right, walk up here, grab this pot, throw it down, and there are the two skeletons you clear, and the door opens. If you need even more health, you can pick up that heart as well. You clear and down, throw the pot to the left. I like this.
I want to see it again.
As we walk into this door, we pick up this pot, we walk left. I like to use that little skull on the ground as a marker for me. Walk down, throw the pot to the right, walk up here, grab this pot, throw it down.
Nice.
And there are the two
Ju-
skeletons
just
you
the
clear,
same
and
as
the door
basically
opens.
the
If you need
WR
more
did.
health, you can pick up that heart as well. Walk through this door, ignore that treasure chest. It's hard to do at first. You'll get into the habit of avoiding
You've been
treasure chests
snagging
and
the
monster drops.
church heart for the next room.
Straight across this room here. We're going to pick up this pot in order to get 5 arrows. That's going to be useful for the boss of this dungeon as
Okay.
well as the boss of the next dungeon.
WR gets those arrows too.
Dark room here. That's all right. We just follow this path, boomerang that popo, hit the button, walk through
A
this door.
popo chat.
We're going to
It's
go
a
to
popo.
the far right, pick up a pot here for a key. Look out for the skeletons getting in your way. If any do, just slash at them. Throw a
Same
pot at 'em,
thing.
just
Nice
like that.
room.
Boomerang that popo to get around it, and use the key on the door. Follow this walkway. Next room, another speedrunning tactic.
Bring it on. Let's go. That's what I want to hear.
This room, normally, you'll be killing these monsters.
So this is where the world record. Oh, this room? I gotcha. So this is where the WR gets hit by the popo, then gets hit by the what do you call these guys? They have a name. I forget. Remind me of them. And then he instantly hits the button in doing so and taking damage, and
Once you
then
kill all of them, these
gets the chest.
anti-fairies will disperse from around this pot.
Anti-fairies, okay.
You pick up the pot, there's a button underneath, you press the button, chest appears here. But that's pretty slow. So what we do is we use invulnerability frames, which is what happens after you get hit. You can notice Link is flashing there for a little while. While Link is flashing, we can't take additional damage. So we use that flashing effect in order to get through the anti-fairies, pick up the pot, and press the button while they're still there. This takes a little bit of practice to do, but you should be able to pull it off. Let me show you how it looks. Get hit by this popo here, take the damage, pick up the pot, press the button, and now we can get the chest.
Good. He did it in a much less optimal way, but he effectively did the same thing there. That was nice.
Opinion is the easiest way to do it.
He also has an extra heart, doesn't he, over the WR here? Has he gotten an extra heart for safety? Because I remember the WR here had only 3. Because the Popo did a half, the Anti-Fairy did a whole 1, and he was almost dead. And it looked very scary. The safety heart is worth getting, yeah. Maybe I do that. Maybe I'll get the safety heart for the opening runs then.
I like to use this little wall here to line me up. And you can do it pretty consistently with some practice.
Okay.
There you go.
I can see how that could be pretty tight,
Of course,
but
if that's
we can do that.
frustrating you and you don't want to take the time to learn it, just clear that room casually. It's fine. Ideally, you just want to get your very first run done. But that's a cool trick.
That heart is... Oh, really? See, that's interesting. That's the last safety you'll ever drop. Okay. See, those are good things to, you know, from someone who's done this run more often.
Avoid that skeleton.
Would have some better insight on.
Get the bow. Avoid the skeleton coming through again. And get through this door as quickly as possible, because you don't want to get hit by those floating skull heads.
Now, when does that extra heart, when does he get that? Does that mean the WR just doesn't take the 2 seconds to run around the priest to the chest? And they just say, fuck it, I'm out of here? That's literally all it is? Oh man, that's such a tiny time loss to get. Well, there's the time of holding up the heart, the time of it filling up your health. So it's probably more time than that. It's probably like 5 to 7 seconds, actually. Just trying to think about, like, what does that mean if you're going to go for the heart? You know, what kind of time loss are you going to be accepting? It's very little. Yeah, like 6 seconds in my head. So I think for a little run safety out of the gate, that's a great idea.
In this room, just kill these popos. Get them out of your way. Switch over to the bow and arrows, and bow and arrow that Cyclops. He'll drop a key, pick it up, come to the left here, and go through the locked door. This room looks terrifying, but it's not actually that bad. These anti-fairies are going to bounce around. You're going to want to avoid them. It might panic you at first, but if you follow this path, they'll never hit you. Watch what I do here. Come to the left, pick up this pot, get those arrows, pick up that pot, get those arrows, pick up that pot, press the button, come through the door.
Just gotta have a strat.
This room is a little bit interesting. The way you do it is there's hidden buttons behind each of these Cyclopses. And the bottom one is the one you want to hit. But we can hit that button without moving the Cyclopses at all. And
yeah, WR just touches it, moves on.
Just like that.
Easy.
It's a little bit scary. The cannonballs in this room are random. Just avoid them. Try not to get hit.
WR does not backtrack. They continue on forward.
Pick up these pots to kill the skeletons.
And that's about how that goes in WR.
To kill the Cyclops.
Yeah.
As you go into the next room, swing your sword, charge it up, walk through the door, release your sword spin to kill these popos.
Yep.
These two Cyclops can be a little bit interesting. You want to put 2 arrows into each of them, and if you're doing it optimally fast, you want to do it in the first time that they both wake up. I find it easiest to put 1 arrow into one, 2 arrows into the other, and then 1 arrow into the first one again.
Oh, really?
Just like this.
So an extra arrow? Oh, no. 1 and then 2 and then 1. Okay.
This is also a great time to talk a little bit about arrow mechanics. So Link's arrows do not follow a pattern of you just hit Y as quickly as you can and they shoot. You notice Link pulls out his bow but doesn't fire an arrow as I'm spamming the Y button. That's because you can't shoot a second arrow until the first arrow hits something. In this case, it would be the far wall. So you'll notice if I hit Y, the second arrow won't be shot until the first arrow stops moving.
Okay.
See how that works? So you need to learn how to time your arrows for certain areas like
just learn timing, obviously.
And most importantly, for this boss.
For the most rapid firing you can have. Yeah.
Boss.
Makes sense.
These are almost...
Now let's see what this guy does. WR goes like 4 arrows to the right, 1 down. He works his way left and then down, and the fight is over. That's it. Let's see what this guy does. Because the WR was, I mean, I'm saying WR. I know it's not, but, you know, the WR we watched was very good.
Knights are a little bit interesting. They'll always follow the same exact pattern.
Oh, really?
Separating
Same
like
pattern.
this and
Okay,
bouncing
cool.
around in a circle. If you want to kill them the casual way, just put 3 arrows into each one. After you've killed 5, the 6th one will turn red, hop around more aggressively, put 3 more arrows into that one, and then you're done. The faster method, and I think an easier way to learn how to kill these fights, how to kill these knights, involves listening to an audio cue for timing and then shooting arrows in a certain pattern. So let me show you the audio cue. Listen as the boss music starts, you hear the da-na-na-na-na, da-na. Then the music starts.
Yeah.
When that music starts is your cue to start firing arrows. So listen.
Oh,
to
using the music. That's interesting. Like in Final Fantasy VII, I use the music sometimes too. I will use like the bass drop on the Shinra track for the button press minigame. A little different than they're using it here, but that's a great way to do it.
And then right now is when you would start firing those arrows. So now
Okay.
let me show you the position where you want to...
I want to hear his
the
explanation
audio
again.
cue. Listen as the boss music starts, you hear the da-na-na-na-na, da-na. Then the music starts. When that music starts is your cue to start firing arrows. So
Okay.
listen to the music
Great.
again.
Right there.
And then right now is when you would start firing those arrows. So now let me show you the position where you want to fire arrows,
Right there.
and then we'll do this fight.
Right there.
Come to up here. This knight can't hurt you before the
Yep.
fight starts, so line up with him. As that timing starts, shoot 5 arrows to the right, come over here, and just keep firing down.
So he does an almost identical
Using
strat.
the rhythm of the arrows,
He just
because
doesn't
then you can't
shoot the
another one
the
until previous
freakishly
one hits
hard
the target.
one
So if you
down
miss,
on
you're
the
in for a
run
world
over.
of hurt. But keep practicing that, and you'll get it down.
Well, I like his strat. It looks very safe and very easy. May kill just a couple seconds later because it doesn't shoot an arrow down. I could see it went on a little longer due to that. But basically the
The
same.
reason we want to shoot 5 arrows to the right here in the beginning
And not 6.
is
You don't
get
want to kill.
2 arrows into that remaining one.
Yeah.
Then when he comes around in his circle, we kill him almost simultaneously with that second to last Armos. And the key for that is that if we kill that 6th one very quickly after we kill the 5th one, it never turns red, never starts bouncing around. So that's the best way to kill the Armos Knights there.
You know,
Practice.
that was very similar to the WR. And I think I'm just going to do this. Until I figure out why the WR is significantly faster. It might only be a second or 2. Maybe like 1 arrow faster, I think. It's just a little more spamming to kill the last one. And what does that mean? Like 1 second, 2 seconds? Very minor. For your first runs, you're okay for that.
And you'll get it.
You're accepting of time losses like that.
Of course, if that technique is a little bit too frustrating, you just kill it the casual way for your first few runs. It's not that big of a time save in order to kill the Armos Knights that little bit more exciting way, but it does save some time. The next dungeon
Okay.
we'll be going to is Desert Palace. But before we do that, we have to stop and talk to Old Man Shashrushta. And
I'm glad he can't say it either. Okay. Practice ROM will let you practice the fight rapidly. Nice. None of my speedruns had a practice ROM like this. I'm fucking stoked that this one does and to check it out.
get the Pegasus boots. Pegasus boots will give us the ability to dash, and once we can do that, we'll be using that method to get around the overworld and a lot of dungeons for most of the time. A lot of getting better at Link to the Past involves getting better at starting and stopping dashes as accurately as you possibly can. So get into the habit as much as you can from this moment of the game, once you get the Pegasus boots, of when you go practically anywhere, you're going to want to be dashing. It's generally faster, rather than going diagonally somewhere, to dash to the right and then dash down, or you move in cardinal directions like that. If you run into something, you'll bonk back like that. We'll use that intentionally sometimes, but you almost always want to avoid it. There's also a very important movement trick that we'll use a few times, including in this room for the first time, involving dashing, which is if you start a dash and then turn while you're charging it up, you will end up dashing in the direction that you turn to. So we could start a dash, let's say, down here, facing down, and then turn to the right and end up dashing right. It looks like this.
Okay.
So you can see we start the dash facing down, but then turn right before it executes, and we're able to dash right instead. The reason this is
I was going to say, give me the reason. Why is that important?
sometimes important is as we come back here, pick up this pot and throw it here, it's really
Yeah,
hard to
for
dash
one
up
frame
onto this,
dashes.
because as you
That's-
turn
has
up,
to be it.
you have a tendency to want to grab onto the wall, which makes it hard to dash. So if you do it instead as you're coming left, hold A, turn up, and it's easier to bonk through that way.
Got it.
I never knew, by the way, that you
Easy.
could bonk those open with dashes until I started speedrunning. I always thought you had to use bombs.
Yeah, I learned that at the very end of my casual, too.
So come here into the back room, pick up 100 rupees and 3 bombs. Those will all come in handy in a bit.
I don't think the WR gets those, but I really don't remember, actually. It would surprise me if they do.
And again, from this point on, we're going to want to be dashing almost everywhere we go. Anytime we have more than about 4 tiles or so to travel,
They
it's gonna be
optimize the
faster
trees,
to dash.
yeah.
Watch runs, practice, you'll get paths down. A lot of overworld movement is just watching where to go and how to get across things quickly. Be careful of these guards here. They could be pretty dangerous. Just try to dash around and you'll be fine. Make sure you leave this screen up
And we're
high
going to the
so that
desert
if you dash
palace.
through here,
Okay.
that bottom guard won't get you.
Got it.
Come down through here, just slightly above that path. That way you cut through those bushes and keep coming this way. One of those few times that you do want to move diagonally. I like to line myself up with this bush here to start my dash, because I know when I do that, I could get safely right through. Come up through here. Doesn't really matter the exact path you follow. Ultimately, you just want to come into this building.
All right, Ian. Thanks for hanging, man.
Dash into that
Oh,
bookshelf,
Abby unzoomed.
knock off the book, pick off,
Abby, what are you
Look.
doing?
and we continue on. Book is necessary for us to get into Desert Palace. A little bit of a deviation here. If it's your first run, I recommend going to pick up the bottles right now. You don't have to do it. There's a way you could get it later, and I'll show that as well. But this is the first good opportunity for you to come up and get the bottles. So let's go ahead and do that. First, you want to dash into the back of this bar building here. Pick up this pot, open the chest.
Oh, this, while I was getting the cam back, hold on, I need to see this.
Pick up the book, and we continue
Well, we
on.
saw, though,
Book is
WR do the
necessary for-
tree rupees, so I understand what the difference is. So, it's okay. You know, as long as I understand what is being left out here, that's all that really matters.
for us to get into Desert Palace. A little bit of a deviation here. If it's your first run, I recommend going to pick up the bottles right now. You don't have to do it. There's a way you could get it later, and I'll show that as well. But this is the first good opportunity for you to come up and get the bottles. So let's go ahead and do that.
You use the wall, because you
First,
get the
you want
bombs
to
in there,
dash
too.
into the back of this bar.
And do you guys get bottles? I mean, the WR obviously does not get a bottle. Are you guys getting bottles for your early runs?
Building here.
For
Pick up
safety?
this pot, open the chest, and there's your first bottle.
You get powder, but not bottles.
Then directly
Gotcha.
above this building is the sick dying boy who gives you the net.
Oh, you get the magic powder? Is that what you mean? So if you're in a tight spot, you can use an anti-fairy to get you out of it. But when I first started, I did grab that bottle because you will die doing these strats. Gotcha. Okay.
Nets will allow us to catch fairies, and then we'll put the fairies in the bottle, and then if we ever die, the fairies will revive us. We could go back the way we came at this point, but if you'd like a second bottle, here's your opportunity to get it.
Boy, this takes so much time.
I should be dashing. You should get it from this vendor here. This will cost the 100 rupees that we picked up, but we do get a second bottle, making it a lot safer.
Well, you know, I think I'll just have to kind of understand how my first run attempt goes, see how, much I'm
And we continue on.
devastated by dying, to kind of understand how much I value the backup. I'm someone who doesn't mind dying in my learning runs. Like, if I get to a point where I'm just dying ad infinitum, that tells me I need to be better. Not that I need to come with more safety, usually. So, I'll just have to do a run and kind of see how I feel the risk is. with no magic bottles, and to allow me to understand, you know, what kind of risk I'm taking on. I'm not gonna know until I try.
If you had decided to skip the bottles, you would be right here, and you would just be exiting the screen.
Because that's a lot of time. That's like a minute probably, right? If you're gonna get those both.
Now that we've got the book and 1 or 2 bottles, we can open up the path to Desert Palace. But if you did pick up a bottle or 2 at this point and you want to also get a fairy, one of the easiest places to get them is at this fairy fountain just north of Link's house.
And he's getting a fairy
Dash
too.
through these rocks to break them open.
This is a lot of safety stuff, for
We
sure.
don't really care if we take damage at this point because we could get full healing here, of course. Catch 1 fairy. We'll catch a 2nd fairy. We'll get full health.
And now he's got a lot of backup. Yeah.
If you use your fairies at any point, this is one of the greatest places to get them because it's pretty easy to get to. I'll also show you various locations throughout the rest of the game where you could get another fairy if you use it. The bottles at this point aren't strictly important. A lot of runners will get them after Palace of Darkness. But for a new runner, having the bottles in Palace of Darkness, and to a lesser extent in Desert Palace and Hera, will help you out substantially. As you're making this dash, try to stop about here. I like to use this patch of grass right there as a lineup.
His movement is the same
Stop
here.
right here. When you dash through this screen, it'll allow you to safely dash across the entire desert. Then you want to stop about right here so that you could safely dash upward and get to the platform right before Desert Palace. Use your book here.
Nice.
Make sure you're using an input when that black screen is there, but then immediately stop using inputs or you might accidentally read the platform, which costs a little bit of time. Head around and up into Desert Palace. Start by dashing left here and then dashing up, grab this pot, and kill that monster with it. Hold your sword as you're making through that transition, and you can just spin your way right through that guy.
Okay, that seems about the same. Upper room for the key.
Room. Now that key up on the pillar, you've got a couple of ways you could knock it down. I just got to keep moving because if this eye looks at me, he will shoot a laser. A couple of different ways you could knock it down. You could bonk directly into it. Just dash into it like that.
What else could you do? Boomerang?
Or if you're trying to do it fast, you could use a little trick where you just barely scrape along the top. So you want to find a lineup where you don't quite run into the torch, but your dash still intersects it, such as about right there. Then when you crash into the wall, it'll still knock the key off, just slightly faster. If you're not getting the hang of it, don't worry about it. The wall, it'll still knock the key off.
So he's dashing into the wall, not the
right
torch.
There.
I see.
Then when you crash into the wall, it'll still knock the key off.
So that must be just
slightly faster.
Must be just fractionally faster to do that. Okay.
If you're not getting the hang of it, don't worry about it. You can just bash into the torch, knock the key off, and that's fine as well. Keep going this way. Desert Palace can be a little bit twisty and curvy sometimes because we cross back through the same way multiple times. Kill all the landmo in this room and continue up through.
Nice.
There are going to be cannonballs firing here.
Hesitation.
Be on the lookout for them and be ready to avoid them. Sometimes you won't have to. Sometimes you will.
I'm remembering a lot more of the
where
WR than I kind of expected, but...
With the big key now, we could continue on and open the chest. As you dash up through here, pick up this pot and grab those 5 arrows. You don't strictly need them, but keeping track of your bombs and arrows in your inventory throughout the game will become something that's really important for the run. These arrows you'll also want here, so pick up those pots as well as the pot
I think the WR gets those both. The arrows.
And we'll get our power glove. As you come through here, you have to hit that button again and just dash through the door. As you're coming through this transition, hug the right wall. It means that if your dash is a little bit slow, you won't hit that quicksand. As long as you're to the far right, you'll be okay. That's now the first half of Desert Palace. Be careful not to jump off here. You want to be,
that would suck. You do it all again.
Cautious of that, because if you jump off, you got to redo that dungeon again. Dash over here and into the second part of Desert Palace.
This is where the WR is charging their sword swing and then getting a lot faster movement through a lot of these screens that the beginner tutorial isn't even mentioning.
Push this block. You can push it in any direction. As long as you do it quickly, that I-beam will never see you. Grab this key, and now we're going to use a trick called key dashing. Key dashing involves being a specific different distance away from a door.
Is that right? They can't do that glitch in this version? Okay. He wall pumps on the stairs, yeah.
And initiating a dash and being able to dash directly through it. If we don't start the dash on the right spot, we'll instead bonk off of it. Ordinarily, you won't have to be avoiding these tiles, so don't worry about it. I'm just doing it while I'm giving this explanation. So I'll show you how to do a key dash in this room. As you come in and pick up this key from this pot, make sure you stay stuck along this bottom wall here. I'm just going to wait for the tiles to get out of here. Just one more after this one. There we go. Stay along this bottom wall here, and as you get to about in front of the door, do what we were talking about in Shala's house.
So dash to the right, and then
dash
change
facing
up.
right, and then turn up.
Okay.
Just like this. And then it'll allow us to dash right through the door.
Got it.
There are a few different lineups that you have to learn just for where you key dash. I'll show you them. Don't feel like you need to learn all of them. It's something helpful as you start improving. Kill the popos, head through this door.
Okay.
We've got another key dash. If these popos get in your way, just slash them, pick up that pot, pick up that key. To do this key dash, initiate a dash, kind of like we did to get that previous key, where you just scrape along this torch. If you scrape along that torch, just like that, you'll make it through every time.
Okay.
Dash to the top here, grab this key from the upper right pot.
And we have the lamule now,
hearts,
right? Yeah.
You've got 2 hearts in pots here. If you're missing any arrows, you've got arrows in this pot as well. I always like making sure I have more arrows than fewer, because you want to make sure you manage your resources as well as possible.
I mean, I don't know how those answers digital. You know, I'm learning the
missing
speedrun, so I'm not sure.
Torch. If you scrape dash, kind of pick up that
Are you
board.
talking about this screen here?
It's something helpful. Another key dash. If these popos get in your way, just slash them, pick up that pot, pick up that key. To do this key dash, initiate a dash, kind of like we did to get that previous key, where you just scrape along this torch. If you scrape along that torch, just like that, you'll make it through every time. Dash to the top here, grab this key from the upper right pot, head through the door. If you're missing any hearts, you've got
Well,
2 hearts
that's
in
what he
pots
did.
here.
He picked up the bottom left pot in the tile room. He was running around just because he was explaining why he wasn't running around for any reason then. He was just having fun explaining.
If you're missing any arrows, you've got arrows in this pot as well. I always like making sure I have more arrows than fewer, because you want to make sure you manage your resources as well as possible. Switch to the lamp. This Cyclops will awaken. You don't have to kill him, just avoid him as you light all these torches.
Nice.
Oops.
Oh, forgot one.
There we are.
Yo, Ramza, how you doing, brother? 35% off, 5-pack of gift subs or more. Through the end of the 16th, I think. Discounted subs are still nice subs. How you doing, Ramza? If you guys want to support your content creator, you got 35% off subs for like the next 3 days or something. Good time to make your money actually, you know, count. If you guys got a lucky gift sub, Matt Damon, nice. Nitrana, Calvincible, Wenora, Knight, and who did I miss here? Non-playable character. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. How you doing, Ramza? Good to see you, man.
I like to switch to the bow and arrow before I go through the door, because it allows me to do a similar audio cue that I did for Armos, and I'll show you what that is.
I got a nice bicep and back workout
Initiated dash.
in the dream. Read your dream comment. Sorry, in the gym today. I think I'm gonna do leg day and I'm gonna do legs and shoulders tomorrow. Tell you what though, I'm feeling good today, man. Feeling like my arms are starting to fill out my shirt. Almost. It's close. There's a little bit left, but I'm almost there, dude. Got a little bit more to go. Thanks for the 5 gifties, dude. I appreciate it.
Dash bonk on the far wall. That will line you up with the landmo correctly. And then
Hold
to
on,
the
let's go
reverse,
back
and
so
I'll
we
show
can
you what that
see
is.
the
Door,
lamule
and
here.
as soon as that path is open, head through this door. I like to switch to the bow and arrow before I go through the door, because it allows me to do a similar audio cue that I did for Armos, and I'll show you what that is.
Had some friends over for a short visit. Brought you some nice bottle of whiskey. Hell yeah, dude. Cheers. Thanks for the 5 gifties. And cheers to Ramza. We watched the WR VOD. It was incredibly fun. Great watch. And now we're doing a beginner's tutorial. Kind of seeing like the differences. As they leave off a lot of the stuff we saw the WR do here.
As you enter the room, initiate a dash bonk on the far wall. That will line you up with the landmo correctly. And then you just shoot arrows into them as they spawn. I'll show you the audio cue.
Cheers.
And then I'll show you what the fight looks like. So you hear the ba-da-da-da-da-da again. And again, at that same point that you would start firing at
same
Armos, you start firing
audio cue when the music dies down and the track starts. Okay.
at the landmo as well. To the left, to the right, and then down. Show you one more time.
Now the WR only uses arrows here. He swung his sword. Let's see what he does.
And then right at the start of the music is when you start firing your arrows. If you do it fast enough, you'll be able to get a few hits into them. This entire fight is mostly RNG from this point. Where they spawn after those initial spawns is random. So just do your best to chase them around, hit them with arrows, and swipe them if you need to. I usually find it a little bit easier to hit them with arrows by standing to the right or left of them, as opposed to the top or bottom, and then
Okay.
standing fairly close. It's
Got
just a
it.
matter of watching to see what this animation looks like and learning the timing for when they pop out.
Yeah, you're the second person
Each
to
landmo
mention
will
Andy
take,
today.
a total of 8 damage. You deal 1 damage with sword swipes, and you deal 2 damage with arrows.
Okay, so 4 total with the arrows. That's why we do it. Twice as much damage. Like, I was actually thinking about putting on a Link to the Past speedrun on the TV today. And when I searched, like, a Link to the Past WR, every run that came up was Andy. He doesn't hold the WR, though, but he must back in the day have been a big runner. I just don't think he runs anymore, because, like, I think they're all pretty old, right?
You also deal 2 damage with bombs,
I'm not
but I
sure.
don't find the bomb method a very good method to learn as a beginner, simply because arrows is faster, so may as well just learn the faster way from the get-go. I also don't find bombs any easier than arrows. So that all having been said, this is about what the fight should look like.
Okay, show me the real
Immediately
fight
dash
here.
in and bonk to get our lineup. We shoot left, we shoot right, we shoot down. Look to see where they're going to pop out, get our lineups, shoot them.
Wow, very nice.
And we're only down
very
to
nice.
1, and when we're down to 1, its Earth shoots out in 8 different directions. So make sure you avoid the one that's coming toward you.
Definitely not WR caliber, but a very nice fight there.
And that's the landmo fight. Again, it is one of the more random fights, boss fights in the game. Just a lot of practice is all you do to get faster at this fight.
He's a rando runner mostly now.
Pick up this rock, dash over to the right.
A lot of
line up with this
drama.
right
Yeah,
wall
but
here.
there's
It'll
drama
make
in
you dash
any
down a little
community
bit
that's
easier.
actually like...
Just dash down from this point.
Any game that people care about will have drama. This is how it goes. It's whether you get enough people involved in a game. That's why Final Fantasy VII has drama. It's the biggest Final Fantasy game. A Link to the Past has twice the community as Final Fantasy VII. Communities like that are guaranteed to have drama. Like, I've learned that in my experience.
What we're looking for is this spot right
There's,
here.
there's simply no getting away from it.
This kind of, you notice, looks like an octopus a little bit. And as you're dashing down, you want to stop at the top of the beak of the octopus, because now when you run right, you'll have a nice clear shot at the top.
I
of the
never
beak.
noticed that looks like an octopus. Yes, it does. Wow. Look at that. Surprised I didn't note
Towards
that
the
was an
right.
octopus
Line
when
up
I...
with this right wall
went by it
here.
in the
It'll
casual.
make the dash down a little bit easier. Just dash down from this point. What we're looking for is this spot
I don't know if it's random, but boy, it sure is an octopus.
right here. This kind of, you notice, looks like an octopus
Yeah, it totally is. Yeah, it's kind of distracting, huh?
a little bit. And as you're dashing,
Makes me wonder, like, what the fuck? Why was there not something in the game that this octopus was, like, you know, pointing out or indicating or... I just kind of want to know why they did this and didn't tie it to anything in the playthrough.
dashing down, you want to stop at the top of the beak of the octopus, because now when you run right, you'll have a nice clear shot out of the desert.
Ah, nice. And so we're now going to the Tower of Hera
Following this
using
path
the
again, you wanna be
using the dark tile in the bottom right to go to the top left, I believe. Trying to like see if I can just recall kind of the routing myself when I can.
dashing as many places as you can go. Dash up here. This rock
Wait a
out of
minute.
the way. And keep going. Still dashing as often as we can.
I feel like this isn't
On
where
the screen, you can dash really wherever.
Oh, the WR gets fake flippers. So that's why. Thanks, Tranex. Okay. Yeah, so the WR goes to the right. And they jump in the water using the where you jump off and cross the stream. It allows you to swim. So they're not able to do that here, so he has to go a different route. Got it.
Or you just want to go left. But if you go slightly below the grass here, you could stay below it without having to cut through. When you run through the grassy areas, it does slow you down a little bit. So if it's possible to avoid, it's better to avoid it, but it largely doesn't matter. We're talking fractions of a second that it saves, but it's not that big of an adjustment to try to avoid it. Again, just keep following this path. If you line up with this tree root here as you're switching screens, it means when you get here, you could dash up safely without hitting any of those trees. Come over here, lift up this rock, and head into the cave.
So they have to do it on their own with no teleport is the difference. Okay. No problem.
Here you'll meet an old man that's lost in the cave. He's lost his lamp. While we've got this old man following us, if we dash at a much slower speed. You can see how we pretty much go walking speed if he's following behind us while we dash. So at this point, when he's following us, we don't need to dash anymore. Just walk normally. He'll have one last dialogue box here. Get through it quickly. And as you're coming down here, hug this left wall. If you do that, those bats will never hit you.
Okay.
And through the door. If you slash your sword here as you walk down, it just gives you a little bit better protection against those stone gophers that like to wander around. You cannot kill them, so you just kind of want to paralyze them and hope that they don't get in your way. After we get that magic mirror, a lot of dungeons will be going into the dungeon, doing something, mirroring out, and then going a different way. And Hera is no exception. As we go through Tower of Hera, we're going to be mirroring a number of times. So this is the point that newer runners start to get a little bit confused with the dungeon routes. But just keep an eye on what's going on. Divide the dungeon into different segments if that makes it easier for you.
Okay.
For instance, Hera will have about 3 different segments of varying length. Switch to the mirror. You want to be careful that jelly doesn't touch you, because if he does, he'll start a dialogue box. But you want to be up here on the top here as you mirror. That way you avoid accidentally getting that heart piece, which we don't want. It costs us some time. And then we enter into Hera.
Okay, cool.
First step of Hera, just slash
Left
the switch.
first.
Walk down the stairs here. Now you're going to want to do this quick, because that Moldorm down there can be a problem. So slash the switch, pick up the key, mirror out. Now here's a neat trick.
Why do I
here.
feel
After you
like
slash
why do I feel like the world record would get it with the boomerang?
this switch and switch over to your boomerang. If you throw the boomerang to the right and then initiate a dash upward as quickly as you can, this will happen. And you can get through much quicker.
Nice.
If you can't get the timing on that, don't worry about it. Just flip that switch back any way you can.
See if he can do the world record strat
This is
here.
the famous tile room of Hera.
He does not.
We cannot go through that door until all these...
So WR here uses a strat where they throw the boomerang and then dash to the blue tiles to take no damage while the boomerang hits the sphere. And then they're standing right here to immediately exit through the door. Let's see what this guy does.
tiles are destroyed. So just take your time in here. Try not to get hit. I like to hold my sword upward. That way if any hit me, all it does is hit my sword, and I just have to recharge it.
That's a nice strat.
You could also use your boomerang here to break some tiles. If you're moving sideways, you can throw the boomerang sideways. However you'd like to do it. The important point is just don't get hit. On the very last one here, I like to hit it with the boomerang, because that gets me through the door.
You know what's funny is it's not a whole lot slower, that strat he did there. Couple seconds, but
A little bit faster.
I like the WR
Do
strat.
your best
It's a lot
not to get
sexier.
hit by the Moldorms in this room. They move randomly, so you just have to try your best. In this room, switch over to your lamp. Light all 4 of these torches.
Okay.
Switch back to the magic mirror. Get the key, and we'll mirror out again. That
Right
spot
room now?
Right there is also useful if you've taken a lot of damage. You could do what's called a death warp. Just let the skeletons kill you. It'll take you back to this start here, and you'll fill up your life a little bit. So if your life is really low, which it has a tendency to be after Death Mountain and the randomness that is Hera, you can feel free to do that. Alright, after that step, slash this switch, and head up here. This room has a few...
Yo, Panglacial Worm with 4.5 years.
4.5 years, poggers.
That is every single month I have ever been a streamer. You're literally telling me how old I am, you motherfucker. Get out of here. How you doing, Glacial? Thanks a lot. That is a sub for every month I have ever streamed. I hope you're having a great Wednesday. God, I'm old as fuck, aren't I? 4.5 years, man. That's like, we're getting toward middle-aged on Twitch at this point. Thanks a lot, man, for the tier 1.
Different tricks to it. The most important thing to do is just kill all of the beetles.
Still 29,
They will
though.
die
Exactly.
From one pot, they will die if you slash them down any of these pits, and they will die if you slash them 3 times. So the 3 slash is the hardest. If you want to learn a really cool trick to do it, you could do it this way. As you come up here, you make a quick movement.
Oh,
knock
nice.
That beetle down the hole, and flip the switch in the same slash.
So he kills the guy and flips the switch. That's sexy.
Movement. As you come up here, you make a quick movement to knock that beetle down the hole and flip the switch in the same slash and lift up the pots and kill the other 2 that way. Don't worry about mastering that. It's a cool looking trick, so it might be something you want to pick up, but don't worry about it too much. Hug this bottom wall here, and you could walk safely along this pit without falling in. You could also dash. I like to slash this. It's the safety switch. It'll get us some hearts right before the Moldorm fight if you can get it.
Okay. Good to know that.
This room here is a lot of randomness. Just try to avoid these 2 mini Moldorms best you can. If you need a heart, that pot has one. This trick here is called the Moon Pearl Bomb Jump. It's one of the first tricks that most runners will learn. If you're playing on an emulator, it's a good idea to make a save state here, because you're probably going to have to try this a number of times. Slash your sword. This makes Link move slower as you've got it charged, so it's easier to control your movement. Back up until you're close to the pit. You don't have to be right on top of it or anything. As long as you're in between these 2 lines, in this area right here, this trick will work. This is a trick all involving timing, so I'll show you the timing that I use. I drop the bomb, I count to 3, and then I make a dash to the left. And as long as you time it well, it'll work every time. So we drop a bomb, 1, 2, 3, start the dash, and we get blown across. Practice it, you'll get the hang of it.
Just a matter of getting the timing down.
And
just learn the cadence. His counting to 3 is a little iffy in my opinion, but okay.
then just walk down.
It must indicate it's not super tight then. If you can just count to 3 and then do it.
You're struggling a lot with that trick. You could also do it the normal way that casual runners will do. It involves walking up these stairs and falling down the proper pit. It's fine if you want to do it that way, but you will be doing a number of bomb jumps throughout the entire run, so it's a good idea to get a hang of it now when the stakes are a little bit lower. Since we flipped that safety switch, all of these pots here contain hearts.
Yeah, we ain't no filthy casual. You know what I like about this tutorial is, though, he will always tell you that you can do it the casual way, but he will also always tell you the expert way. Or most of the time. I appreciate that.
Some health, pick up as many as you need, and then
because this is the run, this is the tutorial for beginners. So that's the right way to do it.
Dash through this door up here.
We'll get into the run for advanced people after we do a run or two.
The Moldorm fight, and for casual runners, it's really hard because not only does Moldorm hit you, which is kind of scary, but he could knock you off this pit, forcing you to come back up here again, resetting Moldorm's health completely. Obviously, we don't want that to happen, so we're going to do our best not to get knocked down. And the easiest way to do that is as soon as you go in, keep your sword out in front of you at all times.
Okay.
So we hold our sword out, and the reason we want to do that is when Moldorm knocks into us, instead of falling off and taking damage, we just tink backwards a little bit. And as long as you're holding in the opposite direction
so not
of
nearly
the pit,
as much of
for instance, if he knocks into us
knockback.
over here, as long as we're holding left, we won't fall down that pit. He got me from above, that's why he was able to do damage. But keep your sword out, practice a little bit, See, we ordinarily would have walked off there. And we just kind of walk into the weakness that is his tail. If you're feeling a little bit more aggressive, you could also use some dashes.
Okay, you can,
but
yeah,
wanna be
WR
really
dash
good at starting
a couple
and
times.
stopping your dashes before you start going that route.
If I remember right, Ramza has already said they're taking a week off of work when it comes out. That's a big statement.
So let's go ahead and kill him. On the very last hit, which will be the 6th hit, he starts moving around a little bit faster. Be a little bit more careful.
Man, the
but
dash.
ultimately, you just want to kill him.
Very
before
effective.
You start going that route.
Something that the WR does use a decent amount, but also does the sword charges a decent amount too, and it's just a lot faster.
Let's go ahead and kill
You
him.
can tell though, this guy's not trying to be perfect. Like, he's going slow on purpose here to kind of educate the viewer. You
On the
got
very last hit, which will be the 6th hit, he starts moving around a little bit faster. Be a little bit more careful, but ultimately, you just want to kill him. The key to this fight, keep your sword out, hold in the direction against the pit you're going to fall in, and do your best not to fall off. He will take practice. You will get it. He's from...
That reminds you, Stellar Blade came out on Steam a few hours ago. Also, Night Rain for Elden Ring came out. No, you're a big Elden Ring guy, Ramza. Did you check out Night Rain? I might have asked you, actually, if you did. I kind of forgot.
Frustrating, though. Moldorm's frustrating.
And yes, he is. That was a 25th attempt for me in the casual. So I think this for the speedrun might be like the hardest fight that I'm going to have to learn. Nice, picked it up.
And there is Hera. We've now got all the pendants. Let's go get the Master Sword. Fortunately, going down Death Mountain is substantially easier than coming up it. Just dash over here, jump off this ledge, shatter every bone in Link's legs,
Poor Link.
and continue on. This dark cavern has a lot of pits. They're a little bit hard to avoid. You'll get it with practice and a little bit of muscle memory. For now, just go through at your own pace and try not to fall in any of the pits.
Not gonna lie, not a huge fan of Night Rain. I heard it was different than Elden Ring. Like, it's not a sequel, right? You think it would be amazing if they slowed the pace down a little, but it's fun. I would recommend it to Elden Ring enjoyers, but it's a little too fast for you. I remember I asked Noble Tofu his review of it, and he was like, I really enjoy it, but don't be expecting a sequel. That was his review of it.
This room can be a bit of a troll room, because the tendency is to want to dash, and if you do that and don't stop in time, you'll bonk on that wall, you'll fall down the pit, you'll come back here. Terrible thing to have happen in a speedrun. So we use something called pause buffering, which is hitting the pause button to open the item menu. Gives us a little bit more time to evaluate our position on the screen and make a decision. Looks a little bit like this. You start a dash, and as you feel like you're getting close, you hit the pause button, switch over to the boomerang, because that's the next item that we'll be using. Then we have enough time to stop that dash, make it through the door.
Nice pause buffer. We do that in many speedruns.
We're going to head now to the Lost Woods to get the Master Sword.
Okay.
The Lost Woods, very appropriately, is a place that's very easy to get lost in, particularly if you're a casual runner. I like to enter the Lost Woods on the screen transition from up here. Reason being that when you initiate your dash, that pickle monster will be less likely to electrocute you. Look out for that crow. He tends to be a troll sometimes. You can pick up this mushroom either now or on the way back. I like to pick it up on the way back, just because it does respawn, so you could potentially pick it up twice. It's a little bit safer if you get it on the way back.
Did he pick up the mushroom, he said?
Pick up this mushroom either now or on the way back. I like to pick it up on the way back.
He will.
Just because it does respawn, so you could potentially...
Wait. Why would he pick up the mushroom? Is that required for magic powder? I'm trying to remember what that will eventually get you. Or what it gets you right then. I don't remember.
Pick it up twice.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you trade it for the powder. Gotcha. So this is something that the WR did not do.
It's a little bit safer if you get it on the way back, but whatever works for you. Dash up here. Be careful not to bonk there. It's easy to do. And get the Master Sword. If you are doing just a Master Sword run, your timer stops the moment you hit A to pick up the Master Sword. So if that's all you're doing, Congratulations, you've made it to the Master Sword. You've completed your Master Sword run. But if you're planning to do the full any percent no major glitches run, we'll continue on here. We've now got the...
Got it. I couldn't figure it out today why. When I went to download live splits for this, half of them were 22-minute times for this category, the exact same category. And half of them were the right time, an hour 22, 23-ish. Now I have my answer. There's a subcategory where you end 20 minutes in and split on the Master Sword. And there was like a ton of run submissions of that. So it must be a very popular category too.
Master Sword that enables us to kill Aghanim and enables us to get to the Dark World to complete the harder segments of this game. Throwing the boomerang right there is optional. Didn't mean to do it. Now we'll have one more quick chat with Zelda where we find out she's been kidnapped. Look out again for that crow as you're leaving the screen. Get the mushroom now if you did not get it on the way up.
Okay. Let me ask you this. For a beginner, how important do you think the magic powder is? You mentioned that the empty bottle was one of the last things you cut out. Where would you be considering cutting out the magic powder as a newer runner? Essential. Okay.
Path here.
So I will be getting that.
Trolley Crow.
Got it.
And we leave Lost Woods.
Okay.
Again, typically overworld movement is more about getting from point A to point B. As you start becoming a better speedrunner, you're going to want to optimize your paths, figure out the best places to dash, the safest places to avoid monsters, things like that. But as you're just starting out, the important point is just that you get to where you need to be going.
That's a good point. Just, cut it out when you find yourself just not needing it before a boss, yeah.
Specifically where we need to be going is back into the castle.
Is that right? The mushroom by itself is a safety as well? Is that because it can refill your hearts? Or something? It may be a reason why you could get 2 mushrooms? Can you get one on the way in and one on the way out? Oh, there's a glitch called fake powder. Huh.
So that we can head to Aghanim's tower. This room might seem familiar, but this time we go down out the door instead of up through it. Break through the seal here. Dash through this room, and in this room, charge your sword up, face down, and make sure you're lined up with the bottom wall. We're going to wait for those guards' shoes to touch, then we'll move up, spin them, and kill them in one attack.
Nice
I'll
strat.
show you that again.
I think
Come
I was...
in, swipe down, line up.
I think I was gone for this fight. Must have gone to the restroom or something when the WR was occurring. So this is good to see this. I'm not sure if it's the same strat. I'm assuming it is.
Bottom wall, make sure our sword is charged, wait for those shoes to touch, and as soon as they do, move up and spin them, and you'll kill them every time.
Hey, Mana. Learning goes great. I already watched the WR. It's the second best run, but, basically WR. 1,000 runs submitted, so. Now we're watching the beginner tutorial. How you doing?
Before the next room, charge your sword, walk through, release the spin, and kill those 2 guards. If you forget to charge your sword, that's okay. You'll have enough time to do it again. This is another opportunity to key dash. Stay lined up with this chest right here. Just move straight left to underneath the door. Initiate a dash and then turn up. And you'll move through that locked door without bonking on it. Just get through this room. Try not to take damage. This maze has a couple of things about it. If you've got full health, which we don't right now, and you swipe your sword and do a sword beam, the sword beam will make all of the guards in the room notice you. As well will bonks, and if a guard sees you and you tink against his sword...
Hey, Poppy, how you doing? Thanks for the good luck, have fun. It's been a lot of fun today so far. I think I'm going to have a great time with this.
Like that, it'll also cause all the guards in the room to see you as well. So we want to try to get through here without doing any of those things. And that looks like this.
Okay. This is when I came back from going to the bathroom.
That dash is kind of hard to stop, but it is the safest way to get through that
Okay,
bat.
so there's a key in that room. Got it.
The most important point is to just get that key and then get over to this locked door as quickly as possible. This
is just P-Town under the hood, today. Yeah, just having fun today, honestly. Not trying too hard. We're not trying to be super speedy here, like get through the learning rapidly. We're just soaking it in today.
I'll show that path one more time. It's okay if you get hit.
Seeing what's going to be in our
Use your
future.
boomerang to stop any troublesome enemies. Your sword works as well. And get through that door. In here, just dash right and get up through this staircase. Again, just dash.
You know, one thing I would say, I'm someone who has watched other runs. Yeah, Fruit Bats' tutorial is really good here. For example, when you think about like runs that are like this that have very, very difficult strats, another Zelda run comes to mind, Ocarina of Time, right? Ocarina of Time is a speedrun that has very difficult skips. Incredibly difficult. If you're going for like 100%. And that speedrun, I think might be the kind of speedrun where even a really good runner would probably have to take years to master the very difficult skips. Relatively, I think A Link to the Past's very hard skips will probably be faster to learn, luckily, than like Ocarina of Times, which are very involved and pretty big and very precise. At least the ones that I see here, I really feel like I'm confident I'll be able to learn them. I haven't seen a single thing that I'm like intimidated by. Even, for example, the dash stutter stepping to go across a gap that the world record was doing, I guarantee you that's really hard. Like, but that doesn't intimidate me. I understand what's going on there, and if you understand it, you know what's required. You can do that. It just would require infinite amount of practice. So, like, I guess, you know, at this point in the day, I'm really happy with what I've seen. Because I don't see anything that's, like, making me nervous about it. Yeah, you're talking about hovering, and that's for world record runs, exactly, yeah. And that's kind of what I mean, like, haven't seen a single thing that makes me kind of quiver in fear, like, I don't know if I can do this.
Down and get through the door. I like to boomerang this guard.
You know, it's going to be more about how much do I care. That's this run. How much do you care?
No matter where he is, and then
I care a shit ton about Final Fantasy VII. Do I want to care that much about another run? Like, that's the question.
dash through this door. In here, we've got to kill this guard to get a key. If you've got no sword beams, it's a little bit easier to do it without getting noticed. If you do manage to not get noticed, you could initiate a key dash from this bottom wall to get through this door. But these enemies in here are pretty volatile and will notice you a lot of times. And since you can't really see them, it's sometimes easier to just go straight through. This room requires us to kill the 2 red guards before we can continue. The bats do not matter. So just kill the red guards, or kill the bats if they get in your way. Same thing here, gotta kill the 2 red guards before we move on. These red guards pretty frequently drop hearts, so if you're low on health and worried about it, you could pick up a heart here. I'm not worried about it. So,
you know what's interesting about that comment? Like, it's really enjoyable, especially when you pull off the swag rooms, yeah. Those are the best speedruns, right? When they just flow, and they just feel so good. You know what came to mind about that? Sea of Stars. It's one reason I love Sea of Stars. As hard as that run is, like 8-hour run, no breaks, and every mistake is 2 to 3 minutes of time loss. That's why I love that run. Because when you do things right, and the fight skips right, oh my god, they feel so good. So I totally get that.
we'll continue on. This room is kind of fun. Just pick up the pots and throw them at that middle guard.
And then
If this
boomerang
guard
the
gets
key?
in your way, just slash him and kill him. If he doesn't, just ignore him. Pick up the second pot, kill that guy. Soon as his key drops, use your boomerang to pick it up.
Yeah.
Make sure you pick up this pot here to get these arrows and head through.
Okay.
Dash here and head up through, and you'll usually not get hit by those guards. Push this statue to the left and through this door. This room can be a little bit tight, but if you're quick, you'll be able to boomerang that guy and dash up here without anything bad happening. If you're a little bit slow, it's fine. Just pay attention to them. Try not to take damage.
Now, who is this? This is, oh, Aghanim's. Let's see how many blue balls we get here. Ooh, Guri wants a Shakespearean insult. Oh, what a perfect timing before this wizard. This dastardly wizard. Well, thanks for your 5,000 channel points, Guri Fondensetsu. I hope you're having a great hump day. You mammering, rump-fed mushroom. You musty, self-glorious oxhead. You panderly, sheep-biting pin buttock. God damn it, you finical hollow-eyed causionaire. I hope you're just having a great hump day. Thanks a lot, man, for your 5,000 channel points. You rock. There you go. You got all the insults today.
As you come into this room, move over to the left. Gets us in a better position for after this cutscene ends, because now we just have to watch helplessly while the beloved Princess Zelda is sent to the Dark World by the evil wizard Aghanim. There's nothing we could do to stop him, apparently. And now the sorcerer will vanish. We have no idea where, except we played this game before, so we know where we're going. We go back here. This fight is a little bit interesting because it's purely random. Aghanim's got 5 attacks that he'll do per cycle. The first one will always be this energy ball that you could reflect back, just do a sword spin.
So we really figured out this fight from WR already. You use the tiles on the floor, and with the charge, you want to be exactly the entire width of one tile away. And it doesn't seem like a very complex fight other than that.
Standing to the left or the right of him.
Like,
then these next
like
three...
here, like he's got one tile from the edge of the ball to Link. Was pretty obviously the visual cue they're going for. So let's see how he describes it.
This fight is a little bit interesting because it's purely random. Aghanim's got 5 attacks that he'll do per cycle. The first one will always be this energy ball that you could reflect back, just do a sword spin standing to the left or the right of him. Then these next 3 attacks are random. He's got a 50-50 chance of doing that blue ball attack that we can't reflect back, and that energy ball attack that we can. He'll do 3 of those 50-50s. We hope we get energy balls. Got 2 out of 3 energy balls. And then his 5th and final attack will be this lightning bolt attack that we can't do anything about except stand up here.
Ah, so it's a cycle and it's always on the 5th. I didn't know that. Okay.
Then the cycle repeats. We get 1 energy ball, and then a 50-50 chance on the next 3, and then that lightning. He takes 6 energy balls to kill. Just cross your fingers and hope for good luck. This is now also a nice time to relax after some of those stressful dungeons.
Can I ask you guys this? Can he be hit on a blue ball attack? I think the answer is no, right? That's why it's 6 seconds of time loss. It's not that it takes longer, it's that you can't do damage. Okay, so you can't do damage, got it. Thank you, thank you.
We got fairly lucky there. Didn't take too long. We could get up to 15 blue balls if we're really unlucky.
15?
So we hope that doesn't happen.
The most I see on the leaderboard is 3, I think. Oh boy. The guy who gets 15, I'd love to see his reaction to it.
But sometimes it will.
Now that also ends the light world, where I've already decided, like, this will be where I learn. My first segment will be the light world. And then I'll probably grind that until I feel good about it. I know, I wouldn't even be mad either. I'd put that on YouTube and be like, world's best Aghanim fight. And then this will be where I probably make sure I'm close to a top time before I move on to learn the rest. That's the way that I would do this run. Is I would now stop my learning and then review everything I did and start speedrunning it. But we're going to go through all the rest tonight.
It's the most random, or what we would call RNG, random number generator, most RNG heavy boss fight in the game. So sometimes you could get supremely unlucky. Other times you might be able to make it out with 0 blue balls. Usually, you'll get a few. 2 to 4 is pretty average. Just do your best in the fight. Make sure you reflect the energy balls, and you'll be fine.
I love how
This is
chill
one of
this
the
guy is.
longest conversations in the game, particularly on the US version. Just keep spamming those buttons until we get through it. And as soon as we are... Alright. Now we get to start the Dark World.
Let's go. 30-second break. I think that's your only one in the run or something. I mean, it's not a break even. There are no breaks here. Because
Dark World
you're mashing.
represents a pretty substantial spike in difficulty because we don't have that many heart containers, we still have the green mail, and the enemies here deal a ton of damage. So be very, very careful as you move through the overworld here, making your way to Palace of Darkness. Palace of Darkness is the hardest dungeon you face so far, but the overworld is the real danger because you could lose so many hearts just on your way.
Really? Okay.
As you're making this path, you should also check to ensure that you have at least 110 rupees. If you don't, you've got to...
Hold on, he used an arrow
You
to
could
show me
lose
something here.
So many hearts just on your way.
There's an arrow on
As you're making
screen.
this path, you should also check to ensure that you have at least 110 rupees. If you don't, you've got a few options. These onion monsters here will drop rupees some of the time. You can see we got a blue one there. Make sure you have at least 110, and then come through here. Follow this path through, and we'll pick up Kiki. You need to bribe Kiki 10 rupees to get her to follow you. If you get hit by anything at this point, Kiki will stop following you. So be very careful. Then as you get up to this door, you will give Kiki 100 rupees to go the rest of the way and open Palace of Darkness for you.
He had 2 more rupees than the WR had.
Let's head in. Palace of Darkness is pretty twisty and turny, so you'll have to practice this dungeon a few times before you get the hang of it. But start out by coming left this way, pick up that pot to get a bomb. Come in here, be very careful, those will shoot at you if you give them too much time. Pick up that pot, hit that button, switch to the mirror, open the chest, get that key, and mirror out.
Okay, back to the start.
We will mirror out several times in this dungeon.
Got it.
Come in here, grab this pot, get another bomb, head through this door. Jump down this platform here. Try to avoid getting electrocuted by that jelly as you do it. Quickly pick up this pot, hit the button, open the chest, get another key, mirror out again.
I love the mirroring here.
Pick up another bomb. This time we're going to head to the left. Equip your bombs, drop a bomb on this cracked platform here, wait for it to explode.
WR does that different. He drops it before, throws it, runs on it. It's more optimal.
And then fall down through it. Come through this second locked door.
But this guy knows that. He's just not trying, because he doesn't want to show
This
a
will give
beginner
us
that strat.
access to the big key. I like to switch to the mirror before I open the chest, just so that I could be hammering Y during that text box, and I could, as quickly as possible, mirror out.
So every key instantly mirror out of the Palace of Darkness so far. All 3.
Grab this bomb again. Deja vu. Push this block down and run through this door.
Well, now this is where the world record got pretty nuts. This is where he starts hovering, I think is what you guys are calling it. And he actually just airwalks over to the chest here, which is definitely not what's going to occur. I think they're going to do a bomb jump.
Pick up this key. Jump off the platform. There's a beetle coming up here. Just dash and he won't be able to hit you.
Oh, they're
Another
straight up going to
opportunity
do the
for a
room.
key dash here. If you want to line up against this bottom rail, start a dash, turn up. You'll dash right through that door. This collapsing platform can be a problem. Just try to get across it. Watch out for that helm sword. Grab another bomb. Head through here.
Wow, the WR does not do any of this.
This room here has a lot of blue rupees. We don't really need them. The important points are to avoid the anti-fairies and to get that key from that chest.
Okay.
Then we head back up. Careful of these turtles. Just get out the door. We're going to come up to another darkened maze room here. As you come in here, equip your bomb, throw it downward. That'll open that block door there. This is all about avoiding those fire-breathing Kodongos. So if the fire gets in your way, wait for it to pass, get around it, kill any Kodongos that you can. Follow this path around. Open this chest containing the key. And now we could go through that blocked doorway that we've already bombed.
I feel like the WR skips all of that by being able to skip over to the bomb, right? To the big chest. This is a big time save.
If you didn't bomb it, just drop a bomb right there, wait for it to open. A little bit faster to drop it ahead of time, though. Get that hammer.
You can combine those two paths by jumping down there after the big key. Yeah, these are old 2008 strats.
And we'll mirror...
Yeah, like, for example, the WR, here. I remember now you say that. This right here.
And I could just mirror...
Right here.
Open the chest.
They just jump off instead of teleporting out, right? Is what they do.
Just so that I could be
he falls off
Y
here.
During that text box, and I could, as quickly as possible, mirror out. Grab.
And is that what you mean by combining the two paths into one? That's the combination.
This bomb again. Deja vu. Push this block down and run through this door. Pick up this key. Jump off the platform. There's a beetle coming up here. Just dash and he won't be able to hit you. Another opportunity for a key dash here. If you want to line up against this bottom rail, start a dash, turn up. You'll dash right through that door.
Got it.
This collapsing platform can be a problem. Just try to get across it. Watch out for that helm sword. Grab another bomb. Head through here. And down these stairs. This room here has a lot of blue rupees. We don't really need them. The important points are to avoid the anti-fairies and to get that key from that chest.
Okay.
And then we head back up. Careful of these turtles. Just get out the door.
And so all of that was
Come
now
up
to get the big
another
chest.
darkened maze room here. As you come in here, equip your bomb, throw it downward. That'll open that block door there.
Okay, we
It's in
saw
your wet
this.
bound. It, just drop a bomb right there, wait for it to open. A little bit faster to drop it ahead of time, though. Get that hammer. And we'll mirror back to the beginning. Pick up yet another bomb from these pots. Last time that we'll be coming through here. But we do come this way again. Switch over to your arrows. This is a little bit of a trick shot, but you want to be slightly below this chest and slightly above this corner right here. If you stand approximately there and shoot an arrow, you'll be able to hit that switch, jump down here, run through the door.
Okay.
Any hearts that you're missing, you could refill here up to 3. Try to have full health. If you don't, it's alright, though. Get some more bombs here, and push this statue onto this switch. There we are. And we come through this door. You'll fight the mimics in this room a few times over the course of the game. The green mimics are not really that big of a deal. The red one is a problem, though, because as soon as you turn up to shoot him, he shoots you with that fireball right there. Don't want that to happen. A way you could trick him is if you're holding your sword out and moving side to side. You can see he's not looking at me. So once I've got that line up, I could shoot him with the arrows. The green mimics take 1 shot, the red mimics take 2. It's good to develop a path for these mimic rooms, and I'll show you mine. Come in here, shoot 1, shoot 1, shoot 1, move it in the way, shoot another one, move it in the way.
Yep.
Then you could dash right through the door.
Basically casual, though.
Use your sword beams if you've got it to clear that.
That's
Otherwise,
why you're...
use an arrow.
That's why your hearts at full are so important for that, for the time save there.
Then shoot an arrow at that fake Igor right there. Igor statue. Link to the Past has several moments where you just wait for a wall to move out of the way. It's a good time to get a drink of water, rest your fingers a little bit, and we'll continue on. As you come in here, switch over to your hammer. Hammer this.
Another room where like having full hearts really important. Or I guess you need your boomerang here.
Down. If you've got sword beams, go ahead and hit it there. If you don't, you want to switch over to your boomerang, cross across, throw the boomerang, cross back, and then switch back to the hammer. Sword beams are faster, so that's the ideal method. But if you don't have full health, You could use your boomerang. With the hammer equipped, make sure you hammer down that turtle and run through the door.
See how he does his room.
Keep holding B as you walk in, hammer, walk down hammer, spin attack.
He has a better room than the W. This is the one instance where he has a better room than the WR did, actually. The WR got really mad because one of the turtles on the bottom right didn't flip, and he had to, like, go kill him.
That's how you do the turtle room optimally. It's a little bit of a challenge to get the hang of, but
That was very good.
I'll show you how to do it again. We're holding B, come down between those two turtles, hammer, come down, hammer again, spin, hammer, hammer.
Nice.
If you can't manage that,
Very
it's fine.
nice.
Just hammer, flip the turtles over, slash them to kill them, get through this room as quickly as possible. But that method is one you're going to want to practice.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I can tell.
Push this block down, and we go through the warp. 2 rows of turtles here. Hammer the first one, hammer the second one, and we come through this door. Into Helmsor.
Okay.
Hold down the B button as you come in to keep your sword out. That'll just make it a little bit easier. Just like with Moldorm, holding the sword out will cause us to tink off Helmsor's mask here. Helmsor's got 3 different attacks. The first one is that fireball attack, which then fan out. He's also got a second attack, which involves him swinging his tail faster and then attacking with it. And his third attack causes him to lunge forward. While his helmet is equipped, he can only do one of those 3 attacks at a time. After we knock that helmet off, he can do all 3 attacks, up to all 3 attacks, or just 2 of them simultaneously. So he gets harder once you knock the helmet off.
Simultaneously.
Here's what the
Wow.
fight should roughly look like. As you come in, start hammering on his helmet. Once you see that second piece fall out, we know that he's got 8 more hits left. 1. Avoid these fireballs. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. After the 7th, you could despawn the fireball if you break the helmet while it's on the screen. He needs 8 more hits here. 7 if you are able to hit him with a sword spin right after you knock the helmet off. Just go as quickly as you can.
Well, or 3 with the magic hammer, right? Or 4? 3 or 4? World record uses the magic hammer the entire fight.
Try to kill him. Helmsor is the reason you're going to want to get 2 bottles ahead of time if you're struggling with this boss. He's very, very difficult. Expect to die several times. Have the bottles if you need support, but expect to die to Helmsor several times. Learn his patterns, practice him, and you should be able to kill him.
Aye, aye, Captain. That's actually a fairly
Hammer
long
through those
text break
buttons
there.
as the maiden talks to you. Some of those maiden conversations are fairly long, particularly that first one. Hammer buttons, you'll get through them eventually. Again, it's a nice time to mentally relax and prepare yourself for the next dungeon, which in this case is going to be Thieves' Town. Reason we do Thieves' Town next is it gives us access to the Tempered Sword, which makes the rest of the game a lot easier. If you used any fairies and you want to recover any, you could knock into that tree, and it'll knock a fairy out. You could catch it, you could use it for healing, whatever you need, but it's a nice little fairy to know about. Continue on here, again being very careful not to get hit by enemies.
Looks like he does Mire before Swamp 2, and that's a reroute now.
I like to be a little bit down to knock that guard out of the way, so it gives me a little bit more time.
And also, where the WR does everything so stylishly, the world record swag slides through here. Like, he's just holding up his magic hammer and, like, skating through. like he's on roller skates. Like, he doesn't even swing. Just boom. There's big differences at this point now.
Time to break through here. Move up to line up with these bushes so that when you dash through, this spear thrower right there won't hit you. Dash to the left, staying a little bit high this time so you can get around that tree.
Like, something like that doesn't seem like that should be that hard to me. Like, the slide with the magic hammer. I'm just surprised it's not in, like, these strats.
And dash into this clearing here.
Now, this is where we get the ocarina, and WR does a really nice, smooth movement here.
Here we will talk to the mysterious fox flute boy that haunted my nightmares when I was a kid, because this is a really creepy part of the game. But all we need from him is the shovel. We switch back to the mirror.
Another trick
Mirror
you
back
can't
to the
do in
light
this
world.
version. Gotcha.
Switch over to the shovel. And on this path, patch of flowers here, dig up the flute. We watch a little bit of a cutscene where we get trampled by that pink chocobo, or whatever it is. The flute boy disappears. That's okay, we're never going to visit him again. We're never going to tell him we got his ocarina, and he's never going to turn into that creepy, creepy tree monster that he turns into. This might look familiar. This time there are guards, though. In particular, that red one has a tendency to chase you down and hit you because he is so fast. Be careful with him. If you did not get the bottles yet, this would be your opportunity to do it. It is faster to do it at this point than the place that we got it earlier, but then we wouldn't have the bottles for Palace of Darkness.
We're getting the duck, okay.
But picking it up at either point is fine. As we come up here, we use the flute. We get to listen to this entire ocarina soundtrack, and we free the magic duck from his prison. We wait for him to do a little bit of flying around.
Let's see if this guy does the sprint strat to hasten up the teleporting.
And then we immediately call him.
He does not.
Fly with the duck over to spot 2. And as we land, immediately switch over to the mushroom. Hit Y to give the mushroom to the witch.
So here's another thing that the WR does not do. The safety strat for the magic powder that I think we will be doing.
And now we leave the screen. Then we come back, and we could go into the witch's hut and get our reward for giving the mushroom, which is the magic powder. If you've taken any points of damage, you could talk to this witch here, get a sample of red potion, and heal yourself up to full.
The dashing towards the duck is to get the duck off the screen faster. It sets up the fire rod glitch and Misery Mire. Gotcha. Well, you say that in Misery Mire, but the WR does it every time. All 3, at least.
Switch back to the flute. Wait for the duck to pick us up, and we go back to 3. With that little detour complete, it is time to go to Thieves Town. This screen here could be kind of irritating. These guards have a tendency to really want to ruin your day. Just try to get through safely.
This is where he's going around to the portal and then back down into town.
Dash through that bush.
Got it.
And through this transition. Switch quickly back to the hammer. Hammer that down. Lift up this rock. And through that portal.
By the way, we got 5 subs for Chugs going tonight.
These bushes can have all sorts of nasty...
If anyone is in the mood, I'm in the mood, if you guys are. You get 35% off 5 packs of subs through the next 3 days, too. Just FYI.
Surprises, just hope they have none, and continue on.
Oh, we're going into the middle statue, okay.
Try to line up with the top of these benches right here, and that gives you a clear dash right into there.
I keep trying to, like, mentally be ahead of this run and, like, kind of think about where am I going next at all times before they do.
This pitchfork is a little bit interesting. If you grab it in the middle and pull it, Link will roll all the way backward. We could control his roll a little bit more if we grab it more toward the left.
I was wondering why the WR did that. I just figured it was faster, which it is, but wasn't sure that's why.
We don't roll back quite as far. And here's Thieves Town. Thieves Town, again, very twisty and turny. The goal is to try to take as little damage as possible and to just try to remember this route. It's 2 different levels, a lot of screen transitions, and a lot of dangerous enemies. So it takes a lot of practice, but you will get the hang of it.
That's an interesting point. He might do it as muscle memory for the other 2. Because if you do it every time, you'll never forget. It could be. I would bet there's a reason every time.
And you open this chest to get a key. There are, by the way, bunny beams scattered all throughout this dungeon that could turn you into a bunny. If you're a bunny, you could no longer use your sword, and you could no longer dash. Try to avoid them, but if you get hit, it's not that big of a deal. And through the big key door. As you come in here, dash up. Grab this key, dash back down again, and use it to get through this door. Careful here of that fire snake. If you need some health, which you might, this dungeon is scary, switch over to the magic powder, and you could powder these anti-fairies to turn them into an actual fairy, which you could use for healing or capture for your bottle. The powder is an invaluable resource for healing in most dungeons from now on.
And we'll see if he gets the God Pixel you guys taught me about.
This hallway here is incredibly dangerous.
Not
Try
trying
not
for
to
it.
take damage, though you probably will. If you do take a little bit of damage like we did just there and you want to get healing, come back into the screen. It'll reset their positions. Make sure you're not standing in the doorway, otherwise you can't use the magic powder. Make sure it's equipped, wait for that anti-fairy to come up, and you could powder it for full health.
Okay. Nice
Grab
backup
this
strat.
pot, grab the key, walk over here, turn down, throw the pot to flip the switch, and come through this locked door. These little grasshoppers here will do a ton of damage, so if they get in your way, just slash them out or kill them. Dashing through makes them a little bit safer. That way, if they're in front of you, you knock them away. This room is incredibly frightening. Switch to a bomb, throw it up here. Make sure it blows.
Oh, so they do 2 hearts of damage. That's a lot. So 4 hits, you're GG. Got it.
The hole through before you continue, and then go back.
Hold on, where was the key?
Them away. This room is incredibly frightening. Switch to a bomb, throw it up here.
Oh,
Make sure
it's
it
that,
blows
okay.
the hole through before you continue,
Which opens up the boss fight.
and then go back. Again, being careful of these grasshoppers. There's a few different reliable ways to avoid these spikes. You could just walk through them if you'd like, but that's a little bit slow. If you want to learn a quicker way through, it's all due to timing with the dashes, and here's how that looks. As you come in, move right, start a dash, dash down, and you'll be safe.
Easy.
If you've taken any damage, you could switch to the powder again, powder that fairy, get full health, and dash through.
He makes
Make a
that look
decision
so
about whether
easy.
you want to go up or down. It's a quick read on those monsters. Just get through. Try not to take any damage. That red horse head could be a problem, which is why I like to go down in that little crevice there. Makes it more likely that I'm going to avoid him.
And he picks up
It's
his
safer
maiden.
to just straight up kill these blue horse heads. Sometimes they'll get in your way, particularly if you're doing some other things in this dungeon. Ideally, if you need some hearts, you could get them here. There's also a bunny beam under this pot. You could see if I pick up the pot, it releases the bunny beam, and he could hit me, turning me into a bunny. But if, rather than picking up the pot, I already have the magic powder equipped and use it, you get a fairy right away.
Interesting.
You could catch that and put it in your bottle.
Didn't
You
know
can
that.
Get full health, whatever you need. The point is, talk to the maiden, quote unquote, and get the key and keep dashing through. In this room, just initiate a dash and you'll get right through that door. Very quickly here, switching over to the hammer, hammer through, pick up the glove, the Titan's mitt, and dash right through again. You could go up through that way. I find it safer if you're just starting out to come this way, though. It'll force you to pick up this rock again, but it is safer than going up through those jellies.
Fine.
As you come into here, break open this pot or lift it up, doesn't matter. Hit that button, come through. If you're in need of one more heart, you could get that right there.
And
now we
boss.
start the blind fight.
Literally a
As you come
scripted
in,
fight, right?
initiate a dash, bonk off the top wall. That's the fastest way to do it. Slash your sword down immediately, and just keep holding it. That'll let you get that first cycle done as quickly as possible. I'll show that one more time. We come in, we initiate a dash.
Is he literally
turn down,
holding
slash that
attack?
sword out
I'm
so
looking
it's
at his
intersecting
inputs.
Blind's head. And as long as we don't move and just keep doing that, we finish the first cycle. And as long as we don't move and
No,
just keep
he's
doing that,
swinging.
we finish the first
Okay.
cycle immediately. If you've got sword beams, you could use the sword beam method, which is just standing down here and hitting blind that way. Every head takes 3 hits, and there are 3 heads. This gets substantially more difficult as more and more heads start popping out. Oh, we got blocked there. But a little bit of practice, and you should be able to beat it. If you don't have sword beams, the fight will look a little bit more like this.
I don't remember.
Still do the same thing.
I don't remember what WR did. My assumption is they had full sword beams. They kind of were perfect.
Dash. Get this first cycle out of the way. Now we'll lose sword beams. Just hover around up here. The fireballs, if they hit you, will do 1 heart of damage. The heads, if they hit you, will do 2 hearts of damage. Just do your best to avoid getting hit. Laser beam also does 2 points of damage. This is a fight that, no matter what way you slice it, will take a lot of practice. Blind will kill you, and he will kill you several times. But you should have 2 fairies in 2 bottles, so if you suffer a couple of deaths, it should be alright. Just do your best to try to kill Blind as quickly as possible. It is a fight that, once you get down to a nice programmed routine, will be pretty straightforward and easy, but until then, it takes a lot of practice. Again, we'll just hammer the buttons here, get through this maiden conversation.
Okay. Well, my assumption that that fight was scripted then, maybe not quite the case. Seems a little more chaotic. This guy makes it seem a little more chaotic than I thought it was.
Our next destination will be Skullwoods, but a quick detour before we head there. Pull out your bombs, drop a bomb here. This bush right here will sometimes have a bomb, sometimes won't. You're waiting for that bomb to explode anyway, so may as well check. Head in here, open this chest containing 300 rupees.
These are for the flippers. Okay, so the WR does this too.
We'll use that as part of the payment later for Zora's flippers.
And then he gets another one coming up here.
Next part of our detour is getting the tempered sword. Talk to this
Oh,
frog.
yeah. This is for the smiths to the right in the light world. Okay.
And come back out again. Unlike with the old man, you could actually dash with the frog, so feel free to do that. Throw this rock out of the way, switch over to your mirror, and mirror into the light world. Now, another slight detour here. If you're skipping half magic, just go ahead and head directly into the house right now. If you're getting half magic, which I recommend if it's your first few runs, come down this way. Switch over to your powder and throw the powder on this red concoction here.
Got it. Okay.
Half magic means that every magic item that we use consumes half of the amount of magic that it usually does. So in essence, it's as if our magic pool is twice as big.
Well, I have to imagine for early runs, this is probably required. For the one dungeon that, you know, requires you to be really good with your magic. It's the magic dungeon, right? I don't think it's the next one, but whatever the block cane dungeon is, probably important to come do this for at least a couple runs.
This is probably going to be the first safety you drop. Half magic is not that useful in a speedrun.
Okay.
But until you get confident about managing your magic levels, it's a good idea to pick it up.
It's the Ice Palace. Okay, thank you. So that's 3 dungeons from now. Okay, 2 dungeons actually.
If you were skipping half magic, you'd be here right now. Come through this door.
Okay, so first one to drop, even if you need it. So, like, did you decide to use it when you started?
Drop off the dwarf. Leave and re-enter. This enables the conversation where you could turn in the Master Sword to have it tempered. Costs 10 rupees. Quite a steal.
You
Port
tried
back
it.
to the Dark World.
You tried it, but quickly dropped it after a few runs. Okay.
Your mirror would still be equipped if you're skipping half magic. Come slight of the way into the door. This is a pretty big window, but stand about here and mirror back to the light world. This way you go immediately, automatically into the building. Get the tempered sword, and we'll leave.
Okay.
And then we immediately warp back to the Dark World. That's why we put the portal there. One last chore. We need 300 more rupees. So we'll get them from this house here.
Yeah, WR goes in here too.
We need 600 more rupees by the end of the game. 500 for Zora's flippers and another 100 for the big bomb that allows us to get the golden sword and the silver arrows.
Ah, which I don't think we're going to be doing. As long as you aren't a stormtrooper with your fire rod, you don't really need it. You know what? I might not even start with it then. Okay. I ain't no stormtrooper. And what about the golden sword and the silver arrows? Did you start with those?
If you need more fairies at this point, you could find them under this pile of rocks here. Just dash into it, and it'll let some fairies out. Catch them if you need them for your bottles.
And so now for the fire rod dungeon. Okay.
To get around this pit, just scrape along this wall as close as you possibly can as you dash.
Got it. Same thing for
You'll get
those.
through just fine.
Dropped them after a
Careful
couple.
not to fall down this center hole here. That puts you into a bad spot in Skull Woods. You don't want to deal with it. So when you dash through these bushes, either dash through the top row or the bottom row, but never the center row.
Well, cheers, guys, to our inaugural Zelda speedrun
This room
learning.
can be pretty challenging. As you come in, immediately kill those jellies, pick up that pot, reveal the button, start moving this statue. Those zombies will get in your way and will be a problem. As you get more experience, you can start ignoring them. But as you're starting out, switch over to your boomerang and paralyze them. It makes it a lot safer to deal with this room. This
And
dungeon also introduces wall masters.
the hand comes into play for the WR. The hand's not even on the screen. He gets through it before.
That guy right there. Make sure he doesn't grab you. If he does, he brings you back to the beginning of the dungeon. You have to start over. He doesn't do any damage, but he is a pain. There is another fairy underneath this pot in case you need it. Just switch over to your magic powder and powder there. You could get a fairy to either put in a bottle or to heal yourself. Get the big key here and mirror out.
It is really nice how he shows you every fairy you can get for backup.
And leave. Now we head to another part of Skullwoods. Be careful of these monsters here. Again, remember, come through the bottom row, not the middle row. This room has our second bomb jump, so switch over to your bombs, slash downward, move backward until you're close to the pit. Just like in Hera, the window is pretty big. I'm showing it right now. You just have to be within those pixels.
Okay.
When you are, drop the bomb, do your timing again, and get yourself across that pit.
Nice bomb
The
jump.
mechanism is exactly the same as it is in Hera. Just practice it, and you'll pick it up. Get the fire rod there, mirror out, and exit. Be careful of this monster here. Just slash it. Again, dashing through the bottom row, not the center row. It bears repeating because it really hurts the run if you fall through the middle.
How badly?
Dash through here.
I'm curious how awful it is.
Dash to here. Grab this key and get out quickly before that wall master grabs you. Slash your way through that monster. Dash up here, switch over to your fire rod to open up the last part of the dungeon. Jiggle left so you get around that block and dash upward. Watch out for that fire snake, and then go through the door. Move a little bit to the left to pick up this pot, throw it upward. If you are careful, you can get through this little gap right here without falling in the pit or hitting that star. Just move diagonally through there. Get through this door. Fire rod, turn up, fire rod, pick up these pots, fire rod, and fire rod.
Makes that look
There's
so
a rhythm
so easy. Yeah, there's a rhythm to that.
to that, and if you follow that rhythm, it will save you every time. If you need some health, switch over to the magic powder, take care of this Moldorm, powder that bunny bean, and get through the door. Switch again over to your fire rod upward to hit that zombie. Sometimes a monster will get in the way. It's fine if it does. Grab the key, get through here. The zombie is holding that key, dies to one fire rod shot. That's the easiest way to do it.
And
Mothula is a very challenging boss.
Yeah.
And a few things to note about him. This conveyor belt will move randomly in 4 different directions and will change direction during the fight. Mothula's main attack is to just hover around and use those beams, but the most dangerous thing are these spikes that move along the ground. There's a lot of things to keep track of and a lot of things to avoid. To do damage to Mothula, you must knock him roughly toward the center of the room, like that right there. If he's toward the edge, and I knock him into spikes, he won't actually take any damage. The reason for that is the damage he takes from the spikes, which is 0, overwrites the damage he takes from the sword, so you end up not able to kill him. In order to kill him, use your fire rod, use your slashes, and the fight looks roughly about like this.
I feel like World Record didn't use the fire rod at all, and they only relied upon sword jabs, not even slashes. Like holding your sword out and just running into Mothula is what the WR did. So I think a much different strat here.
Try to position myself so that my first hit knocks him back into that block. He's getting into a corner
Yeah,
fire rod,
much
try to
different
pull him
strat
away.
here.
Just try to get those hits in. Try to get those hits. Okay, hit him into the wall, and yeah, okay, there we go.
I would say this is the first time the beginner's tutorial differs wildly from the WR strat. Otherwise, every fight's been pretty similar, but this one seems to be a really safe strat.
Yeah, got him. If he gets into a corner, use your fire rod to try to persuade him to come out of it. Make sure whenever you slash at him, you're trying to slash him into the center of the room rather than toward a wall. He takes ultimately 4 hits to kill. Do your best, use your fairies if you need to, and practice this fight.
Cool. Well, if I struggle, I can try that backup strat.
As you're coming out of Skull Woods, quickly switch over to the mirror and mirror back to the light world. And as soon as you get there, quickly switch to the ocarina and play it. We're going to be going to Link's house or number 4 on the map. If you're having any trouble at all with Mothula in Skull Woods, or with Blind in Thieves Town, or even with Helmsor in the Palace of Darkness, don't feel bad. Those are the bosses who, in my opinion, are most likely to kill new runners, and to kill new runners over and over and over again. Do your best, keep practicing with them, make a save state before if it helps you, and just keep...
Mothula, Helmasaur, what was the other one you said?
Keep trying. If you go in with 2 fairies and a little bit of practice,
Probably
you
Moldrum.
should be able to figure it out, but don't get frustrated if you're struggling. Carry this skull through the screen transition so that you can kill that monster with it. I like to kill this one as well, or at least slash him out of
blind.
the way,
Got it.
because his bouncing will sometimes get you if you try to just dash through.
It's funny how Moldworm was so bad for me casually. The speedrunners don't really seem to think so, huh?
Go. Slash that guy if he gets in your way. Pick up this rock and keep coming around. And you can throw anything into the circle of stones here, but I find this skull rock the easiest one.
Okay.
I also like to bonk there while waiting for the catfish to come out. A, you get Link looking kind of funny, which is always fun. And B, this is a helpful trick as you start getting better and want to do something called quick warps. Switch
WR does this.
over to your mirror, and as soon as you get that medallion, mirror back into the light world. And now we'll head up into the Zora's domain.
Time to put out some ant traps tonight. First time of the year. I've got some ants on my desk. I got a window right here, so this happens every year, but I can tell. Time to get the ant traps out, guys.
To get the flippers. Dash through here, being careful not to jump in the water or get hit by any of the Zoras. The path you want here is the one on the bottom. There are 3 different ways to go. You want the furthest south one.
Okay, and I think we immediately exit
And we'll
south.
talk to this Zora here.
afterwards.
Finally spending some of the rupees that have been burning a hole in our pouch through most of the game. Spend 500 rupees here and get the flippers, or as they're called in the Japanese version, the finger webs.
Finger webs. Finger webs. That's a very interesting connotation. I mean, a frog does have finger webs, too. I could see that.
Continue dashing, jump off this waterfall. Keep dashing, jump off this waterfall. And dash to the left. Again, being careful to avoid jumping in the water. Be careful of the crabs here. They deal a lot of damage, but if you need any health, they'll occasionally drop a heart. Kill any Zoras that get in your way, and head through this whirlpool. Pick up the center rock. We'll warp back to the Dark World, and now we start Ice Palace.
Cool. The one I was talking about with all the magic. Let's see how his magic looks. Does he ever run, you know, at risk of running out?
Come in, switch quickly over to your fire rod, and just like that switch in Palace of Darkness, where you had to be slightly below the chest and slightly above the corner, be slightly to the right of this statue so that your fire rod shot will clear it and kill this guy opening the door. Two different methods for this room. If you've got sword beams, use your sword beams to kill the bottommost jelly to get that key. If you don't have sword beams, just go ahead and use your fire rod as well. That's fine. Dash quickly south here. Hit that button and come through this door. If you're quick, those blobs will never hit you.
Okay, avoiding the blobs there.
Push this block to the right, dash down. As soon as you've got control again, go back up through the door. Now push this block up and dash right. Hold down the B button so you keep your sword charged as you come through the door. Release it about here to kill those penguins. Pick up the bottom skull.
Nice.
Press that button, dash left. If you do it quick, again, those penguins will never bother you. As you come in here, flip this switch. Get out of the ways of the jelly. Switch over to the bomb. And again, just being slightly to the left of that wall, drop a bomb and throw it. If you get it into that
Oh,
corner,
it hits
will
both.
flip the switch and blow up the whole...
That is really nice. However, I feel like the world record did it even more optimally. Am I wrong about that? I feel like the WR is some kind of super fancy schmancy, like, boomerang, like, I don't even remember, bounce off the walls strat, so you don't even worry about the bomb, but I might be wrong about that.
At the same time. This room can be a little bit challenging, but if you follow this trick, you'll be able to get it. Pick up this pot, move upward slightly, drop a bomb, move down, pick up that pot, line up against the bottom wall. As soon as the skeleton drops, throw the pot up and knock it to this top wall, and the bomb you dropped will blow up both of them. I'll show that one more time.
Yeah, it might be other rooms. There are some super fancy boomerang, like 45-degree angle after movement strats that are coming up in this dungeon, though. That were pretty fun to see out of the WR. I'm sure he won't do those.
Drop a bomb, pick up this pot, line up bottom wall. As soon as that skeleton falls, throw up that pot, and you'll kill both skeletons. One last time. Pot, bomb, pot, wall, throw it up, both skeletons die. Even if you get hit, it's fine.
Not a hard strat, yeah.
Got a conveyor belt room here. Kill this jelly to get the key.
How you doing, Zero
And now
Rush?
flip this switch and through this door. Now this is the Ice Palace bomb jump. It's a little bit more difficult and a little bit more technical than the previous bomb jumps, but with some practice and some frustration, you'll eventually get it. Slash your sword, back up toward the pit. Make sure Link is flush up against this top wall here. Now we're looking for the number of pixels that are visible on this triangle right before the pit. We're looking for 0, 1, 2, or 3 pixels. So as I back up, you can see right now I've got 3 pixels visible. 1, 2, 3. And those are the ones that mean that I've got a good lineup. Alternatively, I could back up and see 2 pixels. That works as well. There's a few different lineups, but as long as you see 0, 1, 2, or 3.
Hey, Scott. Good to see you, man. Doing some nice Zelda learning tonight. What are you up to?
You've completed the first step.
Okay.
Next step is we're going to drop a bomb, we're going to slash our sword, and we're going to move slightly downward. What we're looking for is a 1 pixel gap between the shadow of the bomb and the top of the sword. It looks somewhat like this. We drop the bomb, slash the sword, move down, there's that 1 pixel gap, and so we get blown across. So we drop the bomb, slash the sword, move down, there's that 1 pixel.
Yeah, 1 pixel.
It looks somewhat like this. We drop the bomb, slash the sword.
That right there. Okay. I'm kind of learning what 1 pixel looks like on a SNES, I guess. Okay.
Sword, move down, there's that 1 pixel gap, and so we get blown across to the correct way. We could pick up the pots, come down here, hit this switch, and we could continue the rest of the room. I'm going to go ahead and show you this bomb jump one more time.
And then I think he wall jumps across the gap, the world record did here, and then moves on.
Slash the sword, back up, make sure Link is flush against the wall. Back up a little bit more, we've got 3 pixels visible. Perfect, we'll drop the bomb, slash the sword. There's our lineup. We bump across. Hit these buttons. To get past this fire stick, just dash into that wall.
Okay.
Bonk across the pit, and head through. There's a bunch of different lineups for that bomb jump. I'm going to show you a graphic that gives you a little bit of an idea of what you're looking for. Practice it, learn your own different lineups. It'll become smoother for you with a lot of work. That one's challenging, though. It's probably going to be the most difficult trick that you have to learn as a beginner runner.
Ah, so it is a little bit different if you have 1 pixel versus 0, 2, or 3. 0 is sword touching the bomb. Okay. From bomb shadow. There's a lot of differences here. From pixel away, from touching bomb shadow, from pixel from shadow, and then from pixel from shadow. Okay. Nothing hard about this. You just have to learn it. Memorize it.
But you've got to get that trick down if you want to speedrun this game at any sort of competitive level. Keep practicing it, use save states if you need to, and you will get it.
You can also use the triangle below the first one if the bomb is disorienting. Okay.
Head down into this room, slash your sword, and as they get close, start moving downward and use the momentum of sliding on the ice to kill all of them with the sword spin. Practice that. If you only get 4 instead of 5 penguins, that's fine as well. Wait for that spike trap to move out of the way. This will take practice as well. Movement on ice can be manipulated with slashes. You can see if I'm just trying to move, momentum takes me over a lot. But if I'm using slashes, I get a little bit more control over my movement.
Got it. Okay.
Movement on ice takes practice. Just keep using those sword slashes. Dashes work as well. The point...
WR enters at the bottom right. They don't go up top. They actually go straight into the bottom left here.
Is just get down those stairs, trying not to take damage. Now jump down this pit. The reason we did that bomb jump earlier is so that these blue pylons would be down already. Push the bottom block down the pit and jump down with it. As you come down here, you land on top of the block. If you don't move in any direction, while you're still standing on this block, you could pick up this skull, throw it down, walk up, push that block downward, and it gets you through that door a lot quicker. If you need any health, you could come through this top door here and powder this anti-fairy. And either capture it or get full healing, as I'll do.
Okay.
If you need even more than that, you could come up these stairs. This door is locked behind you, but that's okay. We're not worried about it, because we're jumping down this pit here. Takes us back through this room, and puts us in a room with a bunch of regular fairies. Catch them, use them for healing, whatever you need, and then warp back. If you did all that, it will reset this block, so just go ahead and push it again. And come into this southern room. Pull this statue out of the way as high up as you could go. I like to stop as soon as I hit that block up there. Switch over to the hammer. Hammer this. Pick up this block. I also like to switch over to the fire rod.
Looks like we're losing Abby tonight. Oh, nope. Just a readjustment. Got it.
Before I jump down, since that's the first item we'll be using. Then we jump in to the cold stair fight.
Ooh, nice. Another boss. Okay. I just noticed...
First stage
Never mind. I thought for some reason he was splitting. He's not.
of cold stair is pretty easy. You only have to worry about these ice blocks falling from the ceiling. They will continue to fall throughout the entire fight, and can even kill you after you've already defeated cold stair. So be wary of them. They can explode in 2 different ways, either up, down, left, and right, or diagonally, those little ice particles coming out. So be wary of them, and be ready to avoid them no matter which way they explode.
Okay.
To get through this first stage, we need to shoot the fire rod at this ice block surrounding cold stair 8 times. If you don't have half magic, you have exactly as much magic as you need for 8 shots. So you can't miss a single shot, and you can't be missing any magic as you jump down. With half magic, it makes this fight substantially easier. We could also use the fire rod to damage cold stair. The idea is that once we break him out of his prison with those 8 shots, we initiate a sword spin to try to knock cold stair into this corner here, and then beat him that way. I'll show you how that looks. We come in, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll move out of the way of that ice block for the 8th, slash my sword, position on him with timing, try to slash him into that corner there, and then just beat him down. If he escapes, and your health is a little bit low, and you're a little bit worried, don't worry about it. Just go ahead and use that fire rod to finish him off.
Nice fight.
In addition,
that was great. I mean, how risky is it to miss a fire rod shot? 1 of the 8. That's the only risk. If you miss one, you're game overing because you can't win the fight. So how risky is that? I know with half magic it's not risky at all, but why is it risky to miss 1 of the 8? Like, how is that hard? You get hit while doing one by the ice, and it negates it? How does it even happen that you miss one? Because it's such a big target, and the first part of the fight is free. It's possible to shoot the fire rod too fast. Okay. Yeah, like you've done it 2 or 3 times in 10 years. Very unlikely you make a mistake. So maybe like the first run you do, you get a little over enthusiastic, and you just fire too fast, and you die, and you learn the lesson, right? I'd be willing to bet you never do it again. For another 5 years, and then you learn your lesson again, and then you don't do it for another 5 years, you know? It's probably one of those things. So I think for my early runs, I might not even get the half magic. We'll see.
when Cold Stare is exploding, you can see he causes a little bit of a CPU slowdown, and you could use that to your advantage to make it a little bit easier. So, oops.
Got it. It's usually from shooting him too early when you're not in front of him yet. Okay.
So we got hit, oh no, and now they're all scattered. But that's okay. When we kill one, you can see his explosion causes it to slow down a little bit, and we could use that slowdown to our advantage. Just chase him around. Since you've got half magic, use those fire rod shots judiciously.
What is GT?
And watch out for those ice as they fall after Cold Stare dies. The heart will appear under the final puff that you kill, and grab that gem. Cold Stare takes a little bit of practice, but if you've got half magic, it makes it substantially easier. Once you feel confident with Cold Stare is pretty much when you could start dropping half magic. But always, 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 once you drop it, keep an eye on your magic levels and make sure you've got full magic before jumping into that Cold Stare fight.
Okay. I seem to remember Misery Mire being in a really fast dungeon. Like, the WR was to this next boss right away.
And as we come out here, switch quickly to the magic mirror. And mirror. Switch quickly to the ocarina. And
Really, why is that? One thing to keep in mind, if you do plan on skipping half magic, but do get the powder, because you want to make sure you don't use too much magic. So if you powder the fairy and you don't grab the magic refills, you can brick yourself. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, so you have to go in totally topped off. I gotcha. Absolutely.
and ocarina. Now at this point we have a bit of a deviation if you're doing the tempered sword route, which involves skipping the gold sword upgrade and the silver arrows upgrade. We would go immediately now to Swamp Palace. But if it's your first run or if it's your first several runs, I would recommend picking up the gold sword and the silver arrows upgrade, which means instead we go to Misery Mire first. Before Mire, let's flute to 1 and do a little bit of a chore.
Hey, homie, how you doing, man? You love this science? Yeah, we don't really just kind of do learning very often here. I normally do this offline, but as I've gotten to be a more veteran speedrunner, I actually prefer to do it live these days. I think it's more fun. I think the community enjoys it too. And I don't really care about looking like an idiot anymore because I know I'm such a good speedrunner, I'm not going to look like an idiot. So, you know, I have more willingness to do this now.
Now we just climb Death Mountain, same as we did when we were going up to Tower of Hera before. Just do your best to avoid these boulders and the gophers. Again, the boulders bounce around randomly and they vary in quantity. Those gophers can move around randomly. So it is a tough climb, but do your best. Watch out for these bouncing spiders.
Now, is this where we get the ether, finally? I think so.
Since we have the Moon Pearl now, we can dash safely in Link form. We no longer turn into a bunny. Try to avoid going into Tower of Hera a second time here. We just skip it, and we cross this bridge, switch over to the book, and we'll get the magic of ether. Common question is why we don't do this the first time we're coming up here when we're doing Tower of Hera. Reason being, in addition to the book, we also have to have the Master Sword in order to pick up magic. So we have to get it at this point in the game. Call your duck again. This time we're going to go to number 8 in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. One last item we have to pick up before we head to Mire. If you're short on bombs, this is a good place to get one. There's a 50-50 chance of that rock having a bomb underneath it. We're going to need 2 bombs here, one for right there, and one for Misery Mire. So if you're short, that's a good way to make sure that you've got more. As we come in here, we'll get the Ice Rod. We don't technically need it yet. We will need it for Turtle Rock, but this is a convenient time to get it. Switch again over to your Ocarina. And now we will go to number 6 for Misery Mire.
All right.
Pick up this rock. And we'll head to the Dark World. Dash up here. Be careful of this red pterodactyl. They could be incredibly dangerous and takes a lot of damage. So be careful not to let him hit you. Switch quickly over to Ether and cast Ether right here. This will open the entrance to Misery Mire. And now we head in. To get across this pit without the hookshot, go ahead and slash your sword back up close to the pit, much like you're setting up for a bomb jump. Start a dash, and while you're in midair, hold to the right. If you don't hold to the right, you'll fall in there.
Okay. Got it.
Now we clear all of the enemies in this room to open the door to the next room. Sword beams makes it a lot easier, but if you don't have sword beams, you could also just switch over to the fire rod and kill distant enemies that way.
Yeah, WR makes that look a little easier, but fairly similar. I think the ice rod's used.
The fireballs and fire snakes in this room can sometimes move randomly and be in a random position. Most of the time they won't get in your way, though. If they do, just take a different route. The goal here is to get through this door, and then through this door, and we find this key. Now we head back to the main room. Follow along behind this snake. Only the head of the fire snake actually hurts you. You could walk
I was just wondering that. Okay, so just the head. Interesting.
safely behind them on their tails. As you come into this room, kill this jelly, flip that switch, grab the key that the jelly drops, and head through the door. You still need bombs at this point. We need one more to finish off the dungeon. These bomb slugs have a guaranteed bomb drop. Just be careful of them. They're kind of dangerous. There's also a full magic healing under that pot, so feel free to get that if you're low on magic. This room can be a little bit interesting. We use a little bit of a glitch where we're allowed to shoot the fire rod over a block while it's moving. You can see if the block is not moving and we shoot the fire, it doesn't go over. But if we start pushing the block and while it's in motion hit the fire rod shot will go directly over the boulder like this.
Ah, nice. What a good strat. Love that.
And for this last one here, just get it from underneath.
GG.
Wait now for the path to open up. All 4 torches must be lit. All right. That's a long one. Now we head down this pit.
Yeah, I like that strat
Make sure you
too.
grab the
How you
big
doing,
key out of
Chris?
this chest here. Then dash out of the room to the left. Step on this teleporter.
It's funny that, you know, having watched the world record, I'm still picking up a ton of knowledge from this tutorial.
And we head through the right door. If you need any health at this point, you can switch quickly over to the powder. Powder this fairy, it'll give you full health. You could also catch it if you still need one for your bottle. And we go back into the main room. 2 different paths to go here. If your health is low, or if you're feeling nervous, you could dash along this netting, pick up this pot, hit that button. You find a key in the chest here. And then go back around to where we came in. If you're not worried about your health, instead of coming down and around that way, just head up as you come out this door.
Okay.
Watch out for the fireballs and the fire snakes. Then we head through this door. If you're a little bit low on health or you need a fairy, you could powder that one. Now this room has to be done quick. You gotta dash here, avoid bonking on that far wall, get around the platform, dash up, get this big chest. If you're slow or if you bonk, like this...
I remember I had to do this room 4 or 5 times casually before I got it. You've never seen that key before? Yeah. We've come to realize there are some outdated strats. Now, an interesting question would be, when was this made, this tutorial? It was made 9 years ago. So, understandably, there probably have been some new things found. You can see here, you can't see it, it says 9 years it was published. And so, I really appreciate you calling out when, like, you know, you don't really recognize what they're doing, because that probably indicates I should investigate the new route.
Whoops, we bonked. We're not going to be able to make it in time. That platform will fall. Instead, come up around this way, through this door.
I think it's my least favorite, too, because we're not even to the Rod of Sarna yet. I did not like that thing. And that's coming up here soon.
Door, and we can give it a second chance.
Rod of Sonaria? Sonaria, I think.
Come through this door again. Another chance on that anti-fairy if you need it. Otherwise, you could skip it. Grab the cane from the big chest.
Yeah, got it.
As you come into this room, dash through the door and hold the B button. That'll allow you to kill that skeleton immediately. If you got the safety key, you can now just go up and open that top door there. If you didn't, there's another key that you could get there, but it will cost you 3 hearts. If you need a heart, there is one here. You could also powder that anti-fairy. If you need magic, dash left along here, get that magic pot.
Okay.
Head across this platform and down the stairs. Now this dark room can be a little bit of a challenge. As you're coming in, switch quickly over to the cane and try to get that block directly on that button. The scary thing
He got that in there just in the nick of time, didn't he?
about it is if you get hit by those fireballs and so they knock you into a weird place as you're trying to get around, you might be accidentally pushing this block around. It'll knock it off the button, so you have to try to get it back on the button, but it's not quite there. Oh, now it's stuck. And you have all sorts of problems. So try to do your best as you come into as cleanly as possible. Get that block directly on the button, and without making contact with it, get around through that door.
So that is a moment where you need to make sure you are precise. He's like, you need to be good here. Don't fuck up. So that's something you just need to have practiced.
Here, just dash to the left if that skeleton gets in your way. Knock him out. This room has a bit of a path. Just dip down here a little bit, then dip down here a little bit. Dash over here, trigger that switch, and through the door. Here's where we need the bomb. I like to throw this one at the blocked path, but you could also just walk up and drop it there. As soon as it blows up, head through the door. Flip this switch, head back out again. Again, if you're in need of health, these anti-fairies here could be a good source of that. As you enter here, you want to do this quickly, and nothing will ever bother you. Just dash upward, throw that pot onto the switch.
Wow, nice.
And then head up these stairs.
Must have left for water in this part. I don't remember
I like
it
to
at
have
all.
full
For
health
the
right
WR.
before the Vitreous fight. There's one more anti-fairy, so I'll switch over to the magic powder, powder it, and usually this will give me full health before the boss. Now, Vitreous can be a bit of a challenge. We see as we walk in, he's surrounded by those eyes, and these...
Now, WR was very impressive here. He does like 3 charged sword swings. Every eye is dead. Immediately wins the next phase.
eyes will come out and attack us. They deal a lot of damage if they hit us. You can see 4 hearts here. This is also a poisonous area where we'll lose hearts. And every once in a while, Vitreous will do that little lightning bolt attack. Very dangerous fight, but there is a fun, fast way to kill him, and I'll show you that. As you're coming in, slash your sword to the left and walk up. And we fight him aggressively. We head in here and just initiate sword spins on these eyes. It takes 2 on each side. The important thing is you need to avoid poking the little eyes with your sword. You need to avoid accidentally slashing them, and you need to avoid them running into you. Any of those mistakes will cause them to break your sword charge, and you won't be able to initiate.
Ah, okay. So it interrupts your attack. It's not like it
With
kills
a little
you.
bit of practice here, you should be able to pull that off. At the end, after they're all dead, switch over to the bow and arrow, and put in 8 shots into Vitreous's eye, unless, as I did, I spun him once, so it was only 6 for me.
Nice. Another boss
there's Liar.
bites the dust. GG. Fun dungeon.
Now it's time for Swamp Palace. Switch quickly over to the mirror, and mirror. Again, over to the ocarina. This time we're going to go to Link's house, number 4. If your fairies are low after that Vitreous fight, we're close again to that fairy fountain right by Link's house. Feel free to get some fairies there. Otherwise, continue on this way. Switch to your magic hammer, knock down one of these. Pick up this rock, and into the Dark World. We're going to hammer down another peg. Now dash downward here, pretty close to the screen transition. It'll let you skip that rock. Dash down here some more. If any of these monsters get in your way, just slash them. Switch over to the mirror, and mirror here.
Okay,
Into
WR,
the Light World.
I think does the same thing.
Push the middle one, then the right one or the left one. Doesn't matter.
Oh, this is where, though, the WR utilizes the blinking, which might be a Japanese glitch only, I'm not sure, from the mirror to then walk through the block without having to push it. Difference there. They
Push
just
the middle one,
walk right through
then the
it.
right one or the left one. Doesn't matter.
The right one is what they walk through.
Come in here, pull the right switch. If again you need health or a fairy, that's a great one to powder. And we head out. Go back through the portal that we made. And into Swamp Palace. If you are quick here, you could pull off a neat trick where with one dash you kill all of those fleas and open that chest right away to get
That was better than the
If you're
world
not
record
quick,
did it.
That's fine. Just kill all 3 of those fleas.
The world record was noticeably unhappy with that screen. They lost like a second on it or something.
It'll make the chest appear, and then head through the door. Dash down here, pick up the bottom pot for a key. Watch out for these jellies here. The interesting thing about Swamp Palace is that it's a relatively easy and straightforward dungeon. Get that key and head out. But there's a lot of little things that could deal damage to you, and if you take damage from a lot of little sources, it'll cost not only a lot of time, but also a lot of health as well. So try not to get hit. If things do hit you, it's only minor health loss, minor time loss. It's just the additive effect if you get hit a lot. I like to dash off this ledge so that my sword kills that flea. If that second one gets in your way, just dash through them or slash them. Note about these fireball shooters, every time you slash your sword is when they shoot a fireball. So be conscious of the effect that that has.
Aye,
As we head
Captain.
through this door.
Okay.
We grab another key under this
He's
pot.
always going to the side of the key,
Now
not
we're
the
gonna
bottom
head to
of
the right, back into the main room again. Watch
As
out
well.
for monsters in this room.
it. Must be easier for the dashing.
Now we dash up over to the northwest exit. Flip this switch from the other side of the barricade, push this lever, get some more water. And as you're leaving this room, this is one of the most important things to remember in Swamp Palace. As you're leaving, make sure you slash that switch again. If you forget, you're in for a world of hurt and a lot of time lost later. So always, always flip that switch on your way out.
Okay.
If you're not sure if you've remembered, as you come back through this room again,
Got it.
these blue pylons will be raised. That's what you want to see.
He's very good at targeting while swimming the ladder to perfectly jump out. Something in casual I found very difficult, actually.
Dash off here. We could push these blocks now. And we go up the stairs. Try to be quick in this room, just to avoid getting hit by the fire stick, the fireballs, the fleas, the bubbles moving around on the floor, a lot of things to avoid, but just fall down this pit. If we failed to flip the switch, these would be up, which is why we want to make sure that we do it.
Okay, got the big key. Let's go.
If you're short on rupees, we need 100 more rupees before we can finish off the game. You probably won't be short, but if you are, all of these pots here contain blue rupees. You can get 25 there. These two also contain blue rupees, so there's another 10 there. Dash off here to kill that flea. And back into the main room again. Careful of those fire snakes.
So a nice jump out of the water there. I can't do that, so I got to figure out how to swim nicely.
And as we head into the main room, come back up here now, get the hook shot. As soon as you get it, switch over to it, hook shot to the right on this pot here. You'll find a key under here. Jump down, head back up to the big chest. And behind it, we've got some more skull pots we could hook onto. And then through this door. Push this statue up to the top. Now, fun little thing about this game, there's a button under this skull
Don't need to push
pot here. Even with the statue in our way, we could still pick it up.
Oh, okay.
Push the
That's
statue
the time
onto
save.
the button.
I did notice that from the WR. He did something odd here. I felt like he didn't actually push it onto the button. Like, he didn't even need to. He just picked up the skull and it instantly worked. But maybe he pushed it a little bit. I didn't notice it to the left first.
The statue in our way, we could still pick it up. Push the statue onto the button and head out this far door on the right side here. Not the staircase, but the door. Head down this staircase. We'll give this lever a push to the left. Drain the water out. And head through the door that we just revealed. I like to dash here because sometimes that flea can move up and get in your way. Same reason I like to dash here. Through the second waterfall to the right. Several items in this room. If you need healing, these pots will do it. If you need arrows, that pot will do it. And up these stairs. Dash through here. And we've got to go to the right to get this key, and the flea on this room can either be lucky or unlucky. We got unlucky.
The WR has the ability to jump in and go above it, so the WR got lucky there.
If he gets a lot of big movements, he's going to hit you when you jump off, and there's really nothing you could do to avoid it. Just take that damage as you head through this door. We're heading now into the Argus fight. Dash up through the door.
Argus. Oh, yeah, this is where the WR constantly was pulling one, slashing, pulling one, slashing, pulling one, slashing really fast. It was impressive.
We'll just use the hook shot here to grab onto all of these little puffballs. Argus can move big moves or he can move small moves. Just do your best to stay out of range of him. Grab on all of those puffballs and kill them all. As soon as you've got them all, and he finishes his movement, he'll fly up in the air, hug this corner here, make him fall down, hit him with a spin, make him fall down again, hit him with another spin.
Boy, he makes that look so cool, calm, and collected, doesn't he? The WR won a lot faster, but, you know, this guy's operating, in my opinion, at like 90% capacity. I don't think he's trying that hard. He just is trying to run a nice, clean tutorial. And he's definitely doing that.
Argus is one of the more straightforward boss battles. It's just a matter of killing him.
It's interesting to see how calm he is in all of these fights. I had to ask myself, is he doing his commentary live, or is he doing it after the fact over the VOD? He's definitely doing it live. Like, it's amazing how just calm he is through all of the fights. He clearly has so many thousands of hours in this game. He's never worried at all, even in the midst of like a boss fight. He just runs around and shows you what to do and doesn't even care. And that's where I would love to get at for this game. I'd like to get to the point where I'm just cool, calm, and collected like this guy.
And now it's time for the gold sword and silver arrows upgrade. It will require 100 rupees for you to buy the big bomb. If for some reason you're short on rupees,
And something we will probably not do.
and you shouldn't be, but if you are, there's a cave over here that you could bomb into, and you could get rupees that way. But we have enough, so we'll just head straight to Link's house in the Dark World here. The bomb shop. And we'll pick up the big bomb.
And so what is that going to get? That'll get him the
As you come out
the
here,
masters, the
just
golden
mirror
sword.
back to the light world whenever it's convenient
I want to say the fairy upgrades your sword or something.
for you. While the bomb is following you, you can't jump off any ledges or initiate a dash. If you do either of those things, you'll leave the bomb behind, and if the bomb explodes, you'll have to go back to the bomb shop, spend another 100 rupees for...
Oh, it's both. It's the buxom fairy, the big boned one, the beautiful one, and it's both of them. Okay, gotcha. She upgrades the two.
for a new one, so don't let that happen. Just walk your way up here, trying to avoid getting hit by the guards.
That was a
And we can
spicy
back up the
walk
pyramid.
back too.
Drop the bomb in front of this crack here by pressing the A button. If you walk over the bomb again, you'll pick it up, so don't do that. But stand reasonably close. That explosion can't hurt you.
Nice.
And you can get through that door a lot quicker. As we come in here, I like to throw the sword first, just because the bow and arrow is in the very first slot. So if we're recklessly spamming the A button, we might accidentally throw the bow and arrow in twice. The order you do this doesn't matter, but I do the sword first. Now we just wait here for the conversation to start up again. And now we could spam A and throw in that bow and arrow as well. And the fairy now gives us the silver arrow upgrades.
And we're ready
And
now
we head
for Turtle Rock.
Immediately as you're walking out, hit that mirror. Switch quickly over to the ocarina. And we're going to flute up to 1 back to Death Mountain. Just as before, avoid the boulders and the gophers as best you can. This time, instead of going to the top, we're going to dash to the right.
The butter sword. Good name for it.
As you come up this way, switch over to the hookshot.
WR was
hook
really
shot.
unhappy with their grapple spot. I don't know why.
Across this bridge here.
That looked pretty good to me. That's what they did too.
Keep dashing over to the right. In this room, go up the stairs on the left. Dash through these mini Moldorms so that they can't hurt you. And out this door. If you need a fairy at this point, you could bonk into these pile of rocks
Okay.
to get one. Lift up this boulder. While you're doing this, you're really vulnerable to the squirrels, so be careful of them. Switch over to the hammer. And in the portal. Now we switch quickly to Quake. And Quake up on this platform here. You don't have to be all the way up it.
Yeah, he's not all the way on it there. Just need to be touching it. Okay.
You just have to be close. You could save some time by doing it just on the...
I hated these squirrels in my casual because I couldn't kill them. Fuck these squirrels. The one enemy, maybe you can kill them. I sure couldn't figure out a way.
little ramp.
I never tried like magic powder on them. I mean, I didn't try some of the dumb stuff, but I had a healthy. Oh, is that right? The powder does work. Yeah.
It's open. Jump off the ledge and head in. Pick
Or
up this
Quake.
left skull pot for a full magic refill.
Gotcha.
Switch over to your cane, make a platform here, and sail across. In this room, we're going to do the same thing, make a platform, and move over to the right. If any of these jellies get in the way, just let them hit you. You don't slash at them, because if they electrify and you slash them, they will knock you off. So just
Yep.
take the damage.
Okay.
Make another platform here, and as you're going, switch over to the fire rod. Fire rod down to get both those torches, and then right here and here. Switch quickly over to the hookshot, and hookshot to the left to fall off this way, and then through this door.
Oh, nice. Love that.
The spiked rollers in this room are pretty dangerous. If one hits you, you take 3 hearts of damage, and we don't want that. But fortunately, we've got a little bit of a trick with the hook shot. While the hook shot is extending or retracting, we won't take any damage. We're invulnerable. But if the hook shot tinks against something like that, it makes us vulnerable again.
That's what we assumed watching the WR. They used this strat too, and I was like, how on earth are they not taking damage here?
So we could come in here and hook shot down, and the roller will just pass harmlessly over us. We won't take any damage at all. But if we're careless and tink against something, we will take damage. So be a little bit cautious, and you should be able to get through here relatively safely. Using that hook shot for safety. If you need to get out of the way, you could dash in these little alcoves here. Ultimately, you just want to get that right chest to get the key, switch over to the mirror, and mirror back to the entrance. We'll pick up this magic pot again, switch again over to the cane, make another platform, and head back into this main room. Make a platform in here again. This time we're going to head over to the left. Again, making sure we don't slash any of those jellies that we run into, just letting them hit us. If that skeleton gets in your way, just slash it. Come through this door. Initiate a sword spin to kill that pokey in one shot. It's got a very large chance of dropping a fairy, as you can see, but ultimately we want to get that key and head through this door. This is the Chain Chomp room, and it can
Yeah, the WR made this look like child's play. I want to see his strat here.
be very dangerous. These Chain Chomps will bounce around. They'll
I had a huge healthy disdain for this room. This one was tough. In the casual we did.
lunge at you, and if they hit you, they'll deal 4 hearts of damage. It's quite a bit. Ultimately, what we want to do is push either that block or this block to the left or to the right. That will cause a chest to appear in the center of the room. That chest contains a key, and it's the key to get out of this room.
Okay, that was my assumption, that you could push either the left or the right. So, good to clarify that. Now, let's see what he does.
Unfortunately, it's very, very dangerous. Ideally, we want to do it as quickly as possible, but we also want to take no damage. And here's how we could do that. You decide either to go left or right, depending on how the Chain Chomps are bouncing around. I'll go ahead and go to the left here. Drop a block and use it to flip the switch. Now, we could use a little bit of a trick. If we flip the switch while we're standing on top of these blue pylons, we actually become invulnerable to damage. So I'll drop a block, I'll stand on top of it, flip the switch, and you could see now those Chain Chomps can't hurt me. I could stand here all day, and no matter how they bounce around and lunge at me, they're not going to hit me. So now I could safely, at my leisure, push this block over to the right. It'll make the chest appear, I grab the key, and get out of the room.
That's great. Love that strat.
Just like that. Now I'll show you how that looks all put together. We enter this room, choose to go left or right, drop that block, drop another one, shoot it again, get on top of this, push, grab the key, get out of the room, no one gets hurt. It's fantastic.
That's just one of those silky smooth, sexy rooms to do. That is why I'm really enjoying this, learning the speedrun, just watching it. It's just like, it's a beautiful run to watch.
It's really tricky, but with a lot of practice, you'll be able to pull it off. In that room, the first time through, just take your time. There's no reason to rush in it. Take your time, try not to take damage, and you'll have a much healthier and happier Turtle Rock. These pipes move you automatically, just run into it. Pick up this center pot here for some more arrows. And come out this door. Take the first pipe here.
That trick is also used in Tower of Hera when you're getting the big key.
Follow it around this way. You've probably been seeing a bunch of anti-fairies around. These are good ones to powder as well. As you come down here, I like to use the fire rod to kill this pokey. It's just a little bit safer, but you could also use a sword spin if you'd like. If you get bunnied here, as long as you've killed that pokey, it's no big deal. Just head...
Yeah, in the room with the tiles. I know the one you're talking about. I remember that room being really fun too, where the key's in the bottom left. And then the world record does it differently, actually, than the tutorial. The world record uses the boomerang. The tutorial used a little bit of a different strat, but a good one, too.
Head through this door. And through this pipe. We'll grab the master key out of this chest. And now we'll head back through the same pipe.
It's been really elucidating watching both of these runs today. It's been a great little day of just like... I'm not doing a single thing that's staring at runs, but it's been really educational and really fun.
As we come through here,
Oh, yeah?
I like to
You use the bow? See, I haven't seen that. I'd like to know how that works.
flip this switch, it just sets up things a little bit better for
Hey,
you later.
Jay, how you doing?
If you need any fairies, feel free to powder and capture any of those. You can often get 2 or more fairies with the same powder shot there, so it's a great place to get some health, or a fairy if you need one.
It goes great. We've already watched the world record, basically, by Error. It's the second best run. And now we're watching we're almost done, actually, with the beginner's tutorial. Which I have to say is actually, like, closer to the WR strats than I kind of expected.
Head back through these pipes. And now down.
At the very least, he will tell you what the great runners would do while recommending what you ought to do as a new runner. It's been a good tutorial. Really liked it.
Through this one. We've got 2 pokies in this room now, and same as the previous pokey, you could use the fire rod or you could use the sword spins. I find the fire rod a lot easier and more consistent. If you need some health, you could switch over to the powder and powder this bottom right pot here. It contains a bunny beam, which becomes a fairy when you powder it. We've got 2 different ways to go now. We could take the normal route, which involves going out this far right door here and into this room. We use the big key on that north door and head through. If you want to get the mirror shield, however, head through this south door and come this way. The mirror shield is really only useful in one room in this dungeon, so it's not strictly necessary at all. I recommend learning the trick that allows you to skip the mirror shield as quickly as possible, but for your first few runs, feel free to pick it up. Bomb through that wall, dash over here. And now we could switch to the cane, cross this path, and open this chest for the mirror shield.
Same thing.
I'm actually
okay.
not going to get the mirror shield for this tutorial just so I can show you how to do the rest of the run without it, but feel free to pick it up here if you don't want to learn the laser skip trick, which is coming up momentarily.
And we will not be getting the shield.
Then we come through this door, and you can see we're back in this room again. So whichever way you get in here, just come through this top door here, and continue on. In this room, just initiate a dash upward.
Is that right? Gold shield equals lag shield. So it must introduce enough extra script into a screen that it can overload it in a way, introducing lag.
You'll bonk through there and then run in.
Got
This
it.
room, I like to drop a block right here. As soon as I see that I have safe passage, I'll come through these pylons, hit Y again to flip the switch, grab the key, drop another one, fireball it, and get through the locked door.
Nice.
As we come down into this room, drop a platform here. This
This is the room I didn't get to see. I think I left for some reason. I want to see this
room
here.
is a bit of a maze, so pay attention to the path I follow. We could also use the hook shot for some hook shot invulnerability to avoid taking damage from these fire sticks. As you get better, you'll probably just take the damage, but for these first couple of runs, health is really important, so we'll use it to avoid taking any damage. Just come onto this platform, hold right, and then hold down. Continuing to hold down will make sure you follow this correct path. Pick up this pot, hit the button, back onto the platform.
It's that easy to get there? Just right then down? God damn it. My casual, I floundered around here so long.
Holding right now. Any of those fire sticks get in the way, just hook shot. Now we're holding down, now we're holding left, hook shot. We're holding left, we're still holding left.
Oh, the hook shot to get through the flame. I love that.
Still holding left, we're still holding left. This will take us to the right place, and through
nice.
this door.
Very nice.
This room here, just initiate a dash downward, knocking that helm sword out of the way. If you switch to the hook shot, you'll have to move back to the cane at this point. Otherwise, you'll already be on the cane. Nevertheless, we'll use the cane to knock this beetle off here. Get that block out of the way. Now, this is the part where you could use the mirror shield. As we get in front of this eye, it will shoot lasers at us. If we had the mirror shield, we could just walk straight there and the mirror shield would protect us. Without the mirror shield, we have to use a trick called laser skip. I like to line myself up right here on the intersection between these two tiles, about right there. And if you're standing here, you can initiate a dash to the left. That dash will just move around that ledge. And if you press up at the right time, you'll get into that little alcove where the chest is. If you do it too early, you'll stop yourself on the ledge there. If you do it too late, you'll bonk into the wall. So it's all about timing, but it looks like this. And if you do it just right, you'll get into this little alcove, get to find the key here.
Just timing.
On the way out, kind of the same thing. Just line yourself up against that pit, right here, and you won't get shot, and you could dash right out of the room.
Not hard.
Laser skip is a pretty complicated tactic, but with a little bit of practice, you should be able to get it pretty consistently. Just look
Easy.
for your lineup, dash to the left, get your timing, and you'll be just fine.
Okay. So no mirror shield. No problem.
Line up against this wall right here, and you can do a key dash through this door. If you need any health right before the
WR, by the way, makes this room look so fluid and sexy. I want to see what he does.
boss, this anti-fairy, is a great place to get some. Just go ahead and powder it. You don't need any health. Just go ahead and flip this switch. Head up through here. Throw this pot at the switch there. Drop a block. Activate the block.
Not the
And you
same.
head through this staircase.
The WR does this in a way it's hard to describe. They make it look like they're on roller skates. And like they're just like boom, boom, boom. It's amazing how they just like fluidly move through the screen in a way that just feels so good.
Pick up both of these pots here, especially the latter one, which contains magic, assuming you need it. If you don't, you could skip them. It's a little bit faster. Once you get to the opposite side of this platform, switch over to the ice rod immediately and head through the door into the Trinex fight.
Okay. And from what we learned from the world record, it's all about being on top of the fight. Fire first, ice second, and then I thought you had to hit the middle target of the final phase. It looks like if there's kind of a way to do it so you can hit any part of the body.
We position ourselves about right here, and as we go for /1,
Ah.
2, and 3,
So he's actually doing what I did casually here.
you'll notice as it's exploding, I'm hitting start, but we're not going into the item menu. It isn't until the head finishes exploding that we're able to get into the item menu. We don't want to wait that long, so we do this instead. We position ourselves, ice rod, we go 1, 2, then we switch over to the fire rod, then we get that third slash in, we
Got
fire
it.
rod this head, slash it, 1, 2, 3, and we're ready to go into the second phase of Trinex. If he attacks you like that, just avoid it. As he comes out here, normally you can't hurt him on his head, but we could get an initial slash here just like that. You could see his body starts flashing in the middle. At that point, the head is no longer vulnerable. We can't hurt it anymore, but we could kill
Got
him
it.
by slashing in that middle segment there. If you want to do it a little bit faster and more
2 hits? Is that all it is for the final phase? Just the head? Just hit it when it comes out? Middle, done? That's a very easy final phase.
creatively, you could also kill Trinex very quickly. We get those 2 slashes, switch over to the fire rod, slash again.
It is
Slash
just
this
2.
one dead.
Wow. Okay.
If Trinex gets his attack on this cycle, it's fine, just avoid it. And now if we keep our sword charged and position ourselves about here, a little bit down
Now, the world record doesn't get the butter sword. How many does it take without it? I don't remember that many more than 2. Maybe only 3. At the most 4.
from Trinex and slightly to the left. If we time it properly, we could initiate a spin, slash him, and kill him
Yeah,
before that middle
that
segment
was
even-
exactly how the world record looked right there. Just like that. That was beautiful. Just you don't even notice that like the middle is the targetable spot. The world record is held by Tonks. The run I watched was the second best run, Air Rare Roar. Just because it had commentary.
becomes vulnerable just by slashing him on his head here. The heart does not appear where Trinex dies. He's the only boss where that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So stand in the middle of the room, get that heart there, and then you can get the gem as well.
That was a very nice fight, and we're now into the final dungeon, Ganon's Tower. Let's go.
That's how you fight Trinex. We'll leave Turtle Rock now and head over to the final dungeon, Ganon's Tower.
Okay, where is that?
Ganon's
I can't
Tower and
remember.
Turtle Rock share a couple of similarities.
Oh, it's
Chief
the
among
middle
them
tower, yeah.
is they're both very difficult. So for a new runner, the goal is not so much to do every room correctly or to do every room as fast as possible, but rather to do every room without dying. The death
Well, we're learning this. I never played a Zelda game till last week 0. And you probably know I speedrun like every Final Fantasy. So today's our learning day, kind of a boot camp of how to run A Link to the Past. So it is a different experience, learning than just watching a run. The funny thing is, I'm not sure which run I have learned more from, the world record or the tutorial. I've learned a lot from both.
Death animation takes some time, the fairy revival takes some time, finding another fairy to replace the one you use takes some time, so don't worry so much about doing everything as quickly as possible, focus on doing everything as safe as possible. Losing a little bit of time to avoid losing a lot of health is usually preferable.
No, you don't need to apologize. I agree. It's a different experience watching a tutorial. It's just a different mindset. Especially as a streamer. I am doing nothing all day today, and I normally am doing rigorous speedrunning for 6 hours straight. It's really interesting how enjoyable it is to just kind of sit back and be able to just let a run just kind of wash over you and not really have to be stressed about it and just comment on it. It's actually a really fun experience for me because I'm not, you know, having to do a super stressful speedrun today.
That being said, I'll show you what I think is the best and easiest way to do every room as you're starting out, and you can go from there. This room, just dash into the torch, grab that key, and head out.
Okay.
I like to switch to the hammer here. Use the hammer to break this pot, grab the key. Knock these down, push this block.
Just how the
As I
WR
head
did
out,
it.
I'll go ahead and switch to the hook shot,
Nice.
so that I could stand roughly on the edge here without falling off, but it's close enough to be able to hook onto that block. Then we hook down onto this block, then hook down onto that one.
Now this is where the crazy boomerang strat started that I was really in awe of that the WR was doing. I want to see if they start doing that here too.
Do it quickly, you'll get through there without those spikes bothering you at all. Then I switch over to the cane.
No,
Slash
he's
that
doing
block.
it differently. Okay.
And then turn it back.
Obviously, have to say, doing it differently probably lost him a half a second. Very little time.
Come down in here, drop another one right there, and switch it. Grab the key, and through the door. Now stand on this blue pylon, facing to the left. We're going to use invulnerability off these pylons again. If you have sword beams, use that to flip the switch. You can see we're invulnerable now. If you don't have sword beams, that's fine. You
interesting.
can use the hook shot instead.
I see. I didn't notice that standing on that tile.
Flip it, then head through this portal. Being careful not to grab onto the bottom wall, bonk onto the right one,
Nice.
over the fire snake. Push this block, hook over to the chest, grab the key, head out.
Great room.
Go into the
To
right
the right.
door.
To the left.
I like to hook to this bottom wall here, which will get me over that teleporter, so that I can walk safely to the left.
And then to the
through
right?
it.
I was trying to like call out the routing.
Now I hit the
No, it's
bottom
left.
left
Right,
wall.
left, left. Okay.
Hug the bottom wall here, initiate a dash to the right. We can actually bypass this portal, and the way we do that is we get as close as we can to it without going in. We initiate a dash upward, then turn to the left, and bonk into that wall, getting across. Then we can go through this door. If you do go through the portal, that's fine. You can pick up this pot for some extra arrows, then back through this portal, and that'll get you through as well. If you're still having trouble, you can use one of these beetles for help. If you get really close to the portal without going in, and then a beetle hits you, he'll knock you across the warp that way.
Okay. A lot of ways there.
You could skip the entire invisible maze in this room by picking up this pot, grabbing those arrows, initiating a dash upward here, and then turning to the left to bonk into that pot. And we just skip all of that.
Nice.
If we need any extra arrows, we could find 5 under this pot here. There's also some arrows in that chest on the other side of the block. If you need any health, there's numerous anti-fairies to powder. Ultimately, we want to switch over to the bomb, throw it into that pit there, pick up this pot, and we jump down into the second Armos fight.
Okay.
Since we've got silver arrows now, each Armos Knight only takes...
Which we will not have, so we will be using arrows. The WR worked their way from the right. It might have been to the right, to the left, to the bottom, and that was it. They made it look very easy.
1 arrow to kill. So feel free to dispatch them any way you prefer.
I mean, that is
And then
nice,
head through
but
this top door here.
regular arrows are fine there. I just need to make sure I come in with enough arrows then.
We'll grab the big key from the bottom chest if you need any more arrows. This one contains 10. Now, we could mirror out at this point, but if it's your first couple of runs, I recommend picking up the red mail, So instead of mirroring, let's head this way first.
I don't think we're going to do
Took
that.
any damage during that Armos fight or want to catch a fairy, you could find 4 in this secret room right here. Otherwise, head up these stairs.
The WR definitely does not get the red mail.
Push this block to the right. Now, being very careful not to hit this spike. Come over here. Open the chest. Now we've got our red mail. It's going to give us a lot more protection through the rest of Ganon's tower. And
I don't know. What do you guys think? For my first runs, do I need that? How much safety does that provide? Versus how much risk is the final fight? You think you'd grab it? You know, that once I saw how little time that took to get it, I kind of changed my mind. That's not a lot of time loss, and might be nice for your first couple runs for the Ganon fight.
also during the final Ganon fight, so it'll help out a lot. Now we mirror. Whether you mirror
Let's see what he said.
and also during the final Ganon. It's going to give us a lot more protection through the rest of Ganon's tower, and also during the final Ganon fight, so it'll help out a lot.
Okay.
Now we mirror. Whether you mirror here or right after you get the big key, it's up to you. Now we dash up through the middle staircase. If you've got your sword beams in this room, you could use your sword beam to activate that switch. If you don't, switch over to the arrows and activate it that way. Now we're going to intentionally take 3 hearts of damage as we walk over these spikes. Start out by going on these blue pylons here, then quickly step onto the spikes and go through, push this block, and walk over them again. If you do it fast enough, you'll only take 3 hearts of damage.
Okay.
These mimics will take a bit of manipulation. You can see as we move to the right, they move to the left. As we move to the left, they move to the right. Makes it hard to get them exactly where we want them. But if we slash our sword while holding a direction, we can see Link barely moves at all, but the mimics move pretty much the entire screen.
Okay.
We use that trick to
Interesting.
manipulate them exactly where we want them, just like this. We come in here, slash our sword to the right to get that bottom mimic into that gap. Then we face down, hold our sword, and then we'll move down, move into this wall here until that mimic gets right underneath us. Then we could shoot and kill it. We'll do the same thing for the second mimic, get it right in front of us, and then shoot it and kill it.
Interesting.
And there we go.
I want to see
Now
that
we head
full
through the
speed, though.
We manipulate these the same way. Slash your sword, hold it, move downward so that it's stuck in the pot. Shoot it. Do the same thing with this one up here. Manipulate it so that it's in front of you and shoot it. These I-beams shoot you. It's not a big deal. They only do 1 point of damage with the red mail, but try to avoid them. If you need any arrows, you could find some under that pot right there. As you head into this room, do not press any buttons at all. If you don't move out of the doorway, you could just initiate a dash and key dash right through that door. Now this room is a little bit touchy. Walk down these stairs, do your best not to get hit by the spikes, take your time, flip this switch right here, pick up the middle pot, activate the button, avoiding those Cyclopses, come down, flip the switch again, try to get it so that the spikes are not on the inside like that, try to get them so that they're on the outside. If a couple are in, that's okay, just avoid them as you come down again.
Yeah, but we do have the blue mail, right? I know we do. So it's not like I'm working with the green.
And dash up here through the next room. For this cannonball room, just walk bravely across. If any cannonballs get in your way, just wait for them to get out of your way.
Wait, he's gonna do the bomb jump? Or the dash jump here? Why? The WR didn't.
If you're short on magic or health at this point, or
got
want
it.
to catch a fairy, initiate a dash to the right, turn up to bonk across that gap. Switch over to the bombs and bomb this crack in the wall. And head through here.
Oh, really? He never got the green? Interesting.
You could find a bomb in this top pot, 2 fairies here to either catch or heal you, and also full magic in that bottom pot. The rest contain nothing. Now to get across, bonk into this bottom wall and hold up, and you'll get back and up the stairs. The next 5 rooms we refer to collectively as Gauntlet. The reason being is that there's 5 rooms just like this with monsters in it, and the door won't open until we kill all of the monsters. Each room kind of has its own tactic, but ultimately you just need to kill all of the monsters as quickly as possible and taking as little damage as possible. First room looks a little bit like this. As we come in, we switch over
Okay.
to our arrows.
The
That'll let us
gauntlet.
get a nice easy shot on that first skeleton right there. Then I just kill the rest of them, either with sword swipes or with arrows, whatever's most convenient. Head through the next door. I like to use the pots in this room to kill the skeletons. You could also use arrows or slashes. To the next room. I like to use the pots in this room as well to kill the horse heads. Movement in these rooms is largely random. You just have to do your best to anticipate where you think they're going
Nice
to be.
arrow there.
As you come in here, slash this horse head, keep moving down, slash that one as well.
Very nice.
I like to initiate a dash here in hopes of hitting that skeleton. Then we kill the horse head. We remember from Ice Palace that dashing on ice is the easier way to control it, so
Yeah.
we dash around that way. If you need some health, feel free to powder that bunny beam. Now we head into the Lanmo fight. Lanmo will die to
Hey, Famicom, welcome back. Almost at the end of the beginner's tutorial here. How you doing?
1 silver arrow. So just like in the first fight, time it
Wow.
and try to
The WR doesn't have the silver arrows. They definitely do lose some time here.
get 1 arrow into each of the 3 Lanmo as quickly as possible. If you need any resources,
Of course, all the time to get the silver arrows and the butter sword. Totally way more than the time save, but interesting how that's such an easy fight with it.
there's plenty in here. A magic under this pot, health under this one, arrows under this one if you need it. Head up the staircase. This room is pretty fun. Move over to the right, switch over to your cane, drop a block in the center of all 3 of those wizards, and then release it to kill all 3 of them in the same shot. There's an invisible walkway here. I'll show it to you so you could see it. Ultimately, you don't need to do that. Just remember where you go and walk safely through this door. This room, just initiate a dash to the right, then head through the door. You'll already have your cane equipped. Drop the block, release it, dash up through that wizard. Head through the door here. Move a little bit over to the right. Makes it less likely that the guards are going to dash into or going to hit you. But then just dash upward.
Okay, same thing the WR did. Not as far to the right, but they were fairly on the right side.
In here, switch over to the lamp. Follow this path. Pick up this pot, light this lamp. Pick up this pot, light this lamp. Then light this lamp. Move slightly over to the right so that when we dash down, we avoid that pot.
Okay.
Need magic. You could find it here. Switch over to the fire rod. Light the final torch. Head through the door.
How you doing, Lunar?
Line up yourself with this pot right here so that laser beam can never hit you. And if you need a heart, you could find one there. If you need full magic, you could find one there. Otherwise, just head up the staircase. Light the torches just like this. Light it. Light it. Then this left one and the right one.
Very
and
nice.
head through the door. If you need a bomb, you probably don't, but if you do, you could find it there. Because we do need a bomb in this room. Move to the left here, drop a bomb, and throw it downward. The conveyor belt will carry it over to where you need to be and blow it up here. I also like to initiate a dash here to move that big spike in the way so that I can get safely through the door without it bothering me.
Very nice.
Flip this switch. If you need a fairy, you could powder this one right here.
From
Don't forget
outside?
to pick up this pot
Probably.
and get this big magic refill. It's one of the most important in the game because we need a lot of magic for the Ganon fights. It's big magic refill. It's one of the
Say that again?
Don't forget to pick up this pot and get this big magic refill. It's one of the most important in the game
Okay.
because we need a lot of magic for the Ganon fights. You want to have full magic at this point. Then we head through the bottom door. And now we get to fight Moldorm again.
Oh,
Dash
good.
in, switch over to the
My
hook
favorite.
shot because while Moldorm is exploding, we can't access the item menu, remember? Moldorm only takes 2 slashes
Fun fact, WR skips this fight.
with the gold sword. So finish him off quickly. Get right here, getting ready for him to finish exploding. And you can hook across on the chest that appears. Just like when blocks are moving, we could shoot the fire rod over them. When blocks are moving, we could shoot the hook shot over them. So start pushing this one, and while it's moving, hook shot. And we could get across just like that. And we head through this door.
Noise.
This room is a little bit scary, but it's not that bad. Just hook shot that Helmsaur, move yourself to the middle of the room, and then dash upward, and you go right up the stairs. The key point is just making sure that those bumpers
my
aren't
cam's,
in your way
broke.
when
Hold
you
on.
initiate that dash. As soon as they give you that opening, dash upward, and you'll make it through just safely.
Ah, there we go. Good.
Now we go into our penultimate boss fight, Aghanim 2. This fight is all about geometry, because Aghanim will split into 3 duplicates of himself, and ultimately you need to reflect the energy beams back at the original Aghanim. You could always tell which one is the original, because the rest look kind of shadowy, and the real one looks much more solid, and also when they're moving around, the real one has a darker shadow compared to the others. But ultimately you're just looking for lineups here to try to reflect the energy beams that the duplicates will always shoot, or that Aghanim shoots about 50-50. and reflect them back to the original. The fight looks a little bit like this.
I'm very interested how he's gonna line up the non ogonyms here. The geometry of it. I think this will be interesting.
Box. Slash our sword to charge up a sword spin. Now we're looking for a lineup where I could reflect all the energy beams back to hit the original Aghanim. We got two. That's fine. You won't always get lineups that are possible. You just have to do your best with it. Ultimately, Aghanim will take 6 shots to kill.
Okay, I guess I'm seeing what he's doing here. Yeah, I saw. Okay, nice. You got 3. Could have got 3 on that one.
A few cycles.
I kind of want to see that fight again, actually. Give me round 2.
Slash our sword to charge up a sword spin. Now we're looking for a lineup where I could reflect all the energy beams back to hit the original Aghanim.
Nice. You got all 3 there, I thought.
You won't always get lineups that are possible. You just have to do your best with it. Ultimately, Aghanim will take 6 shots to kill. You should be able to do it in a few cycles.
Very nice. So, if you can get 2 per cycle, you're doing pretty good. It feels like. 1 might be kind of a letdown. And if you can get 3, which I guess that's the pipe dream, you can get through in 2 cycles. I think he says 6 hits, right?
Ganon will now rise up out of Aghanim, turn into a bat, and fly away. But not to worry, we have our magic duck.
And so we're now ready to end the run. Ganon right here. He's going to jump on in, right? He's not going to go, like, prepare.
Who soars us in to the top of the pyramid.
Like I know it's a beginner's tutorial, but I'm still assuming we're going to jump in here.
Where we can finally initiate the last boss battle. Let's take Ganon out.
Good. Glad to see that.
This fight is pretty straightforward. With the gold sword, get a slash on Ganon before this text box starts. For this first cycle, we need 6 slashes on him. He'll only throw that trident around, so do your best to avoid it. As
9,
get those 6
10,
slashes in. For the second cycle, we need 6
13,
more slashes.
14,
Use
15,
this fire
16,
attack.
17.
Use hookshot invulnerability when the fire expands, and when it contracts to avoid taking damage.
Ah, I never thought of that. The hook shot invulnerability when it expands. I feel like the WR didn't do that, but I might not have even noticed because I didn't know that was a mechanic yet.
Avoid these fire bats if any corner you. Just use hookshot invulnerability to avoid taking damage. For the third phase, he'll teleport around the room randomly. Just follow him and get a slash on him as soon as he appears. For the rest of this fight, we also have to be really careful to not fall down those pits. If we fall down a pit, we gotta start this fight entirely over again. Ganon will sometimes be trolly and do a lot of teleports. Just keep following him and get a slash on him as soon as he becomes visible. After the 4th hit, we switch over to the silver arrows. He'll give us a bit of a
which we will not have.
Dialogue box. We'll get a slash on him, turn him blue, and hit him with the silver arrow. I switch quickly back over to the fire rod because these torches will go out and I want to relight them. If you shoot Ganon with the silver arrows and knock him into the middle of the room, you can get multiple shots at him.
Ooh, nice. I didn't know that.
Otherwise, if he's on the edge, he will teleport the moment you knock him into the edge.
Got it.
It just takes 4 silver arrows, and as soon as he's dead, you have beat Link to the Past. Your timer does not start until we walk through the final door. So accept your praises, and walk through this door. Stop your timer.
And you've done a Link to the Past speedrun. Well, that was fun.
Link to the Past is a challenging game. It's a challenging game to play well, and it's a challenging game to play fast. So don't feel bad about your first few runs having a few of those safeties. Don't feel bad about getting 1 or 2 bottles. Don't feel bad about getting powder, about getting half magic, about getting the net, the mirror shield, the red mail, the silver arrows, the gold sword. All of these things are going to help you to get through your first run without getting frustrated and wanting to quit. after you've completed your first run, you could work on speeding up things a little bit, learn strategies in different rooms, drop some safeties, be a little bit riskier. But if your first few runs just focus on completing the game, completing it faster comes later. That'll come with practice, that'll come with time. Don't worry about it at this point. Just try to get to this Triforce room as cleanly as possible. Gradually start dropping those safeties and learning more advanced tactics for rooms as you go. And you too will be a Link to the Past speedrunner. I wish you the best of luck in your first few runs. I look forward to seeing your name on the leaderboard, the speedrun leaderboard. But for now, you can feel good about completing your first full run of Link to the Past. Any time under 3 hours is something that you should be really proud of.
Yeah.
Your first goal will be to complete the game in under 2 hours. That's a great initial milestone. And you will...
I think 3 hours would be a very reasonable first time. I would hope to do it a lot sooner than that. And what a fun day watching a really speedy run, watching a beginner's tutorial. The question now is, I've got Thursday and Friday, Saturday and Sunday. What do I want to do? Do I want to jump right into a Link to the Past speedrunning Thursday and Friday? Having looked at all this, or do I want to run a 700 this weekend? If I want to run a 700 this weekend that's try hard, I need to practice for 2 days. So part 1 today, tomorrow. Part 2 Friday. WR attempt over the weekend. Or do I just start learning the speedrun right away? I think that'll be the question. I'll decide tonight. So either we jump right into our first babies, maybe run through like the Master Sword tomorrow. Or I might get right back into 700 and we'll get into our first Link to the Past speedruns starting next week. It's going to be one of the two. But, we know what we're in for now. We've seen all the little tricks we've got to pick up. I don't think anything's that intimidating. And it looks like it's just a matter of how hard do I really want to go on this game. Do I want to learn that crazy hover over invisible space trick? Hover trick, to get over gaps. That looks very difficult. How much do I want to commit will be the question. So we'll find out tomorrow. We'll see how I feel. My intuition is I want to run a hundo this weekend, and we'll get into a Link to the Past speedrunning, I think, next week, and make it kind of a commitment that we do all next week. It's probably the most likely outcome. So, fun day of learning, guys. Thanks for hanging. I'm P-Town. You guys rock. I'm going to have a good night, and I'll see you guys in the manana. Take care.